Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers and participants who's watching us live right now to another exciting day of starting a day with Nithyananda Yoga. Let us now start our day by invoking grace and blessings of our beloved Swamiji by chanting the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Yanamotin Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now, let us chant the Shiva Mula mantra Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Swamiji says very beautifully that yoga is a ritual. Yoga has a religion and it is originated from Hinduism. The Vedas and Shastras beautifully says that the origin of yoga is Bhagavān Paramaśiva Himself. We do yoga to align ourselves to the cosmic geometry. The Veda says the best way to align yourself is by cleansing your whole body and mind by doing that Tattvachvanam. Now, please take Uddharin of water from the Panchapatram. Pour it on the center of your right palm. Make your right palm in the shape of a Gokarna Mudra, the shape of a Kausya. Pour Uddharin of water from the Panchapatram and chant the following mantras internally. Bring the water that flows to the base of the palm. Om Atmadattam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattam Shodhayami Svadha. Wash your hands. Now, the base of the thumb, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With tips of right hand, index, middle, and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. With the tips of right hand, index finger, and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With tips of right and ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with the water and the Panchapatram. With the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart center. We are now entering into the Sankalpa, the conscious declaration, the conscious resolution. If you have any Sankalpa, if you have any realities to be made, just through Nithyananda Yoga, you can consciously manifest it because through Nithyananda Yoga, we are aligning ourselves to the cosmic geometry. When we align ourselves to the identity that we are Paramashiva, whatever realities that we want to manifest gets into reality. Now, place your right hand above the left hand and place both the hands on your right thigh and hold the Sankalpa Mudra at the end of the Sankalpa. Om Namo Pata Samasta Durita Kshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Priyatyartam Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थं च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीयपराध्ये श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतवन्मन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश ऋतौ धनुर्मासे शुक्लपक्षे शुभशुभदितौ शुक्रवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परश्वपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्ता मे चतुरश्रया नगीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचन्दकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वयापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शबन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानो वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनिक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि नवचिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदिर चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ स्वरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमेश्वर समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवचिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अखिलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अखिलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्त स्वर्ग पुरस्मरण पीठस्य त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीरविजयायुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काममोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your hands with the water from the Panchpatra. Om Apopasprisya. Yes, with this conscious resolution we made, let us enter into the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama by starting with the first asana. The first asana is Sukhasana. Now, sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index and thumb joined together in Binda Mudra and place them on top of the respective knees. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Paramashiva in your third eye. Engage in Samana Kumbhaka and repeat Soham in your throat center. Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विचितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. The next asana is Parvathasana. Now bring the legs into Padmasana. Inhale, bring the arms together in front of your heart, raise them above the head in Anjali Mudra. As I engage in all three bandhas, visualize Mount Kailash in your third eye. Parvatasana. अथवक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मङ्गलं यकृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. The next asana is Hadipavasana. Now bring the soles together in front of the feet in front of you. Hold the feet by the hand by the right and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels in Shambhya Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas and gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Hadipavasana. पूर्वं विरियाहु मेधानो उभयपग्नि सम्पुरुत्थानो पृष्ठवचेदो भूकरिल्यावो दक्षिणकरसो वामगहावो. Next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now remain same position, stretch hands out in front of the feet in Shambhavi Mudra and cup the palms making a hollow. Engage in all three bandhas and gaze at the nose and visualize snakes in the third eye. Nagi Pavasana. पूरा बदि परियागा नीचो हो ये कहूनी पना से लगाई हाथ आगा ने धरती लगावे पसार दो हाथ की अंजुलि करे. The next asana is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes with index and middle finger in Prana Mudra. Stretch the legs out in front of you upwards, then cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down into elbows and engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a bird. Kokilasana. अतः यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन रः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next asana is Nityasana. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold opposite elbows in Shambhi Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas and rotate the arms in a circle and gaze in circle direction and gaze at the nose. As you visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Nityasana. गोदाम्बां वा पादकीयाशिमाहिले सोय दशचरणको वारिलो तापरिकुलपसमोय वामपादको माहिलो बहुरोगुल्पजजान तापरि गोदा दशकीयां सुबारिलीथान. Next asana is Bhajasana. Now place the hands on the ground in Shambhi Mudra, lifting the hips high up. Lifting the hips high up in the air. Lower the head and then the chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again, as you visualize yourself as an elephant. Engage in Udyana Bandha. Gajasana. Nujjam padagre bhumau krutva lambhi bhuya mastagagre nidaya hitam bambodamannamaya nabi laksham bhumau nasika maniya hastataparyantam naye rittam punah punah kuryar gajasanam bhavati. Next asana is Rikshasana. Now remain same position, alternate feet of the heels of one foot and the ground, and while lifting the other heel up, and repeat this moment again and again as you visualize yourself as a bear. Rikshasana. केशेन एकैकं पारमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्या रक्षासनं भवति. The next asana is Vaishasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes on the ground. Keep head, neck, and spine in straight line. Bring it up. Middle index and ring finger in front of the heart in Hridaya Mudra. and Vishnu Swamiji in your third eye. Vaishyasana. केशेन पादयुगलं भद्रा तिष्ठेर्धूमकः अथवा ईशावक्षे यकृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. We'll be now entering in the first karna for the day, which is the Urdhva Karna. Now sit in the half squat position in Aramandi, where heels touching, toes facing outward at 45 degrees angle. Now keep the knees bent and both the hands at the chest level, which is parallel to the ground. Now twist one knee towards the center, then raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously at raises, follow the movement with the respective hands and bringing it up and across the body. And repeat this on the other side. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace the fingers from outside in, hold it onto the knee and putting it up towards the chest in Sarva Vashankara Mudra. Keep the spine straight and engage in all three bandhas and visualize yourself carrying a baby. Balalingasana. एकं जानुर्स्यालिङ्गस्तातव्यं भाललिङ्गनं भवति. Parapidnasana. Now take one foot and pull it behind towards the buttocks and holding with both the hands in Shambhi Mudra. Keep head, neck and spine in a straight line and engage in all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Parapidnasana. स्थित्वा कस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतिनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य parapidanamasana. Natrajasana. Now with respective hand, hold onto the sole of the foot from the inside. Extend the opposite hand forward with index and thumb joined together in Bindu Mudra. Simultaneously kick the leg up and pull the foot back and while leaning forward. As you visualize Lord Nataraja in your third eye. Natarajasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रिकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. Let us now repeat the Balalingasana sequence on the other side. Balalingasana. एकं जानुर्स्यालिङ्गस्तातव्यं भाललिङ्गनं भवति. पादपीडनासना. स्थित्वा कस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यज्ञेन पादपीडनमासनम्. नटराजासना. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. Yes. We'll be now moving ahead to the second karna for the day, which is the Ardharechita Karna. Now from Aramandi, the half squat sitting position, keep the left hand at the chest level and extend the opposite arm out wide like a pendulum and bring it back towards the chest. While the arm swings, move fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now, place right hand over the nose and then uncross the ankles and repeat this on the other side. Yes, with this Karna, we'll be moving ahead to this skating dance. Now, I request all the viewers who participants who is watching this live right now, close your eyes and visualize yourself as a pure skeleton and shake your body intensely. Loosen up all your muscles, all the stress which you're having. Just kick it out from your body and nicely shake yourself for a few minutes. Yes. Slowly relax yourself. Walk front and back of your mat, inhaling and exhaling deeply as slowly as possible, relaxing your whole body. Yes. We'll be now moving to the next karana, which is the Katiyachina karana. Now, sit in Naramandi, the half squat position. Now, bring the hands above the head with arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Now move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide and above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat this movement on the other side. Yes. With that beautiful karana, let us move ahead to the next asana, which is the Tadasana. Now stand tall on tips of your toes and raise the hands up and above the head beside the ears in Shambhi Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a palm tree. Well, those are the viewers and participants who wants to become 6 feet tall, 7 feet tall. Just by doing the Tadasana, visualizing as a tall palm tree, you'll be able to become as tall as you want. Yes. So the next asana is Tadasana. Mahamudra Bhadda Kono Tadasana Vibhedaka Tamsda Korea Rantarvatni Padipriya. Next asana is Uttanasana. Now stand. Now from standing position, lean forward and down, bringing hands flat on the ground. Engage in all three bandhas. Bring the forehead towards the knees and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Uttanasana. Mahamudra Bhatta Kono Tadasana Vibhedaka Tamsda Korea Rantarvatni Padipriya. Next asana is Sarakshasana. Now keep hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step feet back, keeping the toes on the ground. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate the head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Tarakshasana. Gajasramastitva mastakam varam varam dakshakukshim sarvakukshim naye tarakshvasanam bhavati. Vijanasana. Sorry, Bhujangasana. Now lower the entire body down onto the stomach and keep toes pointed backwards. Keep the hands next to the chest in Brahmi Mudra and raise the heads up using strength of the lower back muscles and open the mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the mouth and exhale through your nose as you engage in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a snake. Bhujangasana. अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तमलो भूमो विन्यस्येत्कराभ्यां दित्वा वृषिष्यपनिवहि देहाग्निर्वर्तते दित्यं सर्वरोगविनाशनं जागर्त भुजकी देवी भुजंगासन साधनात्. Yes. The next asana is Shashtanga. Now from tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest and then back and throat. As you visualize Swamiji in your third eye, repeat Shivoham in your throat center. Shasana. Gajasi samstito janadvayama kunja varam varam kartavyam shasanam bhavati. Tathasana. Now remain same position. Bring one foot between your palms and then alternating your feet by jumping between your hands. As you engage in Mulabandha, visualize yourself as a chariot. Rathasana. Gajasi samstito ekekam padam puromargena bhramitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. The next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground, toes pointing forward and bend the knee at 90-degree angle. Extend other leg back, keeping your knees straight and toes pointed out at 45-degree angle. Raise the arms up parallel beside the ears in Shambhu Mudra. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and gaze at the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Veerabhadrasana. Vasishtamadakondinyam modakukudam cha ashtavakramandottanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Let us now repeat Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Veerabhadrasana. Uttarapadam krom samsa maricham Veerabhadrakam natarajam trikodam cha saptangashta prasarine. Yes, with that amazing stretch of your thigh muscles, let us now move on to the next asana, which is Vrikshasana. Yes. Now stand tall, bring one foot to the inner thigh, bring palms together in front of your heart in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above the head as you inhale, keeping the elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze forward in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Vrikshasana. वामोर्मूलदेशे च यामं पादं निधायितु दिष्टेत् वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Garudasana. Now stand tall, place one foot at the opposite hip. Bring palms together in front of the heart in Namaskar Mudra. Keep the standing leg straight as a rod and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana. गरुडासनमा वक्षे निध्यानं स्थिरं भुवि सर्वदोषाद्वये मुक्तो भवति अहं महाबली एकपानो दत्वा एकपानि देवदेवते जङ्घापादिसन्निदेशे ध्यानव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितम्. Let's now repeat Vrikshasana sequence on the other side. Vrikshasana. वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायितो दिष्टेत् वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Garudasana. गरुडासनमा वक्षे निध्यानं स्थिरं भुवि सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवति अहं महाबली एकपार्वो दत्वा एकपाले ददवते जङ्घापादिसन्निदेशे ध्यानव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितम्. The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg far back. Keep the front legs toes pointing forward and back toes facing sideways. Now stretch your arms, keep it straight. Bring the front arm down towards the ground and beside the foot, while the other arm extended towards the sky in Shambhi Mudra and visualize yourself as a triangle. Trikonasana. Uttarapadam Krauntam cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Saptangashta Prasarane. Let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Trikonasana. Uttarapadam Krauntam cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Saptangashta Prasarane. We'll be now entering the next Karana for the PVK, Pratama Vinyasa Krama, which is the Nikotaka Karana. Yes. Now, having stood on four parts, the heel is made to fall on the ground. Now sit in Aramani, the half squatting position. Now bring your both the hands in front of your chest. Now switch, lift one, bring one of your feet to your toes while the respective hand goes up, and continue to switch to your other side and do this movement for a few more seconds. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now, lower onto the tips of the toes, placing the perineum on back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. As we'll be now entering to one of the most powerful pranayama, which is the Brahmari pranayama, where you'll be buzzing subtly like a bee during your inhalation and repeating Sadashivoham Japa in your throat center and visualize yourself as Swamiji. Angushtasana. Kabandhasramityaho Gorakshasramevacha Angushtamushikam Yeyam Brahmaprasaridam Tata. Saurasana. Now from tips of toes, extend one leg straight out, heel down and toes up. Keep fingers down on the ground by the hands, by the sides and palms facing forward in Varamudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Saurasana. Prasare ekam padatalam samstapyatve padakam. Virunasana. Now from sitting on toes, extend one leg out straight with the heels down and toes up. With respective hand, reach forward and hold onto the big toes with index and middle finger in Prana Mudra and keep the opposite hand on the back heel and Vishnu Swamiji in your third eye. Virunasana. Gulpasito padamekam prasarya tat badakam sanpashetat kirena gulpam chanam dhari tat kirena dhunam pitam chabase chobayatra. Let's now repeat the Saurasana sequence on the other side. Saurasana. Prasare ekam padatlam samstapyatvega padakam Virunasana. Gulpasito padamekam prasarya tat badakam sanpashetat kirena gulpam chanam dhari tat kirena dhunam pitam chabase chobayatra. Next task is Brahmajarankushasana. Now remain in a half squatting position. Place your palms facing upwards on your respective thighs in Shambhi Mudra. Tilt the head down and gaze through the gap between the hands as you engage in Jayendra Bandha. Vishnu Swamiji in your third eye. Brahmajarankushasana. Do panapani hoy vese irdo guna nivese korpakadalyanki maili asamahira shemili. Next starts as Kapilasana. Now place the heels on the ground with toes tucked behind, sitting the perineum down on the heels. Rest the hands on top of the thighs in Shambhi Mudra. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze the nose into Dhyana Bandha. As you visualize, sage Valmiki in your third eye. Sorry, sage Kapila Mahamuni in your third eye. Kapilasana. उभय पगिल समय तहरावे तिनको माली गोर मिलावे पना पानिक दोय वैसे एडी दो जोनी निवेसे. The next asana is Bhadrakorakasana. Now remain in the same position. Switch the gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Bhadrakorakasana. दो पगली समझ करे कोरवाली भूप्रदरे कोरवाली रागे ऐसे तापरी मूलोद्धार दिखवे से. Next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with toes tucked in perineum and place on top of the raised heel, knees off from the ground. Bring the thumbs and little fingers together, opening up, making a lotus formation, the Padma Mudra. Raise arms straight up above the head and gaze through the hole between the palms as you visualize yourself as Lord Surya. Suryasana. एरी दो गुदा त्रियाने पना पानी भेद गुणिताने गोदा जंगदर कर रहे आदि वाम शिव रिगहे. The next asana is Madhukasana. Now sit with toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep hands on top of respective knees and lift the tongue up again and again. Lift it up against the roof of the mouth in Mandaki Mudra. Catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue. As you visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana. Pāda talopishya deshe angushtetveja sanprishya jhan ekvam praskritya sadhyan Mandukasanam. Mandukasana. Remain same position. Bring your hands on your back and holding the head with the elbows and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in Mandaki Mudra and visualize yourself as a frog. Uttar Mandukasana. Mandukasana Madhyastam Kuru Praja Rimshiraha Etad Beko Duttana Mego Duttana Mandukam. The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross the ankles, sit on the feet. Keep knees wide, fingers spread on top of the respective knees in Shambhi Mudra. One mouth wide, open the mouth wide, stick out the tongue and exhale through the nose forcefully. Gaze the tip of the nose and repeat this several times as you visualize yourself as a lion. Simhasana. Dakshinam Savigulpena Dakshina Tetram Hasto Jala Sanstapya Swagri Siprasaricha. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit on heels under the perineum, keep the knees wide open, cross the hands behind the back and holding the big toes in Prana Mudra, applying the Jalindhara Bandha and gaze at the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Bhadrasana. Vilpotimse Syadav Yukramena Samahitaha Bada Vishtokara Bhyancha Ditva Chiprasha Deshadaha. The next asana is Kakabhushandi Asana. Squat and keep feet flat on the ground and knees wide open. Bring arms in and around the back in Parashamudra and interlace the fingers behind it. And gaze at the nose as you visualize yourself as a crow. Kakapushandiyasana. Pratame Vyasa Kugurataya, Do Hatugamichi Ane, Triko Modinalyam Prilave, Pishtapiche Kakasi Karave. The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now place palms on the floor, shoulders width apart, bring heels on back of arms towards the armpits, lean chin forward and down and gaze at the head. Gaze ahead as you wish to Swamiji in your third eye. Kanipavasana. Asana Gaugana Ashi Dushta Ho Yi Tu Achi Ohi. The next asana is Kapalyasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring top of the head on the ground, forming a triangle position between the hands and the head. Now knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulders, straighten the legs up and gaze to the nose as you wish your Swamiji in your third eye. Kapalyasana. तीसरी शीशा धरती टेकी पकड़ो लीवा ऊंचा करे पकड़ते आकाश से मुशरा से दो हाथा की हथेली दो पाशित्या धरती देखो दृष्टिनासा अग्र. Yes, that was an amazing balancing asana. Let's now move ahead to the next asana, which is the Parsvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side and align elbows with knees and hip. Lean onto the arms and bend. Extend the legs to the side and gaze with third eye. As you visualize yourself as a peacock. Engage it. Rechika pranayama. Parsvamayurasana. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakum kuryan mayuram pashvabhya mayura pashvanamakam. Let's repeat Parsvamayurasana on the other side. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakum kuryan mayuram pashvabhya mayura pashvanamakam. The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both the hands on the ground, shoulders width apart. Stretch the legs back straight into Tarakshvasana. Now step one foot outside and respect the shoulders, bringing the foot between the hands and gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself as Swamiji. Bhairaganathasana. Asana Kaugana Piti Jayi. Let's repeat Bhairaganathasana on the other side. Asana Kaugana Piti Jayi. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. Now from Tarakshvasana, place the forearms on the ground and walk a feet forward, raising the hips high up in the air. Lift the chest and head up and gaze at the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Unmukha Pitasana. Bhunya Stojanani Hasto Chadushpara Mamakam Hutta Vitagirigulam Katistan Bhiruka. The next asana is Vashishtasana. Now from Tarakshvasana, rotate the body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up, keeping the balanced hand directly between the shoulders and raise the hips up and gaze towards the sky. As you visualize yourself, stage Vashishta. Vashishtasana. Pula Kukuravashita Manichi Harimatsikam Parividam Chodarasya Vidam Dhanarasanam. Now let's repeat Vashishtasana on the other side. Let's repeat Vashishtasana on this side. Pula Kukuravashita Manichi Harimatsikam Parividam Chodarasya Vidam Dhanarasanam. Next asana is Anjali Asana. Now sit with legs stretched, toes pointing up. Bring hands underneath the buttocks and palms facing up in Shambhu Mudra. Keep spine straight and hold to the body and tuck the chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. As you engage in Jalendra Bandha, visualize Lord Hanuman in your third eye and repeat Mahasadachivoham in your throat center. Anjani Asana. दो करके उबे हथेली कोरवाली में लेबेली सुहागा में भूपराशे महाने अंगुल में निराशे. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now sit with legs stretched out. Bend the waist and hold the big toes and the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Bring the chest to the thigh, head to the knees, engage in all three bandhas. In Mahamudra Bandha, visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Paschimottanasana. Janu parila tantu paschimottan uchate yene kina prakarena sukam dharam sajayate. Next is Ugrasana. Now sit with legs straight and apart. Clasp the hands behind the head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head towards the knee in Parishamudra. Engage in all three bandhas. And visualize Lord Kali in your third eye. Ugrasana. Sabha Nityananda Ditva Jayeshwari Onasayat Asana Agrabnam Toktam Bhavedanam Deepanam. The next asana is Marichiyasana. Now sit with legs extended, bring one heel to the groin, knees raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back in Shambhi Mudra and bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. As a visual as Sage Marichi. Marichiyasana. Uttana Padam Kron Chamcha Marichim Veerabhatrikam Natarajam Trikonam Cha Suptangashta Prasadane. Next starts Mahamudrasana. Now sit with legs stretched, toes up. Bring one heel to the perineum, lift and let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight, and bring the chest forward and down. Stay engage in all three bandhas and gaze to nose. As a Vishnu Swamiji in your third eye. Mahamudrasana. Dava Maki Joy Steven Laga Viso Yashipada Bujasari Tamayan Gak Sidere. Next task is Marichya. Let's repeat Marichyasana on the other side. Marichyasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. Mahamudrasana on the other side. Davambagi Dijoy Sivanaga Viso Israpasari Tamayanika Sidere. Next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Sit and bring soles with feet together with heels close to the perineum. Keep knees in wide and hold the feet firmly in Shambhi Mudra. Maintain a straight spine position and gaze to the nose. As visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Bhadrasana. Gulpo Chivrishya Sada Sivanya Pashokshipet Pada Pashapa Nityam Nirbhadra Srishanam Bhadra Samvedeta Sarvavyadi Shapaham. The next asana is Gwalipavasana. Now from Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body. Keep toes together, heels apart and knees wide open. Place the hands on respective knees in Shambhu Mudra and tuck the chin to the chest in Jandarabandha and gaze through the nose. As you will hear Swamiji in your third eye. Gwalipavasana. Purva Chirma Choka Soi, Vahivi Yokiji Soi, Yame Edibin Nirjirashe, Angulatantra Rashe. Next class is Joni Asana. Now sit and keep soles of the feet together, heels close to the perineum. Hold the sole of the feet and lean forward and down, cupping the palms in front of in on holding the leg in Shambhi Mudra. Bring forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose. As you visualize Yoni Mandala in your third eye. Joni Asana. दो बगी समझ करे मेरी गेटिंग गदरे अधात को अंतरराशे इलाज बगतल्याम प्रदाशे. Next task is Miriki Pavasana. Now, sit and keep heels together, toes apart and knees wide open. Lean forward and down, extend the arms out wide open, palms down on the ground in Shambhi Mudra. Bring forward to the ground behind the heels and gaze with the nose as Vishnu Swamiji in your third eye. Miriki Pavasana. Purabadi Paripakitali Sampurishori, Edi Milirashe, Edasu Mahilikan, Hagrodante, Dirti Lagave, Hadalgoda Prilagava, Advara Sapara Basare. Next task is Siddhi Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep toes together, heels apart. Bring arms, elbow, and the shin. Extend out the keep palms up. Bring forehead to the ground above the feet and bringing toes near the throat. As you gaze at the third eye, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Siddhi Samadhi Asana. Dovu pagi samtakare sole medaga medare angula tandiraje edigo ese vidake. The next asana is Shinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky and keeping the back of the hands on the ground in Shambhi Mudra. Press elbows onto the thigh towards the knee and gaze at the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Shinaki Pavasana. दो पगा की यदि धरती मगवा में लगा वे पगति मालिकोर अंगता की सूद जोड़े बारिलिकोर पनाशुल्याराशे. Next asana, Charapata Chokasana. So sit and bring soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum, knees to the ground. Place hands on the knees and gently press them on the ground in Shambhi Mudra. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and gaze to the third eye. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Charapata Chokasana. दो पकड़ी समट करे आगा मेघ जोर पसारे गोदा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दो गोदा प्रेराशे. Next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring heel soles of the feet together. Knees wide open. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees on the ground. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Place the respective hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you wish as yourself as Lord Kalabhairava. Bhairavasana. Gulpo Sampira Chan Yonyam Mikrumeno Tamshanayam Janva Pajikata Hasto Dandavat Bhairavasanam. Next asana Samanasana. Now sit one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest in Shami Mudra. Gaze gaze to the third eye, hold the breath in Muladhara Chakra. As you visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Samanasana. Samanasana Vakshi Siddha Mantra Sadhana Ek Param Dattva Gusholinga Vatrike Eta Virasam Nada Samana Siddhikam Itya Kritisabe Mantam Dattva Vayam Sadurdale. Next task is Apanasana. Now sit in place, one leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise other foot upwards and straight. Keep hands on the ground to the sides and gaze through third eye. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Apanasana. केवलम पाद में कंचे स्कंदे चारु पेटना एक पाद का गिने तिष्ठे दो प्रभो. Now let's repeat Samanasana sequence on the other side. Samanasana. Samanasana Vakche Siddha Mantra Sadhana Ek Parama Dattva Gusholinga Vatrike. Next asana is Apanasana. Let's repeat Apanasana on the other side. Apanasana. केवलम पाद में कंचे स्कंदे चारु पेटना एक पाद का गिने तिष्ठे दो प्रभो. Yes. We will now entering the new pranayama, which is the Sitkari pranayama. Now, the next asana is Gomukhasana. Now, sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body, with feet by opposite hips. Please place both the hands on top of the stackled knees in Shambhi Mudra and gaze at the nose as you visualize cow in your third eye. Gomukhasana. Savya Dakshakal Pantu Vishwashi Niyojya Kshepita Savyam Gomukam Gomukamyata. Now remain same position. Hold the respective toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra and gaze at the nose as you visualize yourself as Devi Anusuyama Devi. Anushasana 1. Nitya Godoni Chotane Vam Tago Prane Goda Samni Milave Bari Ada Prim Desam Nipasari. Anushasana 2. Now remain same position of Gomukhasana. Interlace the fingers behind the back in Parishamudra. Lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground and gaze to the nose. As visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Anushasana 2. Jimana Goda Kisandi Pradava Goda Kisamdi Vila Rashe Goda Salepak Talyavu otherwise Udarashe. The next task is Garudasana 2. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other and keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees in Shami Mudra and gaze to the nose. As we visualize Lord Garuda in your third eye. Garudasana. Dava Pagamori Yedi Mahlam Gulpa Muladwa Niche de Bese Jimani Pagatri Dhasite Godam Chobhora Se Pagli Malikora Dava Godar Pidi Mahili. Next task is Naradasana. Now remain same position. Twist your body to the raised knee side and hold both your hands at your other sides of your neck in Parishamudra and gaze at your third eye as you visualize yourself as Sage Narada. Naradasana. Pishtichova Mabagli Keri Bofri Dahilaga Vipiri Goda Sudapano He Joy the Chupak Dira Kesoyi. Next task is Matsapitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee and holding onto the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on the respective toe with index and middle joined together in Bindu Mudra and in Prana Mudra and gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Matsyavatara, the first incarnation of Mahavishnu. Matsyapitakasana. Vamena Vamangushtantu Grihitam Matsyapitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidya Medradapari Dakshinam. Yes, that was an amazing sequence. Let's now repeat this sequence on the other side. Gomukhasana. Savya Dakshakal Pantu Pushtabhashi Niyojya Snapita Savam Gomukam Kamyata. Anushasana 1. दक्षिण गोदो नीचोताने वाम तक ऊपर आने गोदा समनिवला वे बारी आधा परी देश निपसारी अनुशासन तू जीवना गोदा की सन्नी वृद्धा वा गोदा की समधी मिला राशे गोदा से लेपक तलिया वा आधवा सुधा राशे गरुदास न तू दावा पग मोरी एटी माशलम गोल पर मुलद्वा नीचे रे बेसे जीवनी पर पकतली धरती ते गोदम शोभोरा से पकली माली कोरा दावा गोदर पीडी माहिली नारदास न on the other side विष्टु जो वाम पगली केरी बोपली तहलागा विपेरी गुदास न पने है जो रिचपाक तेरा केसोई मत पीटकास न वामेन वामाङ्कुशन्तु गृहीतमत्पीठिकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेधादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Yes. The next task is Matsyendrasana 1. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm. Yes. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on side of opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow towards on raised knee. Keep the arm, raise the arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze through the third eye. As you visualize yourself, stage Matsyendranatha in a third eye. Matsyendrasana. Udaram Basima Basam Kritva Tisti Yatnaha Namragavam Padam Hidakjanu Perinyaset. The next asana is Kubasana. Now remain same position. Bring the back hand towards your ear and gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a camel. Kubasana. Asana Kaugura Jolo Jaye. Matsyendrasana 2. Now remain same position. Extend the hand which you place at your ear down to the ground and gaze at the third eye as you visualize Matsyendranatha in your third eye. Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Pitam Dadar Pratitam Pachandrak Mandala Kandanastram Abhyasda Kundalini Prabodham Danda Saratam Daripam Sam. Yes, let's now repeat this Matsyendrasana sequence on the other side. Matsyendrasana 1. Udaram Pasima Basam Kritva Trishya Adinaha Namrangvam Panakhi Dakshajanu Pariniset. Kubasana. Asana Kaugana Jolo Jaye. Matsyendrasana. Matsyendra Pitam Dada Praditam Prachandrak Mandala Kandanastram Abhyasda Kundalini Prabodham Tadasratam Naripam Sam. Next asana is Padmasana. Now sit, place feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place palms on the respective knees in Shambhi Mudra. And engage in all three bandhas and gaze with nose as you visualize yourself as sage Paramashiva, as sage visualize yourself as Lord Shiva and engage in Sitali Pranayama and Mahamudra Bandha and repeat Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham in your throat center. Padmasana. Asanam Nidam Proktam Padmavajra Santata Uddho Abhriche Daddev Bhepad Leta Padmasan Bhave Teda Sarva Papa Pranashanam. Next asana is Padmasana. To remain same position, hold the opposite toes with your index and middle fingers in Pranamudra and gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati in your third eye. Padmasana 2. Putta Nacharana Kritva Sumsta Priyatnaha Uri Madhyara Tana Bani Kritva Dadasho. Yes. Next asana is Kukutasana. Now remain the same Padmasana position. Insert your hands between the gap of your thighs and your feet. Yes. Now place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up as using the core muscles and visualize yourself as a rooster. Kukutasana. Padmasana Susam Sapya Nanovaran Terekaro Jubhuma Madhishte Vyomasta Kukutasana. Next asana Badikeki Asana. Now sit in place, feet on top of the opposite thighs. Raise up onto your knees and place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum in Shambhi Mudra. Keep the elbows together and press it against the navel. Lean forward, balance it, and extend the knees up off from the ground. As you engage in Mula Bandha, which is Swamiji Nityodai. Badikeki Asana. The Ramavastabhya Karadvena, the Koprisavinami Pashasaha, Uchasa Dandavidishika Shema, Vedavraniti, Pitam, Mayram Padakam Kuriat, Badikeki, the Katiti. Now it remains same position. Extend the extend the feet while on the knees. Place the palms on the ground, press fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep elbows together and press against the navel. Then lean forward, find a balance and extend the legs off from the ground as you visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayurasana. Ade Vakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Uttamam Bhuma Nipadhya Stada Kurpropari Dehakam. Let us now relax ourselves into Makarasana. Lay down on the stomach with the feet pointing upwards, forehead on the mat. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and hold it in Parisamudra and visualize yourself as a crocodile. Makarasana. Adhyashete hridam nidaya bhumach bhadatu prasaramano shirasitva karandik bidehagdikaram makarasanam tat. Next asana Shalabhasana. Now lay on the stomach and place hands on the ground behind the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs on the ground and visualize yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana. Adhyashete parikma kshabhu nastakar rosalabhyam palosone savistotam varindipitam shalabhamunindraha. Rekstasa Sushasana. Now lay on the stomach and bring hands of the feet in Shami Mudra. Pull the feet down towards the ground and outside of the hips as you visualize yourself as a camel. Uttasana. Adhyashate Parikavashtam Pishya Nidya Mindayabdam Karabhyam Akunche Savyasiga Damustanj Bidam Yogana Vadanti. Next as the Dhanurasana. Now lay down on the stomach and bring hands towards the feet. Kick the legs Kick the legs back and up and simultaneously pull the feet towards the sky. Lift the chest off from the ground and raise the head up and gaze to the third eye. As you visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow. Dhanurasana. Prasarapado Bindaru Pakarul Pishir Padekvam Kritvadra Shriyoddhagam Nigat Yogi Dhanurasanam Tate. That is next asana Bhagasana. Sit on both the knees with head against spine in a straight line. Place the palms on the respective thighs and knees in Shambhi Mudra and gaze to the third eye. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And repeat Om Nithyananda Paramaśiva Japa in your throat center. Bhagasana. Ulta modika ura vese bhoji jurigare ke vese pari malha gulpo jo kula pasrila visovu. Next asana is Gohyasana. Now, from knees, place the forearms on the ground, fingers interlocked, elbows, shoulders width apart. Place top of the head on the ground, hold the back of the head with the hands. Walk the toes forward until the hips are aligned with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gohyasana. दो हाथा की कहूनी जोई प्रेह करा जाने तो पिष्टंग की प्रजानो ये सब भू परितानो. Now with this, raise extend the legs up in the sky and visualize yourself as Swamiji in Sirsasana. Sirsasana. विपरीतं मण्डलं च विदेवृतं मिहादना समिता प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने सर्वाङ्गशीर्षभागासु षष्टिफलितास्ते. Yes, that was an amazing balancing asanas. Yes, we have few more asanas left to complete the Prathama Vinyasa Krama. Yes, the next asana is Podhyasana. Now, with hands behind the calves in Shambhi Mudra, stretch the legs up, bring the forehead to the knees and come to the vertical position with your legs as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and engage in Bhastrika Pranayama. Podhyasana. दो हाथ उबार आने गोदा दे का सितारे अंगुश भी लगता दे चलो भी आकाश शी करे. Next asana is Parigasana. Now remain same position. Bring the hands behind and hold opposite shoulders as you visualize yourself as a mace and gaze at the third eye. Parigasana. उत्तानं शैलं कृत्वा पादं नीत्वा प्रसारयितं भूमस्पृश्यास्याभ्यां कन्दरावद्वा कुमुखं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिगासनं भवति. Now remain same position. Keep the elbows and palms down on the ground and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a boat. Now Kasana. उत्तानं शैलं कूर्पराभ्यां भुवनष्टपकरोसलाभ्यां पादोत्थने सुचोदवन् उत्तानं शैलं कूर्परा भुवनष्टपकरोसलाभ्यां नितं. Next asana is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift the feet up and scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest in Shambhala Mudra. Keep the spine upright and gaze to the nose as if visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Rudrasana. Pagatri samdikara hadasya bhagochai baga konda dole vaparikari talave lagave. Next asana is Unnakapitasana. Now lay on the back with feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up high, pressing the feet on the ground, chin tucked to the chest and gaze to the nose. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Unnakapitasana. ऊर्ध्वे कृत्वा शरीरभ्रमकं तथा उत्थाभ्यस्तुतिष्ठेतु पीठोन्मुखनामके. Next asana Shivasana. Now lay on the back with palms facing upwards, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Let the body remain dead. As you visualize yourself, the body being dead and which is being liberated by Swamiji. Shavasana. अदशवासनम् उत्तानं शवद्भूमौ शयनं दशवासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Yes. So with this, let us take a short break as we prepare ourselves to do the Ditya Vinyasa Krama. Yes.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level 1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. We're going to learn today about the Yoga Spurana. What is actually yoga and how it is the greatest path for our Jivan Mukti, to achieve the highest state. Swamiji has revived the authentic yoga from Paramashiva. He also shared elaborately on each sutra of Patanjali, who spread the yoga of Paramashiva's Shashtanga Yoga to elaborate it into Ashtanga Yoga and spread the yoga to one and all. Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Swamiji says he is the greatest compassionate master who explained various techniques to various people. It is not just the asana that we all consider that as yoga, but the powerful sutras to achieve enlightenment. Today, we are going to learn so many of details of Patanjali sutras and also the Nithyananda Yoga. How it works, how it helps, and many more details. Stay tuned for the full day's sessions. Patanjali starts with the first Jagat Janani Das, the Shiva Diksha is tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day 1 of Paramashivoham, all Paramashivoham. Today is the glimpses, day 4. Today is the glimpses of Paramashivoham, all levels, and tomorrow is the day 1 of the program, the actual program, where you are going to receive the initiations. So tomorrow, end of the day, during the darshan time, literally, yeah. If you are in India, it is around 5:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time. But before that, we explain about the Shiva Diksha, and we explain the signs of Shiva Diksha, how it helps you, and what is Shiva Diksha, all that. So throughout the day, please attend the session so you get the complete context, understanding about the Diksha. The Diksha happens during the darshan time around 5:30. So let's start with Patanjali's Sutra of Practice, Sadhana. Sadhana Pāda, the chapter on practice, which we all need. Patanjali describes the tapas or penance in great detail in terms of psychological and physiological mutations. We'll elaborate on that. In his sutras, Patanjali talks in great details about surrender. And we're also going to learn Tiruvasakar story today, one of the 63 Shaivite enlightened masters called Nayamannas. In this first session today, we are going to learn all these, how they are going to shift our cognition, help us to move toward our experiencing the Paramashivoham, to experience the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. For any problem in our life, we want immediate solution, isn't it? We want immediate solution. We want ultimate solution. Patanjali is the one. The sadhana, the practice. Sadhana, Sanskrit term means practice. The practice literally means a method of understanding your immediate problem and going for immediate solution is described so thoroughly, beautifully. Again and again in Patanjali Sutras. Patanjali, on the sadhana, he says, his sutra is very simple. Ata sadhana pataha, meaning how sadhana is a spiritual practice. He explains the sadhana, tapa swadhyaya ishvara pannidhanani kriya yogaha, tapa swadhyaya ishvara pranidhanani kriya yogaha. It's such a beautiful verse about the sadhana, our practice, our penance, our tapas. Why tapas? The whole life, we'll be struggling and wasting the life for something or the other. Not knowing what is exactly our problem is, what we are trying to resolve it. Something or the other will be struggling, something or the other will be trying to solve. Tapaha, meaning tapaha. Tapa means burning. Tapaha means suffering. Even the word suffering is too small for this word, Sanskrit word, tapaha. No Sanskrit word, no English word can give the exact meaning for the Sanskrit words. They may give us the close understanding, but not exact meaning that the Sanskrit word is conveying. Just a moment. Tapaha. If we translate the word suffering, is too small word. The happening in you, the churning, for something or the other, the churning in you, which you may or may not enjoy that. The churning, you may not enjoy or you may enjoy. Say, for example, if you are doing a dance practice, your favorite dance learning, you love it. You have to do rigorous practice. You love to do that. You may enjoy that practice. But some of the things, you don't like the rigorous practice, or you don't like that. You may or may not enjoy that. But that has to be gone through, has to be experienced during your attunement towards enlightenment. The tapa has to happen. Tapa means churning, which you need to go through, which you need to experience. When you make yourself in tune with what you want is tapa. To achieve something, what you go through, the pull, push, up, down, the turmoil, whatever you go through is tapa. What you want will be inside you, and it is already there as a seed. Whatever you want. Yesterday we have learned about the 4 powers. It's all the powers are inside us. And start expressing itself as reality if your physical biomemory is awakened. And in the world which you project from this physical biomemory, when that seed from the consciousness penetrates, opens up, occurs, occupies your biomemory, project itself into the reality and sees as the world. From seed moment to this experience, from a small seed to experience, to become that experience, whatever process happens, which you need to go through is tapas. Even for the tree to go to sprout, it goes through tapas. It has to break through the soil to come out. If you love it, you call it's a joyous tapas. If you're enjoying it, it depends. If you hate it, it is called painful suffering. Suffocating. It's up to you, but tapas is this. When psychological mutation and physiological mutation crisscrosses each other, what happens is chaos. When psychological mutation and physiological mutation is falling in tune happens, that is tapas. When psychological mutation and physiological mutation are going through hand in hand, parallelly, beautifully happens in incarnations. Psychological mutation, what is it? What is the word meaning of physiological mutation. When you grab an idea from the outer world and digest that idea constantly, make your body fall in tune with that idea without any hypocrisy. That is psychological mutation, matured. If you have completed your whole psychological system in tune with that idea, that is what I call physiological mutation. So your mind and body are ready for that tapas. Then you enjoy. Simply put it, your mind and body are completely ready to do the tapas. Then you enjoy the tapas. No resistance. No resistance from physiological system for that idea. It is physiological mutation. For example, yoga. You decided to do yoga. Yoga postures. Here we are talking about elaborate version, understanding of yoga. Here we are giving an example of doing the yoga postures, yoga asanas. You take up this an idea. Standing upside down, all the postures you are doing. Sirsasana for 15 minutes. If you have this context that if I do Sirsasana for 15 minutes, it will help me to be healthy and brilliant. The moment if I utter Sirsasana, what are the thought current that are coming? Resistance or excitement? First, there will be a lot of physiological resistance. But you practice, when you practice, even though you hear first time, you decide to do Sirsasana is very good. Sirsasana is an upside down. Your head is down and legs are up. That's one of the powerful yoga posture. So you are inspired to do that. You want to learn and you want to do for 15 minutes at a stretch. But you don't know how to do. So, but when you practice, in few days, you're able to do it, isn't it? So, physiological mutation of Sirsasana has happened in you. It's one idea that we're taking that as an example. Then psychological mutation. For example, ahimsa, non-violence. The idea is conveyed in your heart about this non-violence, ahimsa. And slowly, constantly, your heart cherishes that idea, that non-violence. And that your heart is filled with compassion, with that idea of non-violence. So that compassion is filled in your whole psychological system. Finally, your whole physiological system is able to respond to any situation. At any crisis, at any moment, at any question for anything. Established in that compassion is psychological mutation. Then, now psychological mutation has happened in you with one of the idea of compassion, non-violence. When this physiological mutation and psychological mutation crisscross each other, means the social conditioning and the cosmic understanding crisscrosses each other, happens chaos. Many of your physiological mutation are related to social conditioning. They are not the ultimate truth. Many of yours are physiologically muted based on social conditioning. You can see in your whole life, even if you like to pick up something from a shop, your physiological mutation is such your hand will not stretch. Many times you can see physiological mutation is such that social conditioning are observed and lived. When it is happening because of the social conditioning, physiological mutation is happening because of the social conditioning, it always creates suppression in you, suffering in you. This physiological mutation, when it crisscrosses the psychological mutation, then psychological mutation is an idea you cherished and ready to express spontaneously. This idea which have grown in you and expressing itself spontaneously without any struggle. So when these two are trying to fall in tune with each other, tapas is happening in your life. When these two are completely in tune with other, incarnation happens in your life. You are ready for incarnation to lift you to the ultimate flowering of your consciousness. When these two are not in tune, physiological mutation and psychological mutation are not in tune. When they're constantly fighting, chaos happens in your life, conflict happens in your life, and whatever you do is a suffering. When they're falling in tune, coming into an agreement, what happens in you is a beautiful tapas. When the complete tuning has happened both in them, are living happily, then it's a beautiful tapas happening, moving towards your highest flowering of consciousness. The body in which physiological and psychological live very comfortably, beautifully expressing. Bottom line, both body and mind are to be in tune. Then you move from chaos, conflicts to tapas. Tapas to the state of enlightenment, are experiencing Paramashivoham, Samadhi. You call it any name. So that definition of tapas is psychological mutation and physiological mutation trying to fall in tune with each other. when you understand that is established in restful awareness or relaxation into the divine. This happens when you have restful awareness and relaxation into the divine. Or you can say surrendering to the divine. You will have something called unshakable Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says Vidya Ahankara, meaning it says Avidya Ahankara. I have this, I'm in this post, I have this money, this much of money, I have this power, I have big circle of relationships, I'm a big guy. This is Avidya Ahankara, means ignorant. Ahankara is arrogance, Avidya is uneducated. Vidya Ahankara means I belong to Krishna. I can't be cheated. I'm going to rest in his space. I'm at the feet of Shiva. I'm at the feet of, I'm oneness space with Swamiji. I can't be cheated. A direct connection with, I have a direct connection with my master. Nothing can shake me. Unshakable arrogance. Vidya Ahankara. Confidence can be a superficial word, but neither unshakable arrogance nor the word confidence can be complete word for the Vidya Ahankara. It's not equated. It's an ultimate connection. Confidence is not sufficient to express that. The connection, the trust, the Vidya Ahankara, neither unshakable arrogance nor the confidence in the can give the complete word. So understand this concept. The concept is when you have Ishvara Panidhanani, meaning surrendering to Ishvara, surrendering to the Guru, surrendering to your Ishtadevata. When that happens, you have an unshakable, untouchable, undisturbable awareness. Nothing can shake that. If the avidya ahankara means ignorance, arrogantly ignorant, avidya means uneducated, ajnani. Like, seeing the materialistic things. I'm in this post, I'm so and so great. I have a lot of power. I have a lot of wealth. I have a lot of name and fame. And if I say something, that will happen. I have many people who can do this for me. That is avidya ahankara that easily gets shaken when those things are taken away from you. The vidya ahankara, knowingly or unknowingly, is such a cool ego. That is the right word. A cool understanding about you and the existence and the human society and the human mind. You simply know that nothing is shakeable, whatever you are going through. the restful awareness, the way Ishvara Pranidhanani, surrendering to the divine, established in the surrender towards Ishvara, can never be shaken. Even if someone is trying to prove Ishvara is not reality, he will not be shaken. Even if somebody is trying to prove, I'm repeating, the Ishvara is not reality, cannot be shaken. Because the reality of surrender and the restful awareness with experiences because of his belief in the Ishvara Pranidhana. His belief in Ishvara, he is unshakable. Surrender to the divine is so strong, he is not bothered whether Ishvara himself is real or not. Understand this powerful truth. Even Ishvara, whether real or not, he is not bothered. His surrendering is so strong, unshakable. That surrender, that restful awareness which he experiences by surrendering to the concept of Ishvara. When you completely relax into the restful awareness, when you experience the depth and power of surrender to divine, you just don't need to even experience the divine. You just don't bother whether he really exists or not. Because this surrender experience itself is so strong, so truthful, so straight, so fulfilling, so overflowing. Swamiji explained about Ramakrishna's beautiful experience that when I can be satisfied just with the 2-3 bottles of arak, what am I going to do knowing this whole stock of the arak? How much he is having in the shop, what am I going to do? Taking the whole stock. How many bottles you have? The owner is going to be. The shop owner is going to be. Whatever you want, 5-6 bottles, have it and go. Why are you bothered about this whole stock? Same way, the restful awareness which you experience when you relax into the awareness of Ishvara Pranidhana, surrendering to the God, that is so strong, so palpable, so clear, untouching, undisturbable. You don't even bother whether he really exists or not. Now, let's learn one of the Naimanar story. The 63 Naimanar, who are very simple beings, but what we are talking about, the unshakable devotion to Shiva, surrendering to Shiva. Tirunavukka Sagar, a great saint from Tamil Nadu, also known as Appar. He was put in prison, religious persecution, just because of his ideas. he believes. He was put in prison. And the guys who have put him in the prison also believe in different ideas, different values. But unfortunately, those guys are not established in the concept of Ishvara Pranidhana. The touch of Ishvara Pranidhana is not there in the opposite, people who put him in jail. When one religious group attacks the other religious group, the group which is established in the Ishvara Pranidhana is always going to be successful. That group, that person is going to be successful. Here, the upper is established in the Ishvara Pranidhana, surrendering to the God. He just relaxed in that Ishvara Pranidhana. So when he was put behind the bars, and the king who punished him expected that this guy will suffer and go through the psychological torture. And he may drop. His ideas are not right. He may change his ideas and into the king's ideas and opinions. He may get converted into king's religion. A person who is established in Ishvara Pranidhana, surrendering to the divine, even if the divine does not interfere and perform miracle. Surrender. The juice, the strength which he receives by the surrender is so strong. He will not expect divine to do anything. He will not be shaken even if the divine does not interfere. He is put in the bar. Shiva did not come and open the prison. He did not do any miracle. He did not break the prison. He did not tell the devotee, come on, come on. No. But the strength of Ishvara Pranidhana of upper is so strong. The strength of the surrender is so strong. He does not bother. He does not even ask for Shiva to come and open, break. He just sits there and sings beautiful song, very beautiful song. On the top of that, a pleasant evening moon shine, a beautiful, sweet evening breeze. Beautiful Tamil song he was singing. And he described that I'm having this beautiful feeling now. He describes elaborately about the how beautiful scene he was in, being at the feet of Shiva, sitting in the prison. He's singing, sitting in the prison. That is, Swamiji says, Vidya Ahankara. The power of Ishvara Pranidhana, surrendering to the God, is so strong. Whatever is the situation, you are experiencing that beautiful space. When you are completely in rest with surrender, in tune with the surrendering to God, with the Ahankara expresses itself so powerfully, so beautifully, nothing can be shaken. Any sharings, please do that. So now all of you know what is tapas. What is Ishvara Pranidhana? Vidya Ahankara. These three. Whatever is your understanding, can you please post it in the chat? Imbibe these ideas. Whatever your understanding, please post it in the chat of these three words. Whatever is your understanding, even if you do not able to describe the words, whatever your understanding, please post it in the chat. Only whatever you listen, only when you express in the manana, only when you express your learning is doubled. Questions also, please post it. Prema Rupananda. Whatever, wherever I am, whichever situations there, enjoying Paramashiva's presence in me. Every kshana, Ishvara Pranidhana. Nothing will disturb me. Only Paramashiva Advaita. Wonderful, ma. Others also, please share whatever your understanding in the chat. You can ask any questions, clarifications. Only when you are interacting, your learning will be more. Just listening, you learn only 25%. Okay. So now, let's understand some deeper concepts about yoga. Patanjali starts with the concept called Atha Yoga Anusasanam. His first sutra. What does it mean? Now let us enter into the yoga. What does it mean? What he means by that? What he means by let's enter into the yoga. Enter into the zone of yoga is enter into the teachings of yoga. You need the moment of now. Enter into the yoga is enter into the present moment. It's very powerful click. Enter into the yoga is enter into the moment of now. What if we understand this sutra clearly, many a time we are here, body is here, but the mind is somewhere, isn't it? You're not integrated with where you are. Your body is here, mind is somewhere. You're doing something, but you're not in doing, but you're thinking something else. That is the daily experience of many, right? Since morning till we go to bed, this is what happens. Whatever we do, our mind, body, mind, soul is not in that, but body is one doing something, mind is doing something. So when you move into the zone of now, entering into the now, entering into the yoga, the first step is entering into the present now. NOW. Yoga starts happening in you. When you come to the present moment, yoga starts happening in you. Come down from the mind-created illusions, come down from the fantasies, come straight to this moment, the present moment, then yoga starts happening in you. Yoga is not just moving the body, yoga and doing some asanas. Yoga is not just focusing your mind. Yoga is the ultimate happening in the present moment. Let's first understand what yoga is not. As we know, especially in the West, there's a lot of misconceptions about yoga. Simply, they reduce it to physical movements or mental exercises. Yoga has therapeutic effect, no doubt, but that does not mean that yoga is just the physical therapy or physical exercise. It has a spiritual depth and sacredness. Yoga is a conscious, uniting experience. I see some more comments on Prabhama says it is Frank then or Pranithana. Ishvara Pranithana, not Frank. Premarupama Ishvara Pranithana. Yes. Surrendering to the divine, come what may, even if you do not believe the Ishvara, whatever Ishvara you believe is not true. You do not bother about whether Ishvara is the real God or whether Ishvara is powerful. Beyond that belief, you surrender. That is Ishvara Pranithana. How many of you got this concept? You can post it in the chat. All right, so now let's continue. You can share your understanding, comments, and be interactive all the time. Then your understanding will be more and more and complete. Otherwise, you hear from one ear and forget in another ear. So we are living constantly in illusions, dreams, hopes. We cannot live without them. That's why even when you do not have anything to do, we are constantly have something to dream about. We're constantly chewing on our illusions, fantasies. In simple Sanskrit word, it is called Maya, illusion. Yama sa Maya. Maya is which is not there, but which we constantly, continuously feel that it is there. We feel as if it is there and live with it. That is what is called Maya. If you see your life full of hopes, fantasies, illusions, dreams, success, failure, none of them are actually there in the present moment. But you are constantly creating and living with that which is not there. That is called Maya. It doesn't mean that you should not have hopes. It doesn't mean that you should not have ambitions. This is not what it is explained. Swamiji is explaining here. But it is coming in the way of your life. If it is coming in the way of quality of your life, of your progression of your life, then that is the problem. The essence of yoga in this Patanjali is explaining one message, that whenever you are in the present moment, yoga is happening in you. Whether you are bending the body or stand upside down to be a yogi, you do not have to bend your body or stand upside down to be a yogi. But if you want to be yogi, you need to be living in the present moment. How many of you understood this? What do you carry this today? Now, you have learned about few things today. I'm repeating. Tapas. What else? Can you all type it? What are the words that I'll see how many of you remember? First word is tapas. What is tapas? Second, how many of you are typing? I'm in the present moment, always, but the awareness is with the physical pain. How can this help? Do this the intense, whenever the pain comes, when you are really aware on the focus point of the pain, wherever the center of the pain is, it's arising, do that pain meditation. It will really reduce and go away. The choice of words, remove the pain word itself. Without using the word pain, you simply do that meditation. Which we discussed actually in one of the health and wellness Arogya Spurana program. We explained this. I'll explain to you this briefly. Whenever any pain you are experiencing, from that area, you come to the center of the point where the pain is arising. And remove the word pain and just complete awareness to the point where the pain arising. Do not use the word pain at all, but you bring your awareness again and again to the center of the area where you feel the intense pain. Bring complete awareness and just relax. You'll see the pain starts leaving your system. Do this for a few days and see. It's one of the powerful techniques that Swamiji has taught. You understand, Ma? Malia, you understand? Try this, Ma. Try this and see. Malia, yes. Now let's, so the words that we learned, the beautiful words, the concepts that we learned are tapas, then Ishvara, pranidhana, then vidya ahankara. Then what is yoga? The base concept of yoga. That is living, come to the yoga means come to the present moment. When you are living in the present moment, you are entering into the zone of yoga. What the West confused about doing the physical posture is not just yoga. That may have some benefits, but it's not actually yoga. When with yoga, you create the space for miracles. So what happens when you are in the space of yoga? When you are in the space of now, when you are entering into the zone of yoga. I request all of you to be on camera and participating. You have decided to come to attend this session. And if you want to be fully benefited, be live. Come to the yoga and listen intensely. Understand, participate to reap the full benefit. This is what we are learning. We are here, but our mind is somewhere. We do here, but our mind is somewhere. This is what we do all the time. Is exactly what we do. Okay, Ma, Prabhama. Now, let's move on. But I hope all of you are understanding what we are learning here. Swamiji shared us one beautiful experience. What happens when you are in yoga in the present moment? He shared us once a devotee brought her child and with her and to the Swamiji's Kalpataru Darshan. The darshan time, people generally go to Swamiji and ask for the boons, isn't it? So, whatever wishes, desires they have, generally people ask Swamiji's Kalpataru Darshan. Swamiji gives that boon. So once a child came to Swamiji's Kalpataru Darshan, and Swamiji naturally asked, what do you want? She did not know, the child did not know what to ask for. Suddenly, she saw a basket of chocolates right by Swamiji, and she asked for, I want chocolates. All right, Swamiji, gives the bunch to the child. The child did not stop there. She asked, can I get every day? Very excited child asked that, I want every day. Swamiji said, all right, you have it every day. Then she asked, how will you give every day? Swamiji said, I'm there in your home. Do you know? Swamiji referred to the Atmamurti and he said, he guided the child that you go ask You go in front of my Atma Murti, ask the chocolates, and the Murti will give you. The child exactly did the same. Every day she goes and asks the Atma Murti, and from the Atma Murti, chocolates are coming. The mother could not believe. And the child said, you come in front of you, I will ask Swamiji and he will give you. So she did that right in front of Swamiji's Atmamurti. She couldn't believe. This really happened, by the way. And not only that, the child asked for earrings. The child asked for whatever she wants. All small, small gifts she asked, and everything manifested. So mother thought, okay, I think I also get something. She asked for cell phone. She asked the child. Nothing happened. Of course, nothing happened. Cell phone did not come. So the mother took the child to Swamiji again, and she asked Swamiji, why when the child comes, you have given everything coming, but when I asked, you did not give. What is the reason? Can anyone guess? Can anyone write the answers? When mother asked, nothing came, but when the child asked, everything came. What is the reason? What did you understand so far? The child is what Patanjali says, Atah Yoga Anusasanam. The child is in the time zone of now. She's living in the now. She's in the space of yoga. When you are in that zone, in the space of yoga, the connection between you and the master happens straight away. It is direct and it is straight. And child does not have any doubts. Complete surrender. A child may not understand that complete connection. The child naturally in the space of Advaita with the master and in the space of, yes, ma Indranima, I think not surrender to this Swamiji. That is adult, not the child. Child have no doubt, complete. She may not use the word surrender. She may not believe in a big words. She may not even aware of it. But that is what we learn about Ishvara Pranitani. Complete trust. There is no equivalent word. Please share your understanding now. Any questions, clarifications, please post it in the chat. Ma Indrani, Ma Ivana. All others also. Now, let's move on. Okay, I see some comments. Comments. When suffering or pain come to me, I easily drop at his feet and come out. But manifestation like this child, still only practicing, not able to catch. So what did you understand from this real life that happened? And what you need to shift, Ma, Prema Rupama? Kalpa, is it Indranima? Is it Kalpataru that you are asking? Kalpataru. Okay, ma, I'll get back to you. So, Ma Premarupa is asking, Swamiji once said, manifestation on account what you want, still I am practicing. Ivana says, he's being difficult for me to hold the Sankalpa every day. Kalpataru means many of the way. Please explain. Okay. So there are all these questions are manifestation or all that you're posting. What we learn today, let's map it. When, see, Ma Ivana, you said doing the Sankalpa is, you're finding it difficult. So what you learned today from this first session is coming into the space of yoga. Means what? Coming into the present of now. So when you are practicing Sankalpa, coming into the space of yoga, leave whether it is manifesting or not. Leave the anxiety, whether it's still not manifested or not. Anything, just be. Intensely do that. Any thought that is coming, I'm doing this many days. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying you're thinking exactly the way. In general, I'm saying. Right? So whether I am able to do this many days, I did, but not happened. You decide intensely, consciously, and doing with the will persistence, you will manifest. The moment you declare it is not happening, you are, see, yesterday did not happen. Day before did not happen. So you are without doubt, with that failure, you can, I don't say failure, but not manifested. That feelings you're trying to do. Even are you able to get it? That hangover is there. So the Sankalpa process is not happening in the yoga, in the space of yoga or tapas. That hangover of thoughts is there. Drop that. The moment you have that hangover, the moment you decide it is not happening, it's completely gone. You are dictating your future with that thought. Past failures, you're repeating now in the present, in the yoga, you're repeating. Then you can manifest anything. You get the clarity, ma? And Premarupama, the same thing, same answer. So, Ma, it's fear and loneliness, you said. That is totally different aspect. Yes, you got it. So, fear and loneliness is a different aspect that you need to work on. Here we are talking about your manifestation, right, Ma? Whatever you want to manifest, that manifestation you attend the fear and loneliness, you attend the NSP, the Nithyananda Spurana program in Paramashivoham level 1. We'll discuss elaborately on this fear. You understand, Ma Ivana? Yes. Ma, these patterns you're saying, the patterns are there, arise, keep on going. Yes. They will be there because they are there from so many janmas. How many our years we have? How many janmas, the vasanas we are carrying? They are there. So you keep doing, keep working on. That's the only way. And suddenly breakthrough will happen. But keep working is the only solution. Will you get bored? Every day I'm eating. Will you get ever bored? Every day I'm eating. Oh, why should I eat every day? We don't, right? You got the clarity, Ma Ivana? So, Ma, Premarupama, you understand, Ma? Okay, so Ma Indrani Ma is asking about Kalpataru. Can you you want to understand what is Kalpataru, Ma? Ma Indrani? Premarupa also understood. So Kalpataru is I'll just explain to you briefly, Ma, in today's session. We are going to have one complete session, one complete day. We are going to work on understanding the Kalpataru signs, right? So right now, because you asked, I'm going to explain in brief. Kalpataru is wish-fulfilling tree, literal meaning. Meaning, whatever we want in our life, we can manifest. But in your life, in Ranima, see, there are some things happen, there are something did not happen even though you wanted it, and some unexpected things also happen, isn't it? If you go through your life, your 50, 60 years of life, I don't know your age, but I'm telling in general. There are not that everything did not happen. They're not that everything is happening. They're not that you've seen some unexpected setbacks also in your life, isn't it? The three things. how we write that, why that happened, why things are happening, why things are not happening, why some things are happening, why some things are not happening, why unexpected things are happening is rooted to our thoughts. Rooted to our thoughts. Our thoughts have power, our words have power, our actions have power, and our life has power. So harnessing this is Kalpataru science. When things are happening, you have the thoughts that you entertain, the thoughts that you nourished are manifested. When things did not happen, those thoughts are unconscious. That's why they did not happen. You understand in detail about how we are writing our stories, how we are manifesting everything in life, how we are also manifesting things that we do not want, and how not to manifest them. All this we are going to learn in when we are learning about Kalpataru science. It's one of the day we explain in detail about this. Any other questions? Please do post. Okay. Let me explain the schedule more. Okay, so Indrani asked me, I have another question. I will post tomorrow, explain it. Yes. If you have it, if you have that question, you can do it now. You don't need to wait until tomorrow. There is no limit to your questions. Indranima, you can ask now. Now, Indrani, are you posting the questions? Yes. Now, once you're done, we'll move on to our next cognitions about on yoga. So, are you all done? Then we'll learn more cognitions on yoga. Many times when we are learning this truth, powerful truth, a sudden click happens. Isn't it? Today, I think my Ivana got the click. Why? The learned that she needs to enter into the yoga, enter into the present now for practicing the sankalpa. So when a sudden click happens to people who come with deep understanding, deep devotion, and respect. So my Ivana's question, how to stop the mind? How to continuously patterns are coming. Yes, we need to continuously work on. Now, let's understand what Patanjali says, what sutra he gave. A simple and straightforward understanding to give all about this mind and its patterns. Mind is not an object. Mind is not a thing. Mind is an action. How to stop the mind? How to go beyond the mind? Wherever I go, almost every day, wherever you go, you carry that mind. There's no vacation from that. Indrani says, I have body pain ma always. Yeah, I just explained, ma, Indrani ma, whenever you get a body pain, do not use the word pain. Do not associate that body pain as pain. Okay? You have a pain. You are going through the pain. Don't say, I have pain. Even though it's difficult. I understand it's very difficult. The more you utter the pain word, pain only increases. Rather, do not utter anything. Whatever that happening in the body, do not associate with the pain. That's the first thing. Then, wherever is the body pain, you bring your complete awareness there. Forget rest of the body. Okay, forget rest of the body. Say, for example, you have a knee pain. I don't want you to tell me what it is, but you just say, I'm taking an example of a person has knee pain. That knee pain, bring your complete awareness to the knee. Forget rest of the body. And the knee area also, there is a pointed area where you have intense pain. You bring your awareness, say, for example, this much area is a pain. You bring your awareness shorter, and to the center point where literally you feel that pain. But do not use the word. It's just with your awareness, you have to do this. Not associating, saying that I have pain. Ah, this is too much pain. Do not drop those words. Oh, it's unbearable. It's so difficult, this pain. So stop using those words. Rather, simply bring awareness again and again and again to that area where the pain is. In few minutes, you feel like very intense. That experience is intense, but still bring that awareness wherever the problem area and relax there. Forget rest of the body. Intensely experience that pain. Do not use the word pain, but just bring the awareness with experience that whatever you're going through consciously, with awareness. Pain, Swamiji says, is bodies is seeking your attention. Pain, body is seeking your attention, your awareness. So when you are giving attention, awareness, it reduces. Understand what I said? Bring the now. Bring complete awareness there. Forget how long you have this pain. All that, drop it. How many years you have pain. All that, drop it. Don't clutch. Oh, 10 years I have this pain. Now with this awareness, will it go? All that, your mind will play the tricks, games. Don't associate those thoughts. Simply bring you create a sankalpa. Decide to heal. Simply use the word heal. Bring your awareness there. Use heal. Replace the word pain with heal. Forget rest of the body. Complete awareness on that problem area and replace pain with heal. Understand, ma? This is the powerful pain meditation that Swamiji explained in Arogya Purana, the health and wellness. We'll be doing this meditation in when we are working on Arogya Purana, that means health and wellness. The day we'll completely work on health and wellness. So we do this meditation. We'll explain more elaborately, and we'll do this meditation. Okay, Mark? So attend regularly and address this. See, when we are going through something, we play a victim. Yes, I understand. We have pain. We say that pain, but unfortunately, we are inviting more and more of that. We are asking the cosmos, give me more pain, give me more pain. The more you utter the pain, what is happening, you know? You're asking the cosmos, give me more pain. But that's not what you don't want, isn't it? Healing is what you want. So say that word. Say, your body listens to you. You are consciousness. With your power of consciousness, you can heal your body. But use the right word. You're asking the right word, right? So this is the right word. And many techniques you will learn during the Arogya Spurana. So you learn and you attend and learn all these techniques. Don't think that you already attended, you learned something. No. Your mind might have been somewhere else. And whenever you hear Swamiji satsangs again and again, whenever you hear the powerful cognitions again and again, sometimes they click more powerfully. All right. So attend more often and get benefited by these powerful teachings of Swamiji. Any other questions, or shall I continue this, what we are learning about yoga? Right? Whenever you hear something, now explain to you briefly about pain meditation. You say, no, 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 I have already tried so many ways, so many days. I have tried many times. No, you did not try so many ways. You try now powerfully being in the now. Don't clutch what did not happen in the past. When you are walking, you're tired. You don't want to walk. What do? Simply, you simply sit on the bench, isn't it? You have that power. Yes or no? You are walking, long walk. Now your legs are paining. You don't want to walk. What will you do? You simply sit. Same way, you can stop the mind. Mind is a simple action. How you make a decision to sit when you're walking, you can simply put mind to drop. Just stop it. So basically, yoga is cessation of the mind, dropping the mind. As mind is not a thing, mind is an action. It is simply an action which is in your hands to stop it. When you are sitting down, do you ever ask yourself, what happened to my walking? I was walking just 10 minutes ago. How did it stop? Did you ask? No, right? You don't ask that because you know that you stopped. You are walking. You are walking, you stop yourself by sitting down. Whenever you are silent, you don't think, why did I not talking? You question yourself. I was talking 5 minutes ago. Did you question that? Why did I not talking? You just knew you were talking, and earlier, now you decided to be silent. That's all, right? Same way, you can stop your mind whenever you want. You can switch it off when not needed. You can start again when needed. Just knowing this makes you feel so powerful to handle your mind intelligently and effortlessly. So many techniques Swamiji has given for this. When you decide, how naturally you decided to sit when you are walking, when you do not want to walk. You decide when you do not want to talk, you can be silent. How you simply decide, the same way. You can make the mind silent. Cessation of the mind. How many of you are able to understand this? What are your cognitions on this? Your cognitions, your understanding? As I explaining, whenever you share, you internalize, right? You think, what did I understand? Then whenever, whatever you heard is Ravana, listening. You understand only 25%. But when you internalize, that is manana. You learn another 25%. So always internalize what was What is your understanding? You can share it in your own words. You can share it. It doesn't need to be exactly the same words. Prema Rupama posting. When I decide to sit after a long walk, I just sit like that, drop mind. Yes. Others also, you can share your understanding. Now we'll be moving on to our next session. The next Acharya is here. So I'll see you in further sessions. Your next Acharya will lead us to the further sessions.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Nithyanandam. Just a minute. Yes. So we will be moving into the next session where we will be learning all about Nithyananda Yoga. So how it originated, who was the actual founder of the yoga, and how Swamiji has contributed to humanity by reviving this entire science We will begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Kindly turn on your cameras and be available in front of your cameras. The learning is more intense when you are visible in the camera. So we will begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana-sadrusham Tattvamasya-adhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Just a moment. We're facing a slight technical glitch here. Let me fix it. Thank you. Let's continue. So we will now be learning all about Nithyananda Yoga. So introduction to Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. So we just started with the Sadguru Vandanam. Why we chant the Sadguru Vandanam? Let us understand the meaning. It is only a simple way of thanking the ultimate intelligence for gracing us here today. The scriptures reveals that creating a conscious resolution at the beginning of anything invokes the presence of the Guru, marking his blessings and auspicious outcome of the action. I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called sattva, rajas, and tamas. The Guru Parampara Vandanam. This is chanted Let me chant the Guru Parampara Vandanam. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. In the Guru Parampara Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to eternal lineage, to all Gurus, to all Masters. I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened Masters, which has Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva as the beginning, Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti as the middle, and my Guru Nithyananda as the entirety from the source onwards. So, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? A small introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam, is recognized as the 1008th living manifestation of Paramashiva, Paramavatar of Paramashiva as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma in Hinduism, and by his predecessors of enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam, is reviving Hinduism as the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, the head for all spiritual leaders of Atal Akhada, ancient apex body of Hinduism, coronated as Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order, and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar, ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, that is the Pontiff of Tondai Mandala Adhinam, ordained as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, Pontiff of Shyamala Pita Sarvagnya Peetham, ordained as the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adhinam, and coronated as the 203rd Emperor of Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajyam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reigning spiritual emperor of 20 ancient traditional Hindu kingdoms and the reviver of the most ancient, most peaceful, still living and long-lasting demonstrable system that shows the possibility of peaceful coexistence amongst people. Following the coronation to establish KAILASA worldwide at the age of 16 for the past 27 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the face of the unified Hindus, has been single-handedly, tirelessly inspiring the dispossessed Hindu diaspora to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom and stand unified for the centuries-old Hindu genocide. The 1008th living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam, stands as the unifying force for the 2 billion born and practicing Hindu diaspora worldwide and established the Hindu state Kailasa for the persecuted Hindus in over 100 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam, has made resolute efforts towards recognizing and legitimizing the Hindu genocide, which has been receiving scant consideration by global leaders and international bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded Kailasa Uniting Nations. So what is Kailasa? Let us learn more about Kailasa. It is the first ancient Hindu enlightened civilizational nation. Hinduism is the most ancient, most peaceful, still living and long-lasting demonstrable system that shows the possibility of peaceful existence amongst people, despite fundamental differences in their preferences and realities. Over the last 50 years, the effects of meditation and its significant impact on stress, crime rates, violence, political decision-making, and even war in local and global consciousness is well established. Unfortunately, over the last 200 years, we are forcibly made to believe Hinduism is functional principle only for enlightenment and spirituality. It is absolutely dysfunctional for the political, social, economical system. Making Hindu family structure, Hindu social structure dysfunctional is the greatest crime done against humanity. Hinduism was once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent from Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Burma, Sri Lanka, all the way to Singapore, Malaysia, and Cambodia, and Indonesia, and also in 200 states, 1700 samasthanas, provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas, traditions. Over several centuries, the combined forces of foreign invasion, political upheaval, colonialism, and religious persecution systematically ended millennia of Hindu Swarajya or self rule. Today, Hindu temples remain in few countries, but the Hindus who worshipped in them have been ethnically cleansed. The Kailasa, with de facto spiritual embassies operating across over 100 countries and having its presence across the globe as the largest spiritual knowledge source on Hinduism, is spiritually governed with life positive, all inclusive, universal policies sourced from Hinduism, revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam. Having enriched more than 1 billion individuals over the past 27 years, Kailasa raises the voice to protect Hindus, defend Hindus, and preserve the Hindu narrative for the world. For most yogis around the world, enlightened Master Patanjali is the father of yoga. Now we're looking at Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, its origin and what it comprises of. Now, Patanjali, the father of yoga, presented a system called Ashtanga Yoga, comprising 8 dimensions of yoga approximately 3000 years ago. Little do we know that yoga was revealed in detail by Bhagavān Paramaśiva, the first and foremost guru who revealed Shashtanga Yoga over 60,000 years before Patanjali. Bhagavān Paramaśiva reveals Shashtanga Yoga in the Kirana Āgama Yoga Pāda 2.3, one of the original authentic scripture on yoga. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, the 1008th incarnation of Bhagavān Paramaśiva, has revived the Shashtanga Yoga through Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga is the essence, the best of the 1 million yogic scriptures available from all the sampradayas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma's Veda-Āgamic tradition, as per the vision of Bhagavān Paramaśiva, to manifest extraordinary superhuman powers, Shaktis, through yoga. So let us understand that yoga, the original yoga, is from Paramashiva. Paramashiva has bestowed upon humanity the science of yoga. So the original author, creator is Paramashiva himself. The first thing that you need to know is that yoga did not originate from Patanjali. Patanjali is the organizer, not originator. And that's the first thing you need to know, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam. With all due respects to Patanjali, I want to declare this truth to the world. At least 15,000 years before Patanjali, a being walked on the planet Earth assuming the physical form, Adi Guru, Bhagavān Paramaśiva, the founder and father of the yoga system. Patanjali Yoga Sutras is a great book, no doubt, but not the first book. Unfortunately, many popular yoga gurus all over the world always stop with Patanjali. Very few say yoga was before Patanjali, and even if they say, they're not able to present the scriptures and literature. The second important truth is that yoga is from Hinduism. Always ask for the original source. It is unfortunate that the original scriptures revealed by Bhagavān Paramaśivam are not available for the mass. we need to understand that yoga cannot be developed and cannot be separated from Hinduism. It is a perfect system that was revealed by Bhagavān Paramaśivam and further organized by living enlightened masters, disciples of Bhagavān Paramaśivam over thousands of years ago with a clear purpose, a vision. Yoga is a complete science that has taken into account all types of bodies, past, present, and yet to come in the future. Altering yoga is not development but dilution. So, yoga is the science of radiating enlightenment. That is the third important truth. So, yoga is not just the science of keeping you healthy, yoga is the science of radiating enlightenment. Yoga is not just the ability to stretch your body, it is ability to manifest what you want. Yoga is not all about making you a better person. Yoga is all about making you a superhuman. The best thing that can happen to you on the path of yoga is getting rid of all self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial, the root cause for all incompletions. So you can learn more about this completion, about self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. What exactly it is, what is the root pattern, how to complete with it. You can join this program and learn all about completion. It is only here in this platform that we provide free classes. The sessions are free of cost. You can join this program, which is available for the entire humanity, free of cost. And all the powerful truths are shared here in this program. By joining this program, you receive immense energy from the master, the Diksha, the Nayana Diksha, initiation, whatever you call it, he is here to uplift you. He is here to raise you to the next level. So just by joining the program and being here and attending all the sessions and doing all the exercises and participating intensely will give you a breakthrough in all the major areas of your life. So to know more about our programs, you can log into any social media platform. You can just type Nithyananda and you will find all the pages opening up which has all the information that is required. And paramashivoham.org is the website for you to find the dates and the timing and all the updates, how to join the program and what is presented in this whole program. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramāśivam, actively teaches the science of completing with these, collectively called SDHD, that is the self-doubt, self-hatred and self-denial, discarding all mental patterns that limit us from living to our highest potential. So yoga is the ultimate merging of the individual consciousness with the cosmic consciousness. It is designed to experience oneness, Advaita, and express all the mystical powers outlined by Paramashiva. As long as we carry inadequate, immature cognitions about ourselves, about life, others, God, the world, we continue to feel separate from the whole. When we complete with all our limited cognitions and discover our true self, yoga happens. The Veda-Agamas are the source books of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The revelation from the Veda-Agamas form the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural authority on truth, which came down directly from the mouth of Bhagavān Paramaśiva to his consort Devi Paramashiva Shakti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for the Hindus. Vedas are like a pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, but Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. All the Hindu bodies accept Vedas and Agamas as Shruti, that which is heard, and everything else follows as Smritis, the remembered scriptures. Agamas are directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramaśiva. They're more like a practical manual of how to, what to, where to, and when to. All these details are answered with the right context, giving enough of understanding, and I should say, in a more sympathetic, compassionate way, with a lot of concern for human beings with tremendous user friendliness. So let us look at the Shastra Pramana here that has been taken from the Yoga Pāda, verse 2.3. Kirana Āgama, Yoga Pāda, verse 2.3. Bhagavan Yoga Siddhischa Mokshascha Tadabhyal Sachubham Khaga Sadangasacha Bodha Vyastasyangam Shunusva Tat. Through the practice of yoga, one can attain beneficent accomplishments. He can attain liberation. He can ascend to the state of ineffable bliss. Yoga is not just postures and breathing techniques, but the very science of achieving the space, radiating the state, and manifesting the powers, the Shaktis of the original yogi in the universe, Paramashiva himself. Authentic yoga makes people manifest spiritual powers from Advaita, the space of oneness or enlightenment. To serve the purpose of the genesis of Nithyananda Yoga, KAILASA pledges to promote and enable all practicing Hindus to unlock and expand the human potential and to give humanity a superconscious breakthrough without discriminating between caste, creed, gender, age, ability, and religion. Pramanas or the four authorities and evidences of truth. So the first pramana or the first authority in Yogabhyasa, the Shastra Pramana. What is Shastra Pramana? The Shastra Pramana is the scriptural evidence, the direct ultimate authority on the truth as it is, for it is directly from Bhagavān Paramaśiva, the Adi Guru, the original Guru, the source of all that is. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Veda-Agamas are the irrefutable Shastra Pramana. All knowledge currents, philosophies, rituals, and lifestyle systems, yogic sciences for humanity are in depth, systematically revealed in Veda-Agamas, which form the Pramanas. The next is the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramanas are the ancient, great, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilations of experiences of enlightened sages called the Rishis, Siddhas, Munis, incarnations, that is the avatars, the direct disciples, followers and descendants of Bhagavān Paramaśiva, like the Sapta Rishis, Maharishis, including the enlightened ones such as Patanjali, Valmiki, Agastya Mahamuni, Abhinavagupta, Kshemaraja, Paramahamsa Yogananda, etc. The compiled experiences verify and expand further on the Veda-Agamas, forming Apta Pramana. The Atma Pramanas are the direct experiences of the living avatar. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is respected, revered as the living incarnation by millions of people worldwide. In the space of pure oneness or Shuddhadvaita with Bhagavan Paramaśivam, the Atma Pramanas of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism form the words of his gurus. his own experiences and all that he has learnt and directly experienced and done thorough verification and authentication with the Shastra Pramana and then present it to the world. Next, the Sakshi Pramana. Sakshi Pramanas are the evidence of the experiences and sharings of the people who directly experience the Pramanas as a living, applied reality in their lives as the manifestation of his Atma Pramanas. In these series, the Pramanas are presented from different Veda-Agamas from the various systems or portions of the Agamas such as the Jnana Pada or Vidya Pada, the knowledge section from Agamas, Kriya Pada, the ritual sections from Agamas, Yoga Pada, the yoga knowledge and science sections, Charya Pada, the enlightened lifestyle from Bhagavān Paramaśiva. Only when all three are combined does the initiation safely culminate in Sakshi Pramana, the individual disciple's experience of the highest state and power manifestations of yoga. Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramāśivam, combines all three pramanas, precisely reviving the space from which Paramashiva created this science. After being subject to years of dilution and pollution of the sacred science, the most profound intention and context of yoga is now being revived and transmitted as a tangible experience by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramāśivam, the avatar of Paramashiva himself. Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga is hence all about producing the experience of Paramashivatva, the state of Paramashiva, his qualities, his glory, his grace, and his powers in you. The 12 components of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga are the asana, pranayama, mudra, bandha, karana, visualization, japa, chanting, weightlifting, mandala, abharana, and aushada. So there are 12 components of yoga. The ultimate truths in the field of yoga, 12 components of each asana. Asana is the physical posture, pranayama, the breathing structure, mudra, the energy circuit, connections, bandha, internal awakening of Kundalini Shakti, 12 various components of each asana flowing into the Vinyasa Krama of 1008 postures with a valid Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana. It will be made as Sakshi Pramana for you. So your very own experiences when you perform the yogasanas, the experiences that is derived by you is the Sakshi Pramana. The 12 components of yoga are the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, 108 Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, 308 Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, 508 Chaturtha Vinyasa Krama, 1008. So there will be 1008 asanas. So the Prathama Vinyasa Krama has 108 asanas. The Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama has 308 asanas. Tritiya Vinyasa Krama again 508. Chaturtha Vinyasa Krama 1008. So these are all asanas, pranayama, mudras, bandhas, all put together comprises of the 12 components of yoga. You are going to have the Parama Yoga revealed by Paramashiva. To truly understand why yoga should be practiced with all of its components, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramāśivam, revealed the first principle of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga as Vyakta and Avyakta, which is the manifest and unmanifest. I hope all of you are following what is being shared here. Yes, I can see. It would be good if you turn on your cameras and be available in front of the camera to receive the powerful truths as it is. Okay, if you have any questions, please mention them in the chat box and you will receive the answers for the same. Okay, let's continue. So, in the scientific community, Vyakta and Avyakta is commonly understood as matter and antimatter. Authentic yoga is meant to deliver both Vyakta and Avyakta experientially to the practitioner. The manifest parts of our body and consciousness are more familiar to us. They are tangible. Outward physical movements would be considered a manifest aspect, but it is the unmanifest which begins to reveal itself in our body through KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Each of the 12 components of yoga work on the unmanifest layer, the avyakta, anti-matter, anti-sound, anti-sex. Anything done on the level of usha, the expression, which is matter, due to matter's quality of going up and down, does not stay permanently. Anything done on the level of chaya, the existence, that is the antimatter, as it does not go down, stays permanently. If it is done on usha, it will work only on the mind. If it is done in chaya, it will remain in the body. Remnants of body in the altered form, the power manifesting form, exists longer than the remnants of the mind in altered states of consciousness. During the process of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, the yogi intensely withdraws from the body the form they are connected, allowing them to experience teleportation and materialization. When materialization happens, the antimatter from the avyakta enters into the vyakta and becomes matter. By the end of the entire sequence, the yogi will be able to immediately manifest at least 21 powers without a single doubt. During the process of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, the yogi intensely withdraws from the body the form they are connected, allowing them to experience teleportation and materialization. When materialization happens, the antimatter from the avyakta enters into vyakta and becomes matter. By the end of the entire sequence, the yogi will be able to manifest at least 21 powers without a single doubt. The power of this whole process is doing it in the breathing space of the Master Paramashivah himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam. If the atmosphere is inhaled through nose, it is prana. If it is inhaled through every pore of the skin, it is samana. The whole breathing space of Paramashiva is samana. Thus, Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga can only be practiced in the consecrated place of the Master to imbibe the samana to take you deeper into the oneness experience. Therefore, Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga should be practiced in the physical presence of the Master or with his energized Murti present. In Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, when the body goes through anti-sex with Paramashivoham, power manifestation becomes permanent and complete. Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga gives the direct experience of the state of Samadhi, oneness with the ultimate Paramashivoham. So you can also practice by logging on to this Paramashivoham program, which happens every day for 21 days. One season is 21 days, and we have continuous sessions lined up. So if you want to practice, if you are interested in learning and doing the KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, you can log in on any one of the platforms where this program is relayed live. So the asanas are performed by the ordained sannyasis of the Nithyananda order. So you can watch them, you can learn, and you can do the asanas along with the team. So now let us look at the components. The first component being the asana. Maybe the most widely discussed topic in yoga today is, what does asana mean? Is it sitting, a certain posture, movement? Like most understandings, the only way to truly discover the truth is to go to the original source. This text itself is the original source book, revived in modern form. It is dedicated to unveiling the truths about asanas, revived from the almost lost sacred palm leaves gifted to humanity thousands of years ago from Paramashiva, Adi Yogi himself. Since most people are either in a state of restlessness, which is rajas, or tiredness, tamas, the body needs preparation to enter into the experience of yoga. Asanas allow the body and mind to come to a state of balance and restful awareness, sattva, where one can easily enter into the deeper and more subtle dimension of yoga. A person is made up of three bodies: the physical or gross body, Sthula Sharira, the subtle body, Sukshma Sharira, and the causal body, Karana Sharira. Chakras are the subtle energy centers that are present at the intersection of the physical, the subtle, and the causal body. They are aligned in an ascending column from the base of the spine to the top of the head. Asanas involve placing these centers in relative position with each other. Those positions can be represented by geometrical figures. If the asanas are practiced in a certain manner, one becomes prepared for the purification of the nadis. It is excellent in alleviating the diseases. Prana and bodily heat are enriched. Minor diseases are also cured, and bodily heat and prana are stimulated. One feels light, lifespan is enhanced, and premature death is prevented. So, this truth is taken from Hatha Tattva Kaumudi, chapter 9, verse 18 and 19. Some of the benefits of asanas include optimizing the digestive functions, for example, Matsyendrasana, regulating fever and imbalances caused due to tumors, for example, Mayurasana, removing fatigue, example, Shavasana. All these are taken from the Hattattva Kaumudi. So the Shavasana gives mental stability and removes fatigue. Enhancing enthusiasm and stamina, you can perform the Virasana, and ensuring success to the yogi is the Siddhasana. By performing the Siddhasana, you can ensure success to the yogi. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, describes asana as steady and comfortable body postures to tune oneself with the cosmos. Ultimately, asana means many things. Physically, whether standing, sitting, laying, or jumping, asana is when our muscles are completely comfortable and relaxed. They are alive, stable, and comfortably stacked upon one another. Asana is when the body is bending, stretching, and aligning itself to the cosmic geometry. The context of asana is not restricting itself to some physical posture. It's not a place that the body is in, but a space. Nididhyasana, for instance, is when we are radiating excitement, joy, and bliss for life, regardless of the physical positioning of the limbs. The most important understanding of asanas is it is not a practice at all. It is a happening, a manifestation which happens through asanas. We do not practice sitting with God, we embody God, Paramashiva. It is from this space of Paramashivoham, when we are intent on the vow of living like a god, that we are performing an authentic asana through intensely flowing through the Prathama Vinyasa Krama of 108 asanas. The body simply falls in tune with the cosmos. The next component, the pranayama. Pranayama is a term that refers to the breathing process. The air you breathe is just a vehicle in which the prana, that is the life energy, comes in and goes out of your body. When you inhale, the air comes in carrying prana, and when you exhale, the empty air goes out. This life energy is universal. Yoga Kundalini Upanishad verse 1.19 states, Pranaro dhamate danim pravakshami samasatah pranascha dehago vayurayama kumbhaka smrutah. Then I shall presently relate briefly about the control of the vital air. Prana is air coursing through the body, and ayama is said to be kumbhaka, holding under control. Paramashiva describes pranayama as being composed of three processes, rechaka, puraka, and kumbhaka. Puraka means the inhalation of prana from outside the body. Kumbhaka refers to holding the breath like a filled up pot without moving the limbs, and rechaka refers to the exhalation of air from the body. Consistent and proper practice of pranayama increases our life energy, giving us greater mental abilities, slowing the aging process, ridding the body of diseases, fatigue, and thirst, and helping us manifest divine powers such as levitation, teleportation, and materialization. Pranayama is where yoga reveals itself as much more than a mere physical practice. No other discipline has understood and presented the means to regulate and expand one's own life energy like yoga. The practice of pranayama leads to the purification of the energy body and its channels called nadis. The Yoga Tattva Upanishad 44 to 46 verse mentions about this, and to the ultimate experience of manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. For example, Kumbhaka Paddhati, verse 88 and 89. Through proper asanas, physical well-being is achieved, muscles are toned, the nervous system is strengthened, and vital organs are regulated and brought into a state of health, which is mentioned in the Hatha Tattva Kaumudi, chapter 11.5. Thus, the body becomes ready for pranayama. Darshanopanishad, chapter 3, verse 13. It is with pranayama that the real technique of yoga begins. There is a constant inflow of prana happening in our bodies through the nadis and chakras, but much of it usually gets dissipated into the external world. This dissipation into the external world is responsible for the feeling of tiredness, confusion, and powerlessness that we experience. Mudra, a Sanskrit word meaning seal, refers to the positioning of the limbs, fingers, or even tongue in a certain way to seal this prana into our body, a way of aligning to the cosmic geometry. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defines mudras simply as an energy circuit connection. Mudras are a way to stimulate the flow of prana shakti, the life force, energy, and cosmic currency inside us. Mudras are the psycho-physical processes which help accelerate the effect of an asana and pranayama to take us to a higher state of consciousness. By positioning the body in certain ways to block the dissipation of prana and direct it inwards, mudras create the space for pratyahara and dharana, the higher experiences of yoga, to happen in us. Throughout the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, you will experience mudras of the hands and of the gaze called Drishti. The Shastras, the scriptures that are direct revelations from Paramashiva, reveal the layers of benefits that can result from the integrated practice of mudras, ranging from health and longevity to mental focus, awakening the subtle grooves of the brain responsible for higher emotions such as devotion and gratitude, to the ultimate experience of transcending our limiting cognitions we carry as human beings and living and radiating the state, space, and Shaktis of Paramashiva himself. It is mentioned repeatedly in the scriptures that the initiation by the Guru holds the master key that can transform us from human beings into superhuman beings. Paramashiva himself, it is mentioned repeatedly in the scriptures that initiation by the Guru holds the master key that can transform us from human beings into superhuman beings. So next we will be looking at mudra. Paramashiva says in the Shiva Samhita, chapter 4, verse 18, Anena vidhina yogi mandabhagyopi siddhyati sarvasameva nadinam chalanam bindhu maranam जीवनन्तु कषायस्य पातकानां विनाशनं सवरोगोपशमनं जठराग्निविवर्धनं वपुषा कान्तिं मलां जरामृत्युविनाशनं वाञ्छितार्थफलं सौख्यमिन्द्रियाणाश्च मारणनां एतदुक्तानि सर्वाणि योगारूढस्य योगिनः भेदव्यासतावशयं नात्र कार्याविचारणा. The translation: in this way, through the Mahamudra, even the most unfortunate yogi might obtain success. By this means, all the vessels of the body are roused and stirred into activity. Life is increased and its decay is checked and all sins destroyed. All diseases are healed and the gastric fire is increased. It gives faultless beauty to the body and destroys decay and death. All fruits of desire and pleasure are obtained and the senses are conquered. The yogi, fixed in restful awareness, acquires all the above mentioned things through practice. There should be no hesitation in doing so. Research has revealed the health benefits gained by practicing mudras, which include freedom from disease, hunger, thirst, fainting, fatigue, indigestion, skin diseases, constipation, and more. Besides this, mudras directly activate the prana and awaken the inner potential energy Kundalini Shakti in us, manifesting the space, state, and Shaktis of Paramashiva. Mudras are a crucial component of the yogic method for Kundalini awakening. Kundalini is the ultimate inner potential bioenergy that is available to each one of us. It is the largest untapped natural resource lying with humanity. When Kundalini energy is awakened with the right knowledge, right context, right understanding, right technique, right process, and above all, through the direct Diksha initiation by the living avatar, incarnation, it can give us anything we want. The next component is the bandha. Bandha is internal awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. It is a Sanskrit term that means conducive to. It is the active maintenance of a state of contraction or pressure in the body by the yogi, initially practiced and eventually naturally occurring contractions of different body parts. Bandhas are performed by making muscular and diaphragm contractions in specific parts of the body that pump energy into dormant or stagnant areas of life of the body. Sorry. Without bandhas, energy tends to leak out. It tends to be blocked or dissipated due to our lifestyle, etc. Here, bandhas are the bridge between the disconnected areas of the energy circuit. This is the reason that this pumping and realignment of prana, the vital life energy, and Kundalini Shakti, the inherent potential energy, brings tremendous healing and balancing to the physical, emotional, and neurological systems. Bandhas are described beautifully in the Shiva Samhita. Rajadanta bilam gadham sampidya vidhina pibet dhyatva kundalinim devim shanamasena kavir bhavet. The Akashic revelation. When having firmly closed the glottis by the proper yogic method and contemplating on the goddess Kundalini, he drinks the moon fluid of immortality. He becomes a sage or poet within 6 months. Now let us look at the chakras. There are 7 chakras. Mooladhara, the root chakra located in the perineum and associated with the adrenals. Swadhisthana chakra, it is located at the level of the pubic bone and associated with the reproductive organs. Manipuraka chakra, located at the navel and associated with the pancreas and adrenals. Anahata chakra, located at the heart center and associated with the thymus gland. Vishuddhi chakra is located at the throat and associated with the thyroid. Agnya chakra is located at the point between the eyebrows and associated with the pineal gland. And Sahasrara chakra is located at the crown of the head and associated with the pituitary gland. The chakras are subtle energy centers and not physical organs. Performing bandhas helps to push the Kundalini upward, the Kundalini energy upward through the chakras. Thereby, diseases can be cured and the function of their associated physical, psychological, and neurological systems can be optimized. The Moola Bandha. The Moola Bandha is known as the root lock that happens and works with the Mooladhara chakra. It is a contraction of the pelvic floor muscles. Pranic energy, which normally flows out of the body, is prevented from leaking and instead raised to the higher chakra energy centers along the spine. Locking this flow of energy at the base of the spine is referred to as Yoni Bandha. The Moola Bandha is the most important bandha and should be maintained during the breathing exercise. The benefit is that it brings perpetual youth. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us continue. The Mula Bandha is also known as the root lock that happens and works with the Muladhara chakra. It is a contraction of the pelvic floor muscles. Pranic energy, which normally flows out of the body, is prevented from leaking and instead raised to the higher chakra energy centers along the spine. Locking this flow of energy at the base of the spine is referred to as Yoni Bandha. Mula Bandha is the most important bandha and should be maintained during breathing exercise. The benefit is that it brings perpetual youth. The next is the Uddiyana Bandha or the Jalandhara Bandha. Uddiyana Bandha is known as the abdominal lock and therefore happens in and works with the Manipuraka chakra. It is performed by bringing the navel inwards towards the spine. Through this action, prana flows more easily into the Sushumna Nadi, the central energy channel along the spine where the Kundalini energy can move up the chakra centers. The Natya Shastra describes the combined movement of the hands and feet as Karana in sacred dance. It involves synchronized movements of the feet, hips, hands, and even the fingers. The 108 Karanas can be seen frozen in various temple sculptures and were used in the sacred dance. For the very first time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, reveals the effect of Karanas on the body and mind and the breathing patterns that they trigger. Performing the Karanas puts you into a state of high awareness of your body, engaging multiple body parts at the same time. The half squatting position, commonly called the Aramandi, is common to most Karanas, which when performed aligns the body to the alignment of the cosmos. Several triangles can be drawn along the lines of the body. Therefore, this posture enables the microcosm to connect to the macrocosm. The 7 chakras are in complete alignment and aids the Kundalini to raise to the Sahasrara. Just a minute, please. Yes, completing for this technical glitch. Let's continue. The Karanas, the 108 Karanas were revealed by Paramashiva to his Gana, Tandu, who then teaches it to Bharata, the author of the Natya Shastra. The Karanas incorporated into the Prathama Vinyasa Krama are Urdhva Janu, Ardha Swastika, Anchita, Gurnita, Katichinna, Nikutaka, and Valita. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, delivers a major conscious breakthrough to the field of yoga through incorporating these dance movements. Through Paramashiva's in-depth instructions, energy and movement is taken to the next level, as seen in this example of Karana. Tala pushpapu tam. Vame pushpaputaha parshve pado gratala sancharaha tathacha sannatam parshvam talapushpaputam bhavet. The Akashic revelation for the verse. On the left side, pushpa puta in the hand, foot in agrata lasanchara, and sannata on the side results in tala pushpa putaha. So the next component is the visualizations. So the Shastra Pramana for visualizations has been taken from the Tejo Bindu Upanishad, verse 1.29. Drishtim jnanamayim kritva pashyet brahmamayam jagat sa drishtihi paramodara na nasagra valokini. The translation. When seen with the sight of pure knowledge, the universe appears filled with the essence of Brahman, the ultimate expansive consciousness. It is that sight, drishti, which uplifts and raises, not the looking at the tip of one's nose. In the science of yoga, context and intention are everything. Why you bend your body matters. For whatever intention you move the body, that experience will be delivered to you. That is why in KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, we maintain the space of yoga as a ritual, as a direct connection between Paramashivam and us. With every asana, it is important to maintain a strong visualization of that asana. Many asana names are a direct meditation upon different gods and goddesses. Some asanas take the form of specific animals or other living creatures. When we keep a clear visualization of each form, we are embodying. The body can settle into the depth experience of each and every posture. Many times, Paramashiva tells in the scriptures that oneness can be experienced through seeing Him in everything, in each and every point we bring our gaze to. Through the sequence of 108 asanas, you will be guided to meditate upon specific visualizations for each asana. Japa is the internal chanting of a mantra with the visualization of it rotating around the throat in a circular way, allowing the yogi to feel the mild vibration of that mantra. When chanting, wear an energized Rudraksha bead exactly on the Vishuddhi chakra in the hollow of the throat. This is the place where the air is getting converted into sound. If you wear energized Rudraksha there, constantly every word coming out will have the quote of that mantra. It becomes like the Ajapa Japa. You will see this Rudraksha and the mild vibration meeting, and the Kundalini in you will be awakened. Ajapa Japa is one of the most powerful process and technique. It releases a certain kind of energy from our body and nectar from the throat. When you do ajapa japa, it is not that every second you chant once, your heart chants, your lungs chant, your throat chants. The more and more deep it goes into your being, more and more parts of your being resonates with that. Mahavakya mantras refer to the ultimate mantras of all mantras that are used to invoke the divine presence. Throughout the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, we implement mantras and Mahavakyas as powerful japas, repetitive chants while bending the body. These mantras were gifted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, to directly connect us to Paramashiva. The following are the japas used throughout the 108 asanas. The next component is chanting. So, Hatha Tattva Kaumudi chapter 18.6 explains the benefits of chanting. Yattasya devata maya virupa karanashraya swapnepi na bhavetasya nityam dvada shajapyataha. The Akashic revelation. By the grace of the deity being adored, one will not face distraction even in dream state if one chants mantra 12 times a day. Mantra is a Sanskrit word that describes a sacred utterance, a sound, a syllable, a single word, or a group of words. A mantra has spiritual powers with or without syntactic or literal meaning. A disciple needs to be initiated into a mantra by his guru. Using the right procedures, mantra diksha, for the mantra to have its maximum potency for that individual. It is given by the guru and received with gratitude and respect by the disciple. Clear instructions are given about the number of repetitions, the right speed and duration of chanting in order to experience the truth of the mantra. Paramashiva is light, that is consciousness, while Paramashiva Shakti is sound, which is creation. By mantras, a yogi can unclutch from the external things and be absorbed in the sounds of the mantra. The goal is to focus more and more on the subtle sound. By abandoning the thoughts, a yogi learns to listen to the nada. Nada is a sound which is based on the premise that the entire cosmos consists of sound vibration. The practice of listening to nada leads to oneness with the ultimate, with Mahasadashiva. Therefore, mantras lead a yogi to live and radiate the state and space of Paramashiva. When the body bends in a sequence of asanas, the aura or energy surrounding any person opens up. Therefore, only the highest vibrational sounds should be entering the space. That is why in KAILASA Nithyananda Yoga, the Sanskrit pramanas, the scriptural references from source texts, are continuously chanted out loud throughout the Vinyasa Kramas. As the aura or energy body is vulnerable and opened up while bending the body in yoga, the sounds listened to matter deeply. Whatever verbalizations you hear during that time impact your consciousness directly. The Sanskrit words of Paramashiva are the most powerful verbalizations. And next we look at weightlifting. Long before the rise of modern day bodybuilding methods in the Vedic civilization, weights were applied to the body as a method to raise the Kundalini, expand one's consciousness, and connect to the divine Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, has yet again revealed another ancient science that breaks the mold and box that yoga has been placed into. If you want to truly expand your yoga practice on the mat, simply apply external weight to the body. Throughout his divine Leela, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, has stated on a number of occasions of the importance of building the physical body and how it leads to various different benefits. You will stop falling into depression, You will become centered into integrity. You will go beyond tiredness. This is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam says, weightlifting is a spiritual quality. I strongly support all the activities of you working on your body like weightlifting, bodybuilding, everything. With this as a part of his vision for humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done intense self-research and has had a number of Akashic revelations, which are the revelations from the cosmic archives, and has shared how the science was lived by the Nada Panthis, the Nada Sampradaya Yogis, who used weights in combination with their yoga practices. From heavy stones to wooden logs, weightlifting is not something new to the Vedic tradition. There are various benefits of adding weights, such as an increase in flexibility, improvement in strength, and the deep, heavy breathing or pranayama that is involved. The ancient method of weightlifting built into the yoga asana practice is a yogic science involving traditional weights called Karanakattai, commonly known today as Karalakattai, and is the reason why the Natha yogis are called Karna yogis. A Karanakattai is a form of wooden stick or heavy wood held in either one or both hands. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, has revived and evolved yet another Vedic science, this time with the revelation of adding weights in the form of Karanakattais in the various Kailasas Nithyananda Yoga Asana sequences, which is being gifted to humanity for the first time in the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 Asana sequence. However, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam says there should be clear definitions of what weight should be used at the beginning and how that weight should be dispersed as you progress. He says, the Natha yogis did not believe in having equal weights in both the hands. They say that on one side you should have a different weight if you are male, your left side should have more weight. If you are female, your right side should have more weight. So they have a clear proportion. The unique method of utilizing weights with a specific hand also leads to amazing health benefits. In another Akashic revelation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that anyone with a heart problem could add 1/2 kg weight to the right hand and it will be completely healed. Thus, by adding weights with yoga, it will completely heal the whole body in various dimensions. Mandala is a representation of the cosmos. The human body is analogous to the cosmos itself. Mandalas representing the cosmos and yantras representing a particular deity correspond to the internal structure of retinal and geniculate cells. Their construction is based on the tantric seers' intuitive knowledge of the mind's nature, its relationship with subtle channels of energy, the nadis in the body, and the human need for a symbolic life. Yantra is a diagram into which a deity can be invited by using the corresponding mantra. They can be used towards achieving oneness or self-realization. The symbolism of yantra represents a universal pattern and the mantra, the cosmic sound. The combination of the two helps the sadhak, the yogi, performing the yoga to transcend the normal frame of reference and achieve a higher state of awareness in which the individual being and the universal being are one. So the Shastra Pramana for mandalas has been taken from the Devi Rahasya, which is revealed by Bhairava. Ataham te pravakshyami bhavanya yantramuttamam मूलमंत्र रहस्याढ्यम सर्वसिद्धि प्रदायकम बिंदुस्त्रिकोणम च षड श्रुयुक्तम वृत्तम च Nagara Kaladaladhyam Vrittatrayam Bhusadhanatrayam Syat Shri Chakramananda Padam Bhavanyaha. So the Akashic revelation. Now I shall reveal the yantra of Bhavani, who is adorned with the Mula mantra and that which bestows all siddhis. The Sri Chakra of Bhavani that resonates with the state of bliss has a bindu, trikona has a hexagon, circle, Nagara Kala Daladhyam, it has 3 circles, it has 3 houses called Bhu. The Sri Yantra or Mandala represents the cosmic form, the diagram of evolution and development of the cosmos, the form of the human organism, the diagram of the inner circuits of the body, the form of the goddess Tripura Sundari, because the goddess is synergy which pervades the entire phenomenal world. In the Sri Chakra, the 5 downward pointing triangles or Shakti triangles are manifested as 5 tanmatras: the sound, touch, sight, taste, smell. The 5 Mahabhutas, Akasha, air, fire, water, and earth. The 5 sense organs, ears, skin, eyes, tongue, and nose. And 5 organs of action, hands, feet, mouth, genitals, and anus. In the human body, these 5 elements are skin, nerves, flesh, fat, and bones. The 4 upward pointing triangles, which are Shiva triangles, represent the male energy and exist as Chitta, being, Buddhi, intellect, Ahankar, ego, and Manas, mind. The Bindu, the circle in the center, represents the Divine Mother. The Bindu in the Sahasrara Chakra represents the individual consciousness, which is the self, Jiva. In the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, we will be practicing yoga on the mat along with Sri Yantras energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam. With the presence of this mandala, the pure consciousness of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti will be infused into the biomemory. In the Veda-Āgamic lifestyle, abharana or jewelry is not only worn for decorative purposes but has a spiritual significance. Each metal and jewel holds a certain energy and provides specific benefits to the body when worn. As a result, people adorn themselves fully from head to toe. The Rudraksha jewelry is the traditional abharana worn by Paramashiva, and while performing the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama as the manifestation of the teardrop from Paramashiva's third eye, the Rudraksha energy bead is able to hold and radiate energy unlike any other stone. The Sundaravadam and the Kantamala are the chosen abharana by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the Vinyasa Krama sequence. Paramashiva specifically mentions how Shiva Bhaktas should adorn themselves. The Makuta Āgama from Paramashiva to Rudra, Rudraksha Dharanam in the Kriya Pāda says, केयूरकटके सूत्रं कुक्षिबन्धे विशेषतः सुप्ते पीठे सदाकालं रुद्राक्षं धारयेन्नरः 300 त्वधमं 500 मध्यममुच्यते सहस्रमुत्तमं प्रोक्तमेवं भेदेन धारयेत्. The Akashic revelation: a Shiva Bhakta should wear Rudrakshas round his crown, earring, chain, round the ear, armlet at all times, and specifically round the stomach, the Kukshibandha, while he is sleeping, drinking, etc. So continuing with the 11th component, Abharana, the Sundaravadam are the traditional Rudraksha earrings which provide balance to the body while performing the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama sequence. They also increase the space of listening in the yogi, allowing them to tune their body to the cosmic geometry during the practice. Wearing the Rudraksha necklace on the Vishuddhi chakra as the Kanthamala given by the Guru radiates the energy of the mantra initiated by the Guru, acting as a mechanized japa for the yogi. Performing the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama sequence while wearing the Kanthamala and Sundaravadam takes the ritual of yoga to the next level, infusing the yogi with the master's energy and oneness space at all times. Finally, the 12th component, Aushadha. Aushadha is the sacred alchemy science from the ancient Siddha tradition. It combines sacred herbs, prana, the cosmic force energy, and most importantly, the Shakti Pāda, the entanglement energy of Paramashiva, the ultimate, which can be ingested or physically applied to enter into the body. Through this ancient science, the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva can be experienced, giving access to the 25 states of consciousness, like how a perfect mirror reflects the sun perfectly, so does a perfect body reflect consciousness. The science of Aushadha, the sacred herbs prepared as per Agamas in the source book of Hinduism, revealed directly by Paramashiva, is a way to make the body like a pure mirror. Because certain herbs are capable of holding thought currents and transmitting them into you, they can be infused with the oneness experience during the Aushadha making process and directly consumed. Aushadha heals the physical, physiological, and psychological components of your being by tempering and transmuting the whole system, allowing you to be a pure reflection of Paramashiva, the pure superconsciousness. As a direct science from the Agamas, it is a direct teaching of Paramashiva revived by the avatar to raise humanity to the next level of consciousness. Aushadha is a key component of authentic yoga to fully engage all the senses and stimulate the body through the alchemical processes. The Aushadhas selected for this process are turmeric, kumkum, jnananjana, and sandalwood. Turmeric is one of the most powerful ways to detoxify the body and absorb higher levels of prana throughout your yoga practice. It has the property of entering the system through the skin and directly absorbing neurotoxins built up in the body. Every micromilligram of turmeric that gets into your system will clean 10 times that of fluoride toxin. Turmeric is applied to the temples to completely detoxify the entire system and help you to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Sandalwood is used to invoke divine energies. It is one of the most powerful medicines in Ayurveda for detoxing, cooling the body, healing wounds, and to have a healthy skin. It is famous for its anti-aging qualities, but also its spiritual properties like clearing the mind and reducing stress. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam, uses sandalwood as one of the components in all of his Aushadha processes. Paramashiva reveals Jnananjana in the Sri Guru Gita to Devi. Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. One who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of true, liberating knowledge by applying Jnananjana, the sacred black eyeliner, anointing the three eyes, which is of the essence and bioenergy of pure knowledge, and awakens the all-pervasive infinite eye, Chakshuhu, the intra-organ through which all that is seen. On to that, Sri Guru, I surrender. His Divine Holiness Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam reveals the benefits of turmeric and kumkum, the Atma Pramana, that is the Akashic revelation. Rubbing the turmeric and applying kumkum that detoxifies the intra-organ called third eye, putting your attention on the third eye activates something called Agnya, means the energy to activate the intra-organ called the third eye happens by putting your attention on it. So what do you need to bring for Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga class? As mentioned earlier, Nithyananda Yoga is performed by the sannyasis of the Nithyananda order in this program, Paramashivoham, level 1, level 2, as well as level 3. All the 3 levels will have the Nithyananda Yoga at the beginning of the program every day for 3 hours. You can log in and perform the yogasanas along with the trained disciples of Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam. So you need to have a yoga mat, a hand towel or wristband if required, a bottle of water, and most importantly, an open mind. So the benefit of doing Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga asanas are, it optimizes the digestive functions. For example, the Matsyendrasana. When you do the Mayurasana, it regulates fever and imbalances. The Virasana enhances enthusiasm and stamina. And the Siddhasana ensures success to the yogi. So, other important tips that you need to follow to perform the asanas: avoid eating for at least 2 or 3 hours before performing yoga. Drink a couple of glasses of water 1 hour before performing the asanas to ensure your body is hydrated, and ensure to drink plenty of water after performing yoga. And you can also wear clothes that allow your body to move freely. Do not shower immediately after performing yoga. Allow the body temperature to settle to normal. Wait for at least 15 minutes before consuming any food after performing yoga. So some more tips are how to of the asana or posture practice before practicing the asanas. So once you are familiar with the series of asanas or postures practiced in Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, before performing each asana or postures, develop a habit of taking a moment to visualize yourself in the asana. When you take a moment to mentally perform the asana, you are awakening the body's muscle intelligence. When the body is prepared mentally, when this visualization is practiced, the body will flow harmoniously into the posture. Then the entire asana practice will become a lot easier and much more enjoyable. While practicing Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga asanas, as much as possible, try to consciously do the following. Smile softly to yourself. Avoid strain and tension to show on your face. It can change your entire performance and experience of the posture. Keep your eyes soft, wide, and always ready. For all balancing postures, always concentrate the gaze on one point in front of you or the floor. When the eyes are still, the mind will be still. Therefore, the entire body will be still. Once you are in a posture, do not shift or fidget. If you are uncomfortable, come out of the posture and repeat it with more awareness. Remember, while performing the postures, that you are an embodiment of relaxed, blissful energy. With each moment, you are moving with bliss. Each time you are inhaling bliss energy and exhaling bliss energy. So, with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. So, we learned all about yoga, its inception, its originator, all the components in the yoga, in the Prathama, Dvitiya, Tritiya Yogasana, the 308 asanas, and also the 508 asanas. So we learned all the components. We went through the Shastra Pramanas revealed by the earlier sages, that is derived from the scriptures, and how to do these asanas and the do's and don'ts of asanas. So if you have any questions, you can post here in the chat box. Yes. So now we will be learning more about how to prepare for the ritual of yoga. In the previous segment, we learned all about yoga, the introduction to yoga. Now we will learn how to prepare for the ritual of yoga. Preparing for the ritual. So, over the last decade, yoga has exploded. Yoga has exploded in popularity and it has become one of the most popular forms of exercise and the most common spiritual practice on the planet. But with this growth in popularity has come a loss of integrity. No longer is yoga practice a ritual, but rather, in many cases, it has become a fad. Beer yoga, booty yoga, goat yoga. The list is long of all the different ways this spiritual practice has been manipulated and culturally appropriated. The job of spreading yoga across the globe is done, but the time has come for the authenticity and integrity of yoga to be revived. How to prepare for the ritual of yoga is a beautiful manual in how every yogi should enter into their yoga practice as per the guidance of the ancient Hindu scriptures and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan himself, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam. So, this text will inform you exactly when to practice, where, how, why to, who, and answer any and all doubts that may get raised along the way. Thanks to the Guru Paramparam, the original yoga, and how it was meant to be practiced from the founder of yoga himself, Paramashiva is revived through Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, which is not some new form of yoga, it is the eternal Nitya Yoga as it was always meant to be experienced. So, Brahma Muhurta, waking during the Brahma Muhurta. So, without any doubt, the best time for one to practice is during the Brahma Muhurta, a period of 2 muhurtas, time unit of 48 minutes or about 1.5 hours before dawn. Awakening and beginning your practice during this time tunes the biological clock and is the best way to reverse the aging process. The Shastra Pramana for Ashtanga Hridayam, Brahmi Muhurtam Utti Shehit Swastho Raksha Rakshar Rakshartham Ayushat Tatra Sarvartha Shantyartham Smarecha Madhusudanam. The Akashic revelation. One should wake up in the Brahma Muhurta for sustaining perfect health and for achieving a long span as desired. Since you are half awake and half asleep at that time, the biomemory and muscle memory is more receptive to change a cognition, remove self doubt, self hatred, self denial, and create the reality you want to hold a space for. The logic is not thick enough and the logic is not thick enough. The Atma Pramana for the Brahma Muhurtam. Early morning, the period of Brahma Muhurta where the so-called reality, waking state has not become 100% real for you and the dream state has yet not become 100% dream state for you, where you are just moving in between the Brahma Muhurta, morning 4:30 a.m. to 6 a.m., where your inner space, some moments is in waking state. Some moments in the dream state. Make use of that time to infuse some ideas into your system. The Brahma Muhurta consciousness is a unique time and space where the material out of which you are made of is available for alteration, transformation, and manipulation. It is as though it is liquid. Hence, anything you try to infuse into your inner space goes in very easily, just like a needle moves into the banana. It can easily enter into your system. For example, when you feel you do not have enough wealth, you can try to play and infuse with the idea, let me manifest wealth during Brahma Muhurta. It will not take more than 3 or 4 days to realize that you are setting the trend and thought current of what you want to express in that Brahma Muhurta time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that sleeping during the Brahma Muhurta means wasting one's life. During Brahma Muhurta, you should not entertain the thought currents which are not directly conducive for your life, because whatever you entertain during that time becomes part of you. Understanding you and the stuff out of which your life is made is ultimately from you, and realizing that you can transform, manifest, manipulate, play around, do anything you want with the stuff out of which your life is made is a Kundalini awakening. Waking up during the Brahma Muhurta is a powerful spiritual practice that can lead an individual to this experience. The Atma Pramana. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Paramaśivaham's very own experience. The best body, best mind you manifest with Tyaga. When I say wake up in Brahma Muhurta between 4:30 to 6, if you give up your sleep, that Tyaga makes your DNA develop in the natural selection process. Choose. It makes your DNA develop in the natural selection process. Take up a quantum jump which will make your brain never fall into coma. You will be alive and aware even when you go into dream, deep sleep, and even when you leave the body. Ichcham mrityutva. The death by will given to you if you wake up in Brahma Muhurta. Anybody wakes up in Brahma Muhurta eats sun's energy, the Surya Kiranas. The gift of sun is the early morning sunrise time, the energy he gives and the light he showers. Whoever wakes up in the Brahma Muhurta and eats that sun's gift is given Ichchamrityu, Ichchamrityutva. So cleansing and detoxifying and purifying the body. Yoga is a science of awakening the Kundalini Shakti, the infinite potential energy which lays dormant within all of us. However, like a pipe with clots in it, our body has energy clots in many of the 72,000 nadis. Thus, before we even begin to move our body on the mat, to absorb and retain as much prana as possible, the yogi should first cleanse and detoxify their body as a daily ritual in itself. Cleansing, detoxifying, and purifying the body, the Apta Pramana, which has been taken from the Hatha Pradipika of Svatma Rama, verse 3.26. Shuddhimeti yada sarvam nadi chakram malakulam tadyeva jayate yogi prana sangha grahane kshamaha. When all the network of the impure nadis get purified, then alone a yogi becomes capable of retaining prana. Understand, the Shakti Pāda is rekindling the energy component of you, and that component taking over your body and mind. Prepare your body through yoga and panchakriya. Prepare your mind with Vedic software, integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Always be in the space of responsibility and enriching. That is the Atma Pramana of Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Shuddhi Kriya. The Shuddhi Kriyas involve 4 powerful cleansing processes to remove toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body, Panchakriya is a process which cleanses the internal organs of our body by keeping it cool. These techniques are not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being, which is why during programs, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism insists that all the participants do the Shuddhi Kriya. They do the Shuddhi Kriyas every day so that the heat that is generated during the Kriyas and energy darshans can be removed so that the body is able to hold the energy permanently. So if you're all able to follow, you can give a thumbs up, you can raise your hand if you're able to follow whatever is being shared here. If you have any doubts, any questions, you can mention here in the chat box and we'll come back to you. So you can also keep your cameras turned on. I see Jagat Janani Das and Mahesh's iPad. So you can turn on your cameras, both of you, and participate in the program completely. So the deeper truths of yoga are being shared here in this session. And all those who are interested in having a healthy body, healthy mind, who are interested in anti-aging, to keep yourself young and active your whole life, you can join in. If you are watching offline, if you're watching on one way, you can join in and receive these powerful truths that are being shared here in this program. And these are all exclusively for Paramashivoham participants and the general public as well. You will not find these truths anywhere. To find these truths, one has to do a lot of research and development, which will take away one's time. So you need one whole birth to dig up, and many more births actually, to dig up these truths and practice it on your own. So here it is being given to all of you very easily on a platter. So imbibe these truths and apply these truths. By applying these truths, by following the techniques that are shared here, success is guaranteed. You can be successful in all that you want to achieve just by following all that is being shared here, all the powerful truths, the techniques that are being shared here. So right now we are looking at the kriyas, how to cleanse your body internally before performing the asanas. How one should cleanse is what we are looking at. The Shuddhi Kriyas. The Shuddhi Kriyas involve 4 powerful cleansing processes to remove toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body, the Panchakriya is a process which cleanses the internal organs of our body, keeping it cool. These techniques not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being, which is why during programs, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism insists that all the participants do Shuddhi Kriyas every day, so that the heat created during the Kriyas and energy darshans can be removed, so that the body is able to hold the energy permanently. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, you just need to keep your stomach clean and light, nothing else. You just need to carry your body gracefully, nothing else. Panchakriya is a technique embodying purification. Once you complete the Panchakriya, you will feel the whole body is pure. Panchakriya cleanses the body, and the Haritaki powder is said to activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Our morning Panchakriya is not just taking bath, it is detoxification process, decalcification process. Applying the Vibhuti and Kumkum is decalcification. Taking the Jalabasti, Neti, all the Kriyas is detoxification. Detoxification, decalcification put together is Panchakriya, given to humanity by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Jalabhasti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed a Vakyartha Sudas, a direct Shastra Pramana from Paramashiva himself on the benefits of Jalabasti, which took place between a Sapta Rishi and Devi in the presence of Sadashiva. They were discussing about physiology and health. One Rishi made a statement: if your stomach is heavy, do not believe it is fat. And then he strongly stated, it is poo, no, it is not fat. And then Devi asked, what is the percentage? And the Rishi responds, 3/4 is fat and 1/4 is the mala. And then that's when Paramashiva introduced the powerful benefits of Jalabasti. Paramashiva himself said the food which is not digested in the last 48 hours is what we call mala. The food which is not digested for few years is called fat. He says, Jalabasti melts both. Enema melts both. It cleanses both. To that detail, please understand, everything you are going to do is to make you manifest Paramashivatva. Today, the modern science even shows that enemas can support weight loss, remove toxins and heavy metals from your body, improve your skin, immunity, blood pressure, and even energy levels. The Shuddhi Kriya, the Jalabasti, colon cleansing, the Apta Pramana, that has been taken from the Hatha Pradipika of Svatma Rama. Atha Basti Karma Nabhidagne Jala Payun Yastha Nalo Katasanaha Adhara Kunchanam Kuryadapanam Basti Karmavid. The Akashic revelation. One adopts Utkatasana in navel deep water. After inserting a tube in the anus, one manipulates the anus to raise the apana, vayu, upwards. This is Basti Karma. Another powerful cleansing technique, Jalaneti, easily removes the mucus and pollutants from your nasal passage and sinuses and allows air, prana, to flow without obstruction. Many people notice how this helps relieve allergies, colds and sinusitis, and even claims that it prevents and manages other diseases of the respiratory tract like asthma, pneumonia, bronchitis, and pulmonary tuberculosis. On top of this, Swamiji has said that this is also able to subtly cleanse the third eye, the Agnya chakra, as the purifying water passes through that region. The next Shastra, the Apta Pramana from the Hatha Pradipika of Svatma Rama, Kapala Shodhani Chaiva Divya Drishti Pradayini Jatrur Dhwaja Tarogaugham Netirasu Nihanticha. The process of Neti quickly cleanses the frontal sinuses, offers clear eyesight, and rids one of the host of diseases occurring in the region above the shoulders. The Shuddhi Kriya, Netra Shuddhi. Eyes easily become overused and tired from being constantly subjected to external stimuli like bright lights from the computer and TV screen, poor indoor lighting, and the irritants of air pollution like smoke, dust, and fire. Acuity of vision is reduced in tired, irritated eyes. This can result in headaches, migraines, general fatigue, irritability, squinting, and eye strain, impacting health and quality of life. The Netra Shuddhi benefits. Cleansing removes accumulated dust particles, eye secretions, and body heat that irritate the eyes, reducing itching, eye strain, redness, and burning sensation, making them feel cool and fresh. It reduces puffiness around the eyes and even prevents conditions like cataracts. It also has a relaxing effect on the anxious mind. The Netra Shuddhi technique. Fill a clean eye cup with pure and cool water. Bend forward and bring cup to eyes. Eyeball is now in the water. Rotate the eyeball and blink several times. Alternatively, after making sure the eye cup fits your eye socket snugly, lift the chin, open the eye and rotate eyeball, blinking several times for 20 to 30 seconds. If there is slight burning sensation, stop the cleansing. Bring head forward and remove cup from eye. Repeat the same with the other eye. Change the water between eyes. Repeat 2 to 3 times for each eye as needed. The Atma Pramana, the Bhava Prakasha, Annapana Kritana Doshan, Vata Pitta Kapodbhavan, Haritaki Haratyashu, Bhuktasyopari Yojita. The Akashic revelation, when taken after food, Haritaki immediately negates and removes all the negative effects of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha that arises out of the food that we eat. The Atma Pramana, the oxygen level in the blood increases to 300%. The main thing is the whole blood becomes pure. 300% oxygen means equivalent to 2 hours of pranayama. Made of the powdered nut of the kaduka tree native to India, this medicine works in a subtle way on the mind as well, wiping away all the engraved memories, samskaras, and negative mental patterns, helping one to become aware of their inauthenticities and complete with their root patterns. Next is the ceremonial bath. Okay, let's resume. The ceremonial bath. After rising out of bed, one should always first take a bath or shower and cleanse the body of any or all impurities. Yoga is sometimes referred to as a practice, however, it actually is a Hindu ritual. And before all rituals, the sadhaka, the spiritual practitioner, should cleanse the body. On the physical level, this opens up the pores of the skin, but on the spiritual level, it opens the being to receiving the higher divine energies. Yes, the Atma Pramana from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramaśivam. Prana, which is in the form of water, comes to you when you take bath. when you wash your body. Understand? Not when you drink liquids. Liquids bring only the solid, the bhu prana, not the jala prana. Jala prana gets into the system only through the skin, especially your lower body. The private parts of the body need to experience the pressure of large quantity of water to heal itself, rejuvenate itself, and breathe jala prana. It is one of the powerful rejuvenation detoxification method. Bathing not only purifies your body, it cleanses your mind because you never stay inside your body when you take a bath. You are there somewhere, imagining, visualizing, fantasizing, duetting, and whatnot. When you wake up from the bed, you should be completely having control over your body and inside the boundary. Just for 5 minutes, feel yes, everything is working properly. Checking, I am there, I am here. Yes, I am available to my body. My body is available to me. Just with this simple clarity, take bath. Not only your body, your mind will also be cleansed. Where to practice? The Srimad Sarvajnat Jnanottara Āgama, Sarvajnat Jnanottara Āgama, treatise on yoga, verse 5 to 6 says, Shunyagare mathe ramye devatayane devatayatane shubhe naditire vivikte va grihe ghoravane apiva prachanne cha vivikte cha निशब्दे जनवर्जिते योगदोष विनिर्मुक्ते निर्विकल्पे निरातपे. In the places such as a solitary house, charming monastery, auspicious temple charged with divinity, bank of river not frequented by the people, one's own house, an approachable dense forest, sequestered place hidden by the trees, places free from the disturbing sounds and the quiet place free from the presence of humans, animals, insects, and so forth, in the places free from those which cause hindrances and disturbances to yoga practices. In the places which are not owned by others and in the places well protected from the scorching heat of the sun, the sadhaka should commence the yoga practice. Tying the hair. Before beginning every yoga ritual, the yogi should tie their hair on top of the Sahasrara chakra, the top of the head, and avoid having any loose hair. If one has short hair, they need not worry about tying the hair up. Ideally, the style of hair that the yogi should have is the Shiva Jatas, the Atma Pramana. You know, there are many points in the head which need to be constantly pulled, loaded, so inside awareness will be raised to a very high point. See, for your mind to possess the brain completely, the many points of the brain need to be awakened and kept alive. If I have to put it in a more raw way, how many of you had the problem of this hot flashes in your life? Even men go through that. It's not only that women during menopause time go through, even men go through that, the hot flashes. The hot flash is nothing but your brain trying to recoup from the nervous breakdown. Your brain is not able to hold the activities of your mind, both trying to settle that friction. Getting healed is hot flashes. These jatas are all the help for your mind's activity, getting settled with your brain. So larger mind activity like Turiyatita experiences can be bolted in your brain with jata. The Kirana Āgama Mahatantra Charya Pāda on wearing Shiva Jatas, the pure sacred matted hair of Paramashiva. Guru Swape Yagagre Yagagrahe Shuddhavan Yatra Bhutale Jatanam Vestanam Karyam Shiro Mundam Na Vestayet. नाकस्फुटा तथाकार्य कटाकाख्या तवाशुभा जनकाख्या सुरतस्यः कर्तव्याश्च जता शुभा विसमानाम भोगांग न पंचादि संख्यया यत्ते च कनकाख्याध्या कर्तव्या सश्चोदितः वर्णतत्त्वकलाज्ञान पदस्थानादि भेदः क्षेत्रं सुवरितं कृत्वा तत्सप्तिं मूर्धगेन तु यथानयोपघाता स्यात् तथा त्यर्थजतास्विहा उपघाता भवेस्तनं तेन रक्षा प्रयत्नथा. The Akashic revelation. Now, I will explain about wearing of jata, the matted hair. The yogi can wear the braided hair, forming a coil on top of the head. Those who are with shaven head should not wear the matted hair. There are various patterns in braiding the locks of hair, jata, which are beneficent and auspicious. Nakasputa, Kataka, Janaka of circular form. These are the varieties of jatas. These kinds of jatas are formed by partitioning the locks of hair into 15 or 13, 11, 9 or 5 parts. There are some more kinds of jatas known as kanaka, etc., which may be divided even into 50 or 36 or 38 or 28 or 81 or 14 parts, according to one's own convenience. Staying in a sacred place, one should wear jata by yoking the locks of hair with one another. It is enjoined in this scripture that a person who wears jata by some way or the other violates the rules and gets debased because of bad conduct, etc. Then the auspicious jata will become bereft of its divinity and serenity. Even the sacred place where he stays becomes defiled. Therefore, he should by all means be protective of its serenity. The next is the Aushadha. Aushadha is the sacred alchemy science from the ancient Siddha tradition. It combines sacred herbs, prana, the cosmic force energy, and most importantly, the Shakti Pāda, entanglement energy of Paramashiva, the ultimate which can be ingested or physically applied to enter into the body. Through this ancient science, the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva can be experienced, giving access to the 25 states of consciousness. Next is we continue to learn more about Aushadha. Like how a perfect mirror reflects the sun perfectly, so does a perfect body reflect consciousness. The science of Aushadha, sacred herbs prepared as per Agamas, the source book of Hinduism revealed directly by Paramashiva, is a way to make the body like a pure mirror, because certain herbs are capable of holding thought currents and transmitting them into you. They can be infused with the oneness experienced during the Aushadha making process and directly consumed. Aushadha heals the physical, physiological, and psychological components of your being by tempering and transmuting the whole system, allowing you to be a pure reflection of Paramashiva, the pure superconsciousness. As a direct science from the Agamas, it is a direct teaching of Paramashiva, revived by the avatar to raise humanity to the next level of consciousness. Applying Bhasma. The next ritual, the Shastra Pramana for the same, has been taken from the Purva Kamika Āgama, verse 66 to 68. Savyapasavya hastabhyam शनैरुद्धुलयेत्तनुं न च गुर्वाग्नि देवानां सन्निधौ मार्ग एव च अशुद्धा भूतले चैव भस्मस्नानं नयेत् शुद्धिः क्वचित् शस्तं हि देवस्य सन्निधवाग्नि सन्निधौ उद्धुलन विधि प्रोक्तो विपरस्य शिव शासने उद्धूलने शक्तेश्चेत् त्रिपुण्ड्रं वापि कारयेत्. The Akashic revelation. With the right and left hands, the sadhaka should apply the bhasma by smearing over his body. Such smearing of bhasma should not be done by the well-learned sadhaka in front of Guru, the sacred fire, the shrines of deities, roads and passages, and being in the impure ground. In some scriptures, smearing of the bhasma uddhulana in front of the shrines of the deities and of the sacred fire has been well recommended. The directions for the smearing of the bhasma have been laid down for the Brahmins in the Shaiva Agamas. If the sadhaka is not capable of doing this bhasma uddhulana, that is the smearing of the bhasma, he may apply the bhasma in the style of 3 stripes, the Tripundra. So the next Shastra Pramana for applying Bhasma has been taken from the Purva Kamika Āgama, verse 69 to 72. Tripundram vidhivat kuryat vipradhya grihamedhinaha nrupa vidshudra jatinam patta undrum lalatake Panchakashta dvirashashta sandhishu pravidhiyate murdhalalata karnau cha chakshushi घ्राणको तथा आस्यं ग्रीवातु चांसौ च बाहु कूर्परकौ तथा मणिबन्धौ च हृन्नाभिमेद्रं पायुस्तथैव च ऊरू च जानुनी चैव जङ्ग स्वीचौ तथैव च पादौ द्वात्रिंशदित्येते पठ्यन्ते सन्धयः क्रमात्. प्रियञ्चैवाष्टमूर्तीनां विघ्नेशानां तथैव च दिक्पालानां वसूनां च मूर्धादि परिकल्पयेत्. So, the Akashic revelation for the same. The Brahmins and others, the householders and such other persons should apply the bhasma in 3 stripes, Tripundra, according to the directions set forth in the Agamas. The kings or warriors, merchants and the agricultural people should apply the bhasma so as to appear in a single stripe in the forehead. It is laid down in the scriptures that the 3 stripes of bhasma may be drawn in 5, 8, 16 or 32 parts of the body. Head, forehead, ears, eyes, nose, mouth, neck, shoulders, arms, elbows, fist, heart, navel, genital organ, anus, thigh, knees, shanks, buttocks, and feet. These are the 32 parts of the body recommended for the Tripundra. By applying Tripundra on these 32 parts, 8 Murtis, 8 Vigneshwaras, 8 Dikpalakas, and the 8 Vasus are much pleased. Next, applying the Jnananjana, the Shastra Pramana for the same has been taken from the Sri Guru Gita. Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. One who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of true liberating knowledge by applying Jnananjana, the sacred black eyeliner anointing the 3 eyes, which is of the essence and bioenergy of pure knowledge, and awakens the all-pervasive infinite eye Chakshuhu, the intra-organ through which all that is seen onto that Guru, Sri Guru, I surrender. The next is applying the kumkum or sandalwood paste, the Akashic revelation, rubbing the turmeric and applying kumkum that detoxifies the intra-organ called third eye. Putting your attention on the third eye activates something called Ajna, means the energy to activate the intra-organ called the third eye happens by putting your attention on it. Sandalwood is used to invoke divine energies. It is one of the most powerful medicines in Ayurveda for detoxifying, cooling the body, healing wounds, and healthy skin. It is infamous for its anti-aging qualities, but also its spiritual properties like clearing the mind and reducing stress. Before entering into the ritual of Kailasa Nithyananda Yoga, all yogis should apply Jnananjana onto the third eye, kumkum on the third eye, turmeric on both the temples, sandalwood paste on both temples, and bhasma on all 16 points of the body. Direction for yoga. Beginning the ritual of yoga. All authentic yoga classes or rituals begin with the yogi acknowledging Lord Shiva and their Guru. When you invoke the presence of the Master, you are inviting the very energy and source of your liberation. Without invoking the presence of the divine, yoga is reduced to a mere physical exercise. Yes, I hope the truths that are being shared here is being grasped by all the participants attending the program. If you have any doubts, please share your doubts. If you have any concern, you can share your concerns as well related to yoga or for performing the yoga asanas, and we will attend to your queries as well as your concerns. The Shastra Pramana that has been taken from the Ishvara Gita, verse 52. Namaskrityatha yogandrachi shyam chaiva vinayakam gurun chaiva cha mam yogi yunjita susamahitaha. The Akashic revelation. The yogi should perform the yogic process by offering his devoted salutations, namaskar, to the disciples, to Vinayaka, Ganesha, his guru, and on to me, Ishvara, Paramashiva, by placing the self in the uniting space of oneness, being absorbed in restful awareness. Offering Namaskar, the Shastra Pramana for the same has been taken from the Purva Kamika, verse 20 to 21. With your heart absorbed in nothing but the Guru, let go of attachments to your status as student, spouse, parent, and to your social standing, fame, and cravings for accumulating wealth. It is true that those who direct all thoughts to me alone achieve the highest state. This supreme state can also be attained by wholehearted worship of the Guru, who is Shiva, manifest in human form. So, offering Namaskar, we chant the mantra Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called the sattva, rajas, and tamas. The next is the Shivamula mantra. Is a mantra chanted internally before each and every yoga ritual. After acknowledging the outer guru, you claim and state that same consciousness within your own being, experiencing Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva. The Sarvajnanottara Āgama states in the Yoga Pāda section, verse 10, without allowing the upper row of teeth to touch the lower teeth and without allowing the tongue to touch the corners of the mouth and keeping his eyes half closed and raised, the sadhaka should repeat the Mula mantra of Shiva in a perfect way as instructed by his Guru. After chanting the Sadguru Vandanam, chant the Shiva Mula mantra 11 times internally. Chant Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha, meaning I bow down to the Supreme Consciousness. To that consciousness who is my beloved teacher, I bow. Ritualistic cleansing is the next method we will be looking at. Yes. Now, all Hindu rituals hold both a scientific and spiritual significance, including Achamaniyam, the ritualistic cleansing, a purification ceremony which plays an important role in one's conscious evolution. This purification ceremony or samskara is a process to free you from various vices, sins, faults, and is even said to resolve physical deformities. The literal meaning of the word achamaniyam means to sip. In Hindu scriptures, achamanam is the process of sipping water known as while reciting sacred chants. Achamaniyam is a purification ritual in which the yogi sips water 3 times from the base of the right thumb, also known as Brahma Tirtha. This process is repeated 3 times to free the yogi from 3 shortcomings: kayak, physical or bodily; vachak, verbal; and manasik, mental. It also provides physical benefits. Your throat is cleared from vata, the air element, which is associated to the Vishuddhi chakra, pitta, the fire element, which is associated to Manipuraka chakra, and kapha, which is associated to Swadhisthana chakra, water and earth element, doshas, and you can clearly chant the mantra or recite divine names. Thus, this ritual helps unblock and cleanse the above mentioned chakras. The Srimad Sarvajnanottara Āgama treatise on yoga, verse 7, mentions Snatva Shuchirupas Sprishya Pranamya Shirasa Shivam Yoga Charyam Namaskritya Yogam Yunjita Manavaha. The Akashic revelation, having taken the usual ceremonial bath, maintaining purity in body and mind, having performed the succeeding rites such as getting besmeared with vibhuti and sprinkled with consecrated water, having prostrated before Shiva and his Acharya Guru who has initiated him into the discipline of yoga, the sadhaka should attentively involve himself in the disciplines of yoga. after chanting the Sadguru Vandanam and Shiva Moola mantra 11 times, take one Uddharini spoon of water from the Panchapatra cup and pour it on the center of your right palm. Then, with the chanting of the mantras, drink the water from the palm 3 times. The mantra goes Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Then chant the Hridaya mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. The ritualistic cleansing. With the base of the thumb, wipe the lower and upper lips, wash your hands, touch the lower and upper lips with the index, middle and ring fingers together. Wash your hands, touch both the nostrils, right and then left, with the tip of the thumb and index finger joined together. Touch the eyes, right and then left, with the tip of the thumb and ring finger joined together. Touch the ears, right and then left, with the tip of the thumb and ring finger joined together. Touch the navel with the little finger and thumb joined together, then the right and left chest. Wash your hands with all the fingers, touch the crown of the head and both the shoulders, right and then left. And then we do a conscious declaration. In the ritual of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, before beginning the asanas, the yogi first sits and declares the purpose for which they are there. Why did they wake up so early? Why did they set this time aside for themselves? The context is clearly set from this point forward. I am here about to move my body in order to manifest the divine within me, Paramashivatva. I am the divine Paramashiva. Now, sankalpa is a Sanskrit word which can be translated as resolve or will or determination. When we make a sankalpa in Yoga Nidra, it becomes a very effective tool for making profound changes to the way we think and feel. The right sankalpa can reshape our personality and direction in life-along positive lines. Sankalpa is a seed which we plant deep in the subconscious. It should be planted with strong willpower and feeling at a time when the mind is relaxed and ready to accept and absorb it. Such a state occurs during Yoga Nidra. Once the sankalpa is planted deep in the subconscious, it gathers together the vast forces of the mind in order to bring about its fruition. This deep, powerful seed will eventually manifest itself again and again at a conscious level and bring about changes in your personality and life. The Srimad Sarvajnanottara Āgama, the treatise on yoga, verse 12 and 13 says, Ahamatma Shivo Hyanyah Paramatmetiyah Smritaha Evam Yopasa Yen Mohan Na Shivatvam Avapnuyat Shivo Anyasva Hamevanya Prithag Bhavam Vivarjayet Yashivasohame Veti Hrid Vayam Bhava Yet Sada. The Akashic revelation, I am the individual self. Shiva, who is considered to be the supreme self, is different from me. He who contemplates in this way is under the spell of ignorance and infatuation. They will never attain the exalted qualities of Lord Shiva, characterized by the power of all knowing and that of all doing. Paramashiva is different from me. Actually, I am different from Paramashiva. The highly refined seeker should avoid such sort of vicious notion of difference. He who is Paramashiva is indeed myself. Let him always contemplate this non-dual union between Paramashiva and himself. The conscious declaration, the Atma Pramana. Anything repeated by your conscious becomes your unconscious and becomes your body. The Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So the meaning of the conscious resolution that is chanted, in order that the Master is pleased by the process of destruction of my karmas and sins, I, for the benefit of myself, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha during the regime of Vaivashvata Manu, during the first quarter of the age called Nithya Yuga in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharatavarsha, in the Indian subcontinent called Bharatakhanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru in the Shaka era. During this auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice of which Prabhava is the first year in the auspicious Ayana, either Uttarayana or Dakshinayana. In the auspicious season, in this auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, phase of the moon, waxing and waning on the auspicious Tithi, number of days from the new moon or full moon, on this auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, the Vedic star, auspicious Yoga, auspicious Karana. During such an auspicious moment for pleasing Sri, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami, the one who is the incarnation of the Jnana Sambandha, who has adorned the Shyamala Pita, who is the embodiment of Sri Meenakshi Sundareshwara, who was the favorite son of Lord Paramashiva, the incarnation who graced himself as the Guru, the one who, because of drinking the milk from the breast of Mother Parvati, created the Dravida Veda, which is the essence of Vedas and Agamas, who is the establisher of the pearl palanquin, received by the grace of Lord Paramashiva, the founder of the Shaiva tradition, the one who has adorned the seat of omniscience, the master of the cosmos, such a master who has adorned the sacred seat of omniscience, previously adorned by Jnana Sambandhar, who is the 293rd Mahasannidhanam of that spiritual kingdom, established by Jnana Sambandhar, the Acharya whose feet even has the qualities of dignity, majesty, distinction, excellence, and beauty, who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharya of all sannyasis, that is, all the wandering monks, who is the embodiment of the sacred syllable Om, who is the embodiment of the pure truth, consciousness, and bliss, who is the knower of the Vedas, who is the one established in the superconsciousness, who is the Jagat Guru, who founded the Mahasimhasana of the spiritual kingdom, the Nithyananda Peetham, who has festivity all around it all the time, which has auspiciousness, all great divine qualities, and is ever alluring for gaining devotion at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramāśivam, for receiving the grace of the Master, for having growing security, fortitude, power, victory, longevity, health, and wealth. For the fruition of the four goals of my life, that is Dharma, living my life through righteous means, Artha, earning a living for myself through righteous means, Kama, fulfilling my desires through righteous means, and Moksha, liberation from all bondages that exist for me as a human being, for dissolving all my accumulated karmas, for receiving all auspiciousness, for living enlightenment along with my whole family by the grace of my Master. I am directly worshipping the feet of the enlightened Master Nithyananda, who is the embodiment of all the gods and goddesses. So, yoga is useless without the context of I am Shiva. In Hinduism, there is a purpose behind every action and inaction. When you enter into the ritual of yoga, you are following a science, a proven method from various guru paramparas. A guru would take this science, initiate their disciples who would then become gurus themselves and continue to pass down this science. Included in this ancient Hindu science is the process of entering into the ritual of yoga. For thousands of years, the great masters that have come before us repeated again and again, yoga is a ritual to awaken the kundalini and it should be practiced in a specific way. So unfortunate it is that today millions of aspiring yogis are led astray on their path because of the disconnect between their practice and what the enlightened masters want of before. You can practice yoga as much as you want, but unless you enter into the ritual in the specific method laid out for their disciples, their yoga practice is useless for their spiritual evolution. The Shastra Pramana that has been taken from the Tejo Bindu Upanishad, verse 1.28. Anganam samatam vidyat same brahmani liyate no chenaiva samanatva mrujutvam shushka vrikshavat. Looking upon all the limbs of yoga as sameness, establishing your body in oneness, dissolve them equally in the Brahman. Without this, try to straighten the waist or limbs or to bring them in equilibrium is as useless as if they were the branches of a dead tree. The next Shastra Pramana. Samabhyache samabhyacheshwaram samyak kritva cha yogamattamam grhaviyat sustito bhutva gurum santoshya buddhiman. The Akashic revelation, having adored the Lord God properly and having completely performed the best of the yogas and being in a calm and steady state and posture, let the wise yogi initiate himself into this yoga by pleasing his guru. The next Shastra Pramana that has been taken from the Yoga Kundalini Upanishad, verse 2.74. Prakrityashtakarupam cha sthanam gacchati kundali krodikritya shivam yati krodikritya viliyate. In this way, this Kundalini Shakti, by going through the 8 forms of Prakriti, that is the 5 elements, mind, intellect, and ego, unites with Shiva and dissolves in him. So the additional preparations before performing yoga, the rituals, before all the ritual of yoga begins, there are a number of other preparations to align to which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramāśivam, has made as a part of all Nithyananda Yoga Vinyasa Kramas. They are: consume 1 cup of turmeric water mixed with ahimsa honey. This aids in the detoxification process. Wear black clothes. This protects you from absorbing any negative energies within your facility while your body is most susceptible. Remove your upper cloth or t-shirt for male bodies only. Yoga is a Hindu ritual, and during rituals, the male men should remove their shirts to absorb the energy of the divine guru. Wear a kantamala, the rudraksha bead, at the throat center, and sundaravadams, the hooped rudraksha earrings. The sacred rudraksha beads placed in these locations help raise the level of one's consciousness and manifest multiple powers of the third eye. Place an image of the Sri Chakra either above, for example, on the ceiling, or below you, example, below the yoga mat. With the presence of this mandala, the pure consciousness of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti will be infused into the biomemory. A cup of water and spoon from a puja kit for the ritualistic cleansing, achamaniyam. Facing towards the east, as previously revealed in various scriptures, acknowledging and having the presence of Guru, the Master, is a requirement in the ritual of yoga. A set of Karala kattais, the wooden weights, dumbbells, or any preferred method to apply external weight to the body. Weights are one of the 12 components in the ritual of yoga. This optional component helps to increase the strength, flexibility, and overall manifestation of a yogic body. So it is a vast ocean. Whatever was shared, it has been picked up from the huge ocean. It has been processed and given it to you in such a way that it becomes easy for you to apply in your daily lives. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment. To know and learn more about yoga, as shared earlier, please do log in into the Zoom link. The details are all available at paramashivoham.org. When you log into the website, you can get details, the whole detail about the program, the timings, when the yoga asanas are performed. So you can tune in, you can join and do the asanas, perform the asanas, and see the results for yourselves. You will experience the results when you follow all the techniques and methods that have been shared here. So you will be beautifully guided by the yogacharyas and into the Shastra Pramanas, the chanting of the Vedic hymns, mantras. It is a guided yogasana. So when you log in, you will see the disciples performing these asanas, and it can be followed by everyone because it is very simple and easy to perform. All you need to do is remember the context that I am Paramashiva when you do these asanas. So with that, let me conclude with the Purna Mantra. Okay, let us conclude with the Purna Mantra. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. So thank you all for your participation, for joining in. The next session will be led by the next Acharya.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Now, if you have any questions of what you have learned so far, please post it in the chat. Any clarifications, questions? If you have any, please chat. Now we'll be learning more cognitions and deeper insights about the yoga. Practicing the conflict-free living. We have learned from the Patanjali Yoga Sutras enter into the yoga, how practicing the present moment, we enter into the yoga. We learn about the sadhana, how important it is. Now we are going to learn about practicing the conflict-free living. Conflict is as long as you think there is something other than you. Conflict has no life. Conflict exists in us as long as we think there is something other than you. And conflict has no life, and life has no conflict. As long as you think there is something other than you exists, the fear or the conflicts continues to alive in your system. As long as all you need is tuning your system. Tuning your body and mind to understand that there is nothing other than you exists, or there is nothing other than you exists. Either there is nothing like you other exists, or nothing like other exists other than you. In the Hatha Yoga, there's a very powerful process called Ajapa Japa. Ajapa Japa means chanting beyond chanting. Even the chanting word is not exact translation of Japa. As we always, Sanskrit has no exact meaning, no exact English word. Japa means more like flowing. Flowing without flowing. Chanting without chanting. Ajapa japa, constantly, knowingly, or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously, your being goes on chanting the mantra, the Mahavakya, or Hamsa mantra, or any mantra. Is ajapa japa. When you close your eyes and try to visualize you will have an undefined version of you. It will not be a defined version. An undefined kind of time, like a sketch. Same way, when you sit and listen to this ajapa japa, flowing of non-flowing or beyond flowing. If you observe that happening, you will see the mantras, ajapa japa, is happening. This ajapa japa, practicing this, it leads to conflict-free life. It's a very powerful way of balancing or elevating your internal consciousness beyond the conflict. Life has no conflict, and conflict has no life will become reality in you when you practice ajapa japa. Ajapa japa happens when you're chanting any mantra with your full being constantly. After some time, your being starts chanting by itself. Ajapa japa happens. Any verbalization goes on inside, adds its smell into your breathing. Any verbalization goes on inside, adds its smell in your breathing, means adds its vibration in your breathing. So when you sit and chant the mantra, your inner verbalization settles down, meaning inner chatter settles down. Only the physiological movement will be happening. I mean, the physiological conflict of going in and the physiological conflict of going in and coming out. When you sit with that also, even the physiological conflict will disappear. All that inner conflict that goes on, all the inner chatter that goes on, all the chaos that is happening in the mind will completely disappear or subside with when ajapa japa happens. Now, let's understand more of the deeper techniques of yoga as explained by Swamiji shortly. Just a moment, please. How many of you experience this space of ajapa japa when you practiced Mahavakya continuously? You can share your experience in the chat. Christopher says, yeah, I think I have before. Wonderful. So you still practice, Christopher? Okay, now let's listen to Swamiji about the deeper truths about the Yoga Sutras. For the technical glitch. One of the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, responsibility is power. Internalize this one idea continuously. Mind is not a matter. Mind is an action. And if I want, I can drop. Like if I start walking, if I want to sit, I simply sit. Same way, if I want to stop the mind, I can stop the mind. If I'm acting, it is because I want to act. Who is responsible for your actions? Only you. If you are walking, you want it. If you are talking, you want it. And in the same way, if you are minding, you want it. And if you are thinking, you want it. Same way, you are responsible for your action called mind. Let this shift happen in your consciousness. One of the beautiful verse earlier we learned, Patanjali speaking, Ishvara Pranidhanani. Surrendering to the God, even if you do not believe in God. He speaks about God in that sutra, Ishvara Pranidhanani, surrendering to everything to God, and described that as a spiritual quality. He's not even bothered about God, and he's bothered about the spiritual quality called surrender. He says that you can use God as a tool to surrender, as an object to surrender. That's all. He takes complete responsibility. So take complete responsibility even in your surrendering. Surrender with responsibility is living enlightenment. Responsible surrender is living enlightenment. Go on taking responsibility completely on your shoulders. And a responsible person, when he surrenders, will be so grateful, so beautiful, and an irresponsible person, even if it tries to surrender, will be only cunning and blaming. A surrender will never be complete. So the first thing you need to do to be is responsible. Be responsible. The moment you feel you are responsible for your thinking, you know very clearly that you can stop it. Only when you don't want to take the responsibility, you go on postponing, blaming others, and blaming life. Understand this very important truth. We always feel that responsibility is a burden. No, responsibility is power. Responsibility is power. When you feel that you are not responsible for an event happening in your life, you become powerless to change it. When you understand that you are responsible, you will suddenly realize that you have the power to change also. Take responsibility for your subtle action, which is mind. When you take the responsibility, you know how to stop whenever you want, like how you stop walking and like to sit. Same way, as simple as you can stop the mind. Now let's learn more from Swamiji's own voice.
Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Sutra, Upanishads, Shiva Sutras, so many books. But this book I have studied. I asked him, what do you mean by escape from poverty? And it helps you, but it's not just that much. It really transforms your life. When your life is transformed, you escape from everything negative. Whether it is poverty or abusive relationships or disease or whatever it's negative. You escape from it. You move beyond it. But that does not mean yoga is just for this. Yoga has something more deeper meaning, more deeper experience. Understanding that yoga has a depth, it's a basic requirement to enter into this experience. There are many different ways the book starts. In India there is one more book called Brahma Sutra, the aphorisms of philosophy, the super conscious philosophy. That book starts with the word Atato Brahma Jignasat, means now let us inquire into Brahman. Now let us inquire into existence. But here, Patanjali is not saying now let us inquire into. No, he says Ada Yoganusasana. Now let us experience yoga. So he takes you for granted. The moment you open this book, he says, I take you for granted, you are a sincere seeker. Let us start the work. I am not interested in wasting your time or wasting my time. He is very straight. He is very straight, straight away using the words. Straight away putting the things across. He is not interested wasting time. Straight away he says, now I think, or now I take you for granted. Now I know you are interested in sincerely experiencing the yoga. Let's enter into yoga. So wonderful moment. Let's take a few moments to remember and respect, revere all the great masters from Sadashiva, Patanjali, and all the great masters who did research and development and expressed this great yoga philosophy. I remember and revere all of them before entering into this great sutras. Many times people ask me, why should we have so much respect or devotion before entering into this kind of scriptures? You can enter many ways into this book. You can just enter into this book as a casual reader, or you can enter into this book as an intellectual curiosity. Many ways you can enter. But if you enter with a deep devotion and surrender, every sutra will become a click in you. It will suddenly click. I have seen in my life, with a deep devotion, the deep respect, if you approach these great aphorisms, these great sutras, suddenly every word clicks inside you. You know it is truth. And you will experience. You will live. The first sutra, let us enter into the first sutra. Yoga chitta vritti nirodhaha. The translation is withdrawal from mental thought patterns is yoga. Many times, when these truths are expressed, people who come with a deep devotion and respect, suddenly the click happens. I have seen many times, the same truth, same word I will be expressing to different people, but when they come with a deep devotion, suddenly the click happens. Suddenly, the connection happens. Even about this word, this sutra, I have spoken to many people in the personal conversation, because this is my favorite sutra. In this one sutra, Patanjali has finished everything. If you understood this one sutra, you don't need to go further. Nothing else is needed. This one is enough. The simple, straight understanding is, mind is not an object, mind is not a thing, it is an action. So people ask me, how to stop mind? How to go beyond mind? Every day I am put this question. I can say this is a frequently asked question, most frequently asked question, FAQ. Wherever I go, there will be at least 10 people to put this question. I tell them, mind is not a thing to be fought with. Mind is not a thing to suppress it. Mind is not a thing to destroy it. It is an action. You know. It is an action. See, just like you are walking. If you don't want to walk, what do? You just sit. Like you are talking. If you don't want to talk, what do? You just be in silence. Same way, mind is an action. If you don't want, don't do it, that's all. But our mind says, no, I have tried many things, I have tried many times, my experience is equal to your age. Now people come and tell me, the professional seekers. Now they come and tell me, no, I have seen, I have tried, you don't know. No, I sympathize with your trying. I sympathize with your practice. I am not disrespecting you. I am not condescending. But please understand, it is a simple action, a subtle action, you are doing it. Is there anybody else doing it inside? No. If somebody else is doing inside, not only me, even God can't make you. It is you who is doing. Please understand. It is you who is doing. So it is a simple action. When you don't want, just stop. That's all. They say, no, we tried. And after some time it comes back. Be very clear. Now this moment, you don't want, stop. After a few moments, if it is starting, you wanted it. That is why it is starting. You forget, you have started it again. So when you want, switch it off. When you want, start. Please understand, if you understand, you are starting it when you wanted it again. At least you will have respect on your decision, your will. Have simple clarity. Look inside. When I want, I am starting. When I don't want, I am relaxing. This moment, you don't need to bring all the philosophy, all the ideas you have about mind. No, mind means filled with engrams, filled with thoughts. It will be continuously erupting out, it can't be controlled, it is negative. We are fed with so much of
poisonous thoughts about mind. Relax from everything. Understand the simple thing. Mind is a subtle action. Just like walking is your action, talking is your action, mind is an action. When you can stop walking, talking, why not thinking? It is your action. Decide this moment, it is my action. Let me stop, that's all. Now mind says, no, no, no. It is not that simple. I have tried many years. See, even now I am stopping, it is not stopping. Understand, do not create that full statement, I am stopping, it is not stopping. Then you are not stopping. I am stopping. That's all. Then again, I want to tell something or I want to do something. That is why it is starting again. So look little in. With little devotion, if you approach the sutra, you will have the click. Yes, what he means is right. Just little shift in the approach, little shift in the attitude, little shift in the understanding. What he says is right. If it is getting started again, we are starting it. Maybe we forgot, we are starting it. We are forgetting, but we are starting it. Please understand. It is we who are stealing our own things from ourselves. Nobody else. Nobody else is stealing anything from us. It is simple we. Let us take the whole responsibility on us. Let us take the whole responsibility on us. If you want, you can think. If you want, you can stop. That is what is essence of this whole yoga. Essence of the whole yoga is only this one sutra. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga is cessation of mind. Yoga is withdrawal from mental thought patterns. Mind is not a thing. It is an action. If you are sitting, did you ever ask, what happened to my walking? I was walking 10 minutes before. You don't ask, because you know by sitting, you stop walking. If you are silent, you don't think, where did my talking go? I was talking 5 minutes before. You know, you were talking earlier, now you are silent. That's all. The same way, you can use your mind when needed. You can switch it off when not needed. And you can start again when needed. I want you to know an important truth. My master told me beautifully, usually we always understand mind is bigger than brain. That's what we think. My master told me very beautifully and he gave me a very deep insight. He said, can I request you not to video record or photograph? If you have done anything, can you erase it? He told me beautifully, one action of brain is mind. I was shocked. I was shocked when I heard. He says, one action of your brain is mind. With the leg, you can do many things. Walking is one action. You can do kicking or playing. So many other things can be done with the leg. Walking is one action. Same way with hand. Eating is one action. So many other things can be done by the hand. Eating is only one action. Same way, he says very beautifully, thinking is a one action of your brain. Mind is one action of your brain. I was shocked. We always think brain is just physical, mind is subtle, because of that mind is more powerful than the brain, and mind is everything. When I started experiencing, I understood true. Mind, what you think as mind, what you experience as mind, is only one action of your brain. See, if I realize moving is only one action of my hand, I can relax. If I want, I can move. If I want, I can relax. Same way, thinking is only one action of my brain. I can start when I want, I can relax when I don't want. Understand this one truth. Thinking is one action of your brain. If you want, you can relax from it. You can rest from it. With a deep respect, when I looked into this truth, started analyzing, it is true. It is true. When I learned how to be silent, I understood. Even when you are silent, your whole body is functioning. It means mind is only one part of your brain. Without the mind also, brain is able to operate your day-to-day life. Brain is able to live your life, I can say, in a much better way. In a much better way. Without having what you call as mind and living your life is what I call living enlightenment. That is the essence. Realizing mind is only one part of your action, mind is only one part of your brain, and living without that part or living independent of that part. When you want, you can switch it on and use. When you don't want, you can switch it off and relax. Living independent of that part is what I call living enlightenment. If your mind is part of your brain and you have a courage, clarity to switch it off when needed, switch it on when required, it is your slave. It is under your control. If it is otherwise, if it is an industry, then please understand, you are slave to it. These are some of the important truths, I can say essence. Patanjali is not telling stories. He is not giving you anecdotes. He is not giving you jokes. He is not wasting by telling examples. He is very straight. He is very straight, delivering the truth immediately. In the first sutra, he has delivered the whole book. Now whatever he is saying, it's only going to be different methods. In this one sutra, if you realize, if you understand this one sutra, if click happens with this one sutra, you don't need further. You don't need anything else. Just this one sutra is enough. Sit, understand. Mind is an action, my own action. I can stop. All right, let me start. I think I'm done with the whole day. Let me relax. If you can have this awareness, if you can just have this one awareness, nothing else, whenever action is performed, you wanted it. Whenever you want, silence can be created. This one understanding, if it clicks, please understand, if it clicks, you don't need anything further. You are qualified for yoga. These two sutras, first sutra, Ata Yoganusasanam, now let us enter into the experience of yoga. And second sutra, yoga is cessation of the mind. These two sutras need to be understood. If this second sutra gives you the kick, you are qualified for yoga. If you are qualified for yoga, the second sutra will give you the click. If you have objections, no, I don't think it is so easy. I have tried this, I have tried that, and I have tried many methods. I know that it's not that easy. My mind is filled with negativity. May not be your mind, Swamiji. You are born and brought up in a very spiritual situation. You don't know about my mind. How much of conditioning and problems I had. I had a very abusive childhood. Still I don't understand that word. Sorry to say that. Wherever I go, people say I had abusive childhood. What do you mean by that word? Everywhere people say, I had very abusive childhood, I had very disturbed childhood, I had this problem, that problem. I don't understand. You see, a child takes birth and it grows. Any situation in which it grows can be made into one more complaint. After you grow, you can always complain. Any situation it can be, you can start complaining. You can accept and enjoy any situation. It is just our idea. It is just our idea. We always think others did not have this problem. Only I had this problem. So we create an idea. I had abusive childhood. I had this. I had that. I did not have this when I was young. I did not have that when I was young. Constantly judging. There is no scale. There is no scale. The moment you start putting scale, start putting ideas, start saying, no, this is there, that is there, this was there, that was there. Stopping the mind is not that easy. Then now you need to read further. Now you need to read further. Very rare, devoted beings straight away get the kick the moment truth is uttered in its pure form. See, in the world, 33% of the people will have straight away the kick when the truth is uttered. Other 33 needs a technique or little convincing. Other 33 will never get it. Now, from my experience, I tell you, I'm traveling all over the world. The first 33, they need to be told, that's all. They are ready. With the deep devotion, with the deep restful awareness, they are ready. They just get it. And something clicks inside them. Yes, what he says is right. So for that 33%, your Yoga Sutra session is over. Relax. Your session is over. Now live. That's all. Remember this one click. Mind is not a thing. It is an action, subtle action. It is your very own subtle action. When you want, you can do it. When you don't want, you can stop it. Mind is one action of your brain. So when you want, you can do it using the brain. When you don't want, you can relax it. That's all. You don't need anything more. If you are second 33, need little convincing, need little logical support, need some techniques, then let's enter into the next sutra. If you are third, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It's an amazing book, very beautifully. Patanjali takes you to the deeper and deeper layers. He's a great master. I can say ultimate master. He has solution even for the third 33. When you go deeper, he has solution. There's a beautiful story. One guy was traveling, sitting on his donkey, and the tail of a donkey, a goat was tied. 3 thieves saw him. One thief said, I'll steal the goat from him. The other guy said, I'll steal the very donkey on which he is sitting and traveling. The third guy said, I'll steal the very clothes he is wearing. First guy slowly started walking behind the donkey. The donkey, in the goat's neck, there was a bell ringing continuously. So that guy who is sitting on the donkey, he knows if the bell is ringing, that goat is following. So he was walking, was traveling. This thief slowly removed the bell from the goat's neck and tied it the donkey's tail. Donkey was continuously ringing the bell. And the guy was walking. He took away the goat and ran away. Second thief was walking continuously with this guy. After some time, the guy was sitting on the donkey. He stopped and turned back. He saw the goat is missing. He asked the second thief, what happened to the goat? Second thief said, just now somebody took it and ran. Run. Go and catch. This guy said, all right, take care of my donkey. I'll go and bring my goat. He ran to get the goat. This fellow ran with the donkey. The third thief was following him. When this guy was completely tired and understood he lost his donkey also, he came near a well. This third thief was sitting near the well with a long face. This guy asked, what happened to you? Why are you sitting with a long face? Third thief said, no, my treasure is lost in this well. It is inside this well. I don't know how to swim. If you can get in and take this out, 50-50. And this guy said, all right, I'll now make it up. I lost my goat and donkey. Now I'll make up in this one situation. Please have my clothes. I'll jump and bring the treasure out. When he jumped, this third guy ran away with the clothes. Patanjali is the third guy. He can really do his job. He can really do his job. He can teach even for the third level people. Step by step he is teaching, that's all. Step by step he is teaching. He can take away everything from you. Actually, if you lose with Patanjali, you will gain ultimately. There's a beautiful saying, stotra from Ramana Maharshi, a great enlightened master from my hometown. He is singing towards Shiva. He says, I lost me in you and gained you in me. Who is the winner? You gained me, but I gained you. Who is the winner? So if you lose with Patanjali, you will lose you, but you will get Patanjali. Patanjali may have you, but you will have Patanjali. So get ready to lose yourself into Patanjali. The ultimate master is not just a scholar. He's a great master. Straight away gives you the techniques. I can say this book is Science of Miracles. Manual for miracles. There are some books which creates philosophers. There are some books which creates kings. There are some books which creates business people. This is the book which can create masters who will create religions. This is a book which can create masters who will create religions. He explains and expresses all the inner science or secrets of the miracles and spiritual experiences. This sutra, withdrawal from mental thought patterns, is yoga. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha, needs to be understood from another dimension. Let me try to explain this, the another dimension. Actually, when the chitta vrittis, when the mental patterns are stopped, suddenly you enter into a different zone. It's like if all the threads which are tying the balloon, if it is cut, suddenly balloon flies to a different space. Same way, for all the thoughts which are pulling you down, if it is cut, your consciousness soars to a different height. It reaches a different zone. It stays in a different zone. When you look through the window, you see the sky. You experience the sky. But sky itself can't be reduced to the size of window. Same way, when the thoughts disappear, you experience the ultimate truth. But the truth itself can't be reduced to one idea of not having thoughts. Please understand. When you don't have thoughts, you will experience truth. But the truth cannot be defined with this one quality of not having thoughts. Not having thoughts may be one of the qualities of truth, but that itself is not ultimate. Chitta vritti nirodha, not having thoughts, leads to the yoga. That itself is not yoga. I want you to understand. Sometimes not having thoughts, people understand, not having thoughts itself is yoga. Then in the deep sleep we don't have thoughts. But that is not yoga. In the deep sleep we don't have thoughts. But that is not yoga. Not having thoughts with awareness is yoga. Not having thoughts with awareness leads you to yoga. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. The different formations taken by the mind, if it is not happening, then yoga is happening inside you. Yoga is happening inside you. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. The next sutra throws more light on this one truth. Let us enter into the next sutra. Tada drashtuhu swarupeva sthanam. This is another beautiful sutra. Let me give you the translation. The earlier sutra says, withdrawal from mental thought patterns is yoga. Here, Patanjali says, then results relaxation into one's true nature of limitlessness and total understanding. See, when the thoughts disappear, when the cessation happens, when the chitta vrittis are no more, when the thoughts are no more, when the mental actions are no more, he says, it results relaxation into one's own true nature. That is what I am saying. In a way, even your deep sleep is a pattern of your mind. Anything you can go in and come out is pattern. Anything you can experience is pattern. Please understand. Anything you can experience again and again is pattern. If you understand this definition, even your sleep is a pattern. Even your sleep is a pattern. You go in and come out, go in and come out. It is a pattern. When you really relax, Patanjali says here, then results relaxation into one's true nature. Swarupe vasthanam. You are established into your own true self. Please understand. These are some of the basic truths. Whatever you see and experience is because of your thought pattern. Whatever you see in the outer world, whether it is your health, body, mind, world, relationships, everything is because of your thought pattern. Everything is your thought pattern. Let me tell you this one small story. How experiences are changed through thought patterns. One guy, old guy, went to a village, nearby village, for some purpose. When he came back, from the distance he saw his house is on fire. He started rolling on the ground and started crying. In India there is a special way of crying. They don't just cry, they roll on the ground and cry. Indian villagers roll on the ground and crying. He started rolling on the ground and crying. He had 3 sons. One son came to him and said, "Father, don't worry. Don't you remember yesterday we sold that house?" This guy suddenly stood up, wiped the tears. "Oh, yes. I remember." He's completely relaxed. Next son ran towards him and said, "Father, it is true we sold yesterday, but still we have not got the money." Then again he fell and started rolling on the ground. "Oh, my house is on fire, please save. There is nobody to save, is there anybody to save?" He started calling all gods, all possible help. In India there is only 911. There is no other 911. He started calling and rolling. Nothing can be done. And after a few minutes, again the 3rd son came and said, No, don't worry, father. Just today morning I took the money and deposited in the bank. The other brothers don't know. I took the money. It is not our house. Then immediately sat up again. He wiped the tears. Oh God, everything is okay. Everything is okay. See, the same situation, same person, one moment he is feeling the deep suffering, agony, the other moment he is completely relaxed, settled. Thought patterns, that plays a major role. Actually, I can say that is the only thing in the life, nothing else. It's the thought patterns. There is another beautiful story in Zen. It's a very deep, subtle truth which will really help you to understand the sutra in a deeper way. People ask me, Swamiji, do you mean to say we should not cry in the situations like this? If somebody's house is on fire, how to be there without crying? People say, I can't be that insensitive, especially when it comes to the death of near and dear one, or some losing the love of a near and dear one. That kind of situations, I can't be so insensitive. People ask me, then I can't be so insensitive. Can't I become enlightened? Understand, it's a very subtle truth you need to understand. One is accepting the situation. Another one is accepting the response happening inside your inner space. There is a beautiful story, Zen story. There is a great master. His disciple also is an enlightened master, Suzuki. When Suzuki's master passed away, the disciple, his name is Suzuki, he started crying, weeping, rolling on the ground. All the other disciples came and asked, Master, what is this? You are an enlightened being. How can you cry like this? How can you weep? Then Suzuki says, if an enlightened person should not cry, get lost. I am not interested in your enlightenment. I can't be so insensitive to this situation. I am crying because I'll miss his physical presence. He can never leave me, or I can never leave him, because he became me and I became him. That is different. But physically I'll miss him. I'll miss the graceful actions of him and the beautiful conscious lila, conscious play. That is why I am crying. Then another disciple is asking, then what about the teaching which you are giving all these years? Accept what is happening, accept what is happening. Tatada. What has happened to the teaching? Have you taught this to us without you experiencing? Please understand, very beautiful truth. Just understanding can give you a very strong click. The Suzuki's reply. The disciple is asking, then have you taught this tatada, accepting what is without you experiencing? Suzuki beautifully explains, there are two levels of acceptance. One, accepting whatever is outside the situation. Accepting the situation, surrendering to this moment, surrendering to tathāta, what is, surrendering to the now. When surrendering to the now happens, that does not mean you will be insensitive. You will be insensitive. When you surrender to this moment, for example, this moment that when the master is dead, he is no more in the body. It is not that you will be insensitive. It can create a strong emotions in you, accepting that also. Acceptance in the internal level, in the inner level, the second level. See, usually what we do, we try to accept the situation. in the outer world, then immediately you have a scale. If I accept, I should be behaving like this in the inner world. You don't have acceptance in the inner world. You have a scale. If I accept the situation, I should be peaceful, collective, calm, restful. You have a scale about the inner world. You accepted the outer world, means you are very moral, conscience-based, but not conscious-based. There is a big difference between just accepting the outer world happening and accepting the outer and inner world happenings. Here, Suzuki is throwing a light, new light on Tathata, acceptance. Acceptance does not mean just accepting the outer world. Usually we have this idea. If I accept the situation in the outer world, immediately I should become calm, quiet, relaxed, restful. I should not have any agitation. I should not have any irritation. I should not have any response. Yeah, then it means what? Then you are not accepting the inner world. Surrendering to the now means accepting the outer world and the response which is happening in the inner world. Suzuki throws an important light on acceptance. So I have accepted, the master has left the body. Saying that I accepted the response which is happening in me, that pain, that suffering, that separation. I accepted that also. This is the complete acceptance. Complete acceptance. Here, that is what Patanjali describes. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. When completely you accept, when there is no chitta vritti, when there is no action, actually when you have the both acceptance, suddenly you will see you are established in your swarupa, in your nature. We all know only one acceptance. We say, I accept the situation as it is. But you have a strong idea. If you accept the situation, how you should behave, how your mental state should be, there is acceptance. There you are not accepting. You should accept in both levels. I accept the outer world situation and I accept what is the response of that outer world situation in my inner situation, inner space. I accept both the space. I accept externally and internally. Then suddenly you will see you will be unclutched. You will be unclutched. You will be in that space of Swarupa, your nature, your own nature. When you are accepting only the outer world and unable to accept what is happening in the inner world, you cannot be in nature. You cannot be established in your nature. If you have to be established in your nature, both acceptance need to happen. One is the acceptance of the situation and accepting the response happening inside you. Only then the chitta vritti nirodha happens, means cessation of the mind happens. Only then the thought patterns disappear. The thought patterns disappear. Only then you are established in Swarupa. He says, then results in relaxation into one's true nature of limitlessness and total understanding. Both levels of acceptance. Just external acceptance is very easy because you have to accept. You have to accept. And external acceptance is taught as a moral value from the beginning to all of us. And moreover, external acceptance is from the beginning told to us. We try to imitate. We try to live that. We try to do that. But internal acceptance is not needed. Not only that, you can hide it externally. If you don't accept, everybody will know. But internally, if you don't accept, nobody will know. Just accepting externally and playing the game is a beautiful ego game. You can post to everybody, see how cool I am, how calm I am, how integrated I am. People start playing game even in all these levels. People start accepting things or trying to pose silence or peaceful, restful awareness just to pose others, just to tell others how cool they are, how calm they are, how restful they are. They try to play game even in this level. But when you accept internally also, suddenly the unclutching happens. So, it's a very beautiful sutra, amazing truth. I want all of you to contemplate, internalize the sutra, this one idea. I do not want to add more and more ideas. I want to do exactly the same work as Patanjali did. I do not want to comment on this work. I want to repeat it. I am not commenting, I am repeating. Because commenting may add more confusions. There are hundreds of commentaries. I can say thousands of commentaries. It may add more confusions. I don't want to comment. I want you to internalize, experience this one idea. This one idea, internalize continuously. Mind is an action. If I want, I can stop. If I am acting, I wanted it. Take the responsibility. If I am acting, I wanted it. Who can take the responsibility for your action? Only you. If you are walking, you want it. If you are talking, you want it. If you are minding, you want it. If you are thinking, you want it. So let the shift happen in your consciousness. If you are thinking, you want it. If you are talking, you want it. If you are sitting, you want it. So let you understand this one truth. Take the responsibility on your shoulder. If you are thinking, you want it. Only then you can stop when you want it. Patanjali is not putting responsibility on anybody else. In this whole 199 sutras, he speaks only in one sutra about God. That also is not describing the nature of God, where is he residing, how is he going, how is he sitting, how is he traveling, no. He says, Ishvara Pranidhanani, let us surrender everything unto the God. It is one spiritual quality. He is not even bothered about God, he is bothered about the surrendering, the quality. He is not talking anywhere else about anything. He says, you can use God as a tool to surrender, that's all. As a tool to surrender. As an object to surrender. That's all. He takes the complete responsibility. So, take the complete responsibility. Even surrendering with responsibility. Understand? Surrendering with responsibility is enlightenment. Responsible surrender is enlightenment. I have seen people surrendering or claiming that they are surrendered. Oh God! Even if you are caught by your enemies, you will not be tortured that much. By the pseudo-surrendering people. By this pseudo-surrendering people. They will claim that they are surrendered, and whatever right happens is their responsibility because of them. Whatever wrong happens, it is because of you. And they will not do anything more than saying word, I have surrendered, I have surrendered, I have surrendered. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, what should I do further? I tell them, what do you mean? No, whatever you say, I will do. The moment I tell something, no, I have this difficulty, that problem, this problem. Then I tell them, then tell all the conditions first. Then I will tell you the solution. They say, no, whatever you do, I will do. Whatever you say, I will do. The moment I open my mouth, they will have 1001 condition, 1001 priorities, 1001 preferences, 1001 conditions. So, Patanjali says very beautifully, take the responsibility completely on your shoulder. A responsible person, even if he surrenders, it will be so graceful, so beautiful. Irresponsible person, even if he tries to stand on his own, it will be only cunning. It will never be complete. So first thing you need, first thing is being responsible. Being responsible. In the first sutra, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha, Patanjali teaches us the basic truth, be responsible. The moment you are responsible, the moment you feel you are responsible for your thinking, you know very clearly you can stop. You can stop. Only when you don't want to take the responsibility, you are going on postponing, putting things on others, blaming others, then you continue to think. If you blame, you are walking because of somebody, you will continue to walk till you die. If you are blaming, you are talking because somebody is forcing, you will continue to talk till the death. Same way, if you say you are thinking because of somebody else, because of some other reason, you will continue to think till you die, even after you die. So take the responsibility on you. Understand, the truth is you are responsible. Truth is you are responsible. So let you understand you are responsible. Then suddenly you will realize you can stop. You can stop. The essence of this whole sutra, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha, is take the responsibility of your subtle action, which I call mind. When you take the responsibility, you know how to stop thinking, how to stop all kinds of expression. You see, mind is not only thinking, there are so many other patterns. Regulation, channeling, mastery, integration, coordination, stilling, quieting, setting aside of the modification, gross and subtle thought patterns, all these things put together. All these things put together is what Patanjali calls Chitta Vritti Nirodha, means cessation of mind. Able to play with it, able to do what you want, like a circus, a gymnasium, able to do whatever you want with your mind, or completely rest without it. It's what he calls yoga. Nirodha not only means controlling or dropping, it means regulation, channeling, mastery, integration, coordination, stilling, quieting, setting aside of all the modifications of the mind. Of all the modifications of the mind. That is what Patanjali means by the word Nirodha. So, I want all of you to contemplate. Let's enter into the first meditation of Yoga Sutra. First meditation of Yoga Sutra is simply doing samadhi, that's all. Now decide, I am moving my hand, I can stop. I am talking, I can stop. I am thinking, I can stop. Just sit with this one truth, with this one sutra. If you are thinking further, be very clear, you are thinking, perfectly alright, thinking is not wrong. I am not saying thinking is wrong. I am saying thinking that you want to stop but you are thinking is wrong. Thinking is not wrong. Thinking you want to stop but you are unable to stop is wrong. So, close your eyes. Sit with a deep, restful awareness. You know you are thinking, so just relax, stop. Or if you want to continue with your clear will. If you are thinking, at least be very clear, you are thinking. Close your eyes and just sit. Let my presence and your presence meet each other. Dissolve into the process. Just sit, remembering you can stop thinking if you want to. If you are thinking, at least remember you are thinking. Just sit with the simple truth. You neither need to stop nor need to think. If you want to, think, think. If you want to stop, stop. It's up to you. But be responsible for what you are doing. Remember, you are doing it. Just with this one truth, sit. Sit with closed eyes. With this one truth. Let it be internalized. Shanti. Internalize this one truth. Till tomorrow evening, we will gather for the next satsang. Tomorrow evening, we will see the next truth delivered by Patanjali. Internally, this one truth very strongly, continuously till tomorrow evening. Let's gather tomorrow for the next session. Thank you. Let you all achieve and radiate, giving enlightenment.
What a powerful yes. You can share your understanding about Swamiji's Patanjali Yoga Sutra and post it in the chat. Take a minute or two and whatever is the understanding, so please post it in the chat. Jagat Janani Das, Hussain, and let's enter into next understanding of Patanjali Yoga Sutras. A deeper understanding of the Yoga Sutras. Before the time of Patanjali, entering into different states of consciousness was an accident or a miracle. There was no logic. Patanjali made it as science, showed the possibility of consciously working for it and achieving it. Patanjali is the first master who explored, experimented, and experienced and expressed the whole thing in clear terms. Who is Patanjali? Patanjali is the greatest spiritual scientist and master who expressed a pure spiritual science. Scripture says he is the incarnation of Adishesha. Mahavishnu's, the serpent where Mahavishnu rests. He is the incarnation of Adishesha, who bears the whole earth's weight. Patanjali created a spiritual tradition without any belief system, without any faith or assumptions. It is simple and direct truth that can be experienced directly. Directly or indirectly, all religions are influenced by this great master. Patanjali has given a beautiful 199 sutras describing the whole science of yoga, uniting the individual consciousness with the universal consciousness. The sutras can only be transferred from an enlightened being to a disciple. Only then the true meaning is revealed. Without enlightenment, these sutras can be misinterpreted, misunderstood, and misused. Only if you come to now, come to the present, will you be able to experience yoga. When you come to the space of now, this moment, the yoga can happen in you. Ata yoga anusasanam is the first verse of Patanjali Yoga Sutras. That means, come down from the mind, be here and now. Now, concentration is explained by the translation by Swami Vivekananda. And Swami Prabhupada translated as, this is the beginning of instruction in yoga. Swamiji's Atma Pramana, Swamiji narrates that Vibhudananda Puri actually gave this click. Your seeking is capable enough to give you the experience of what you are seeking, without any external help or support. By doing this, she removed that Dvandva Vijnana, that impossibility from me once for all. Swamiji says, if she gives me the Rajarajeshwari mantra today, I just know within the next 48 hours, I will have the darshan of Rajarajeshwari and I have to go back and report to her. If she gives me a Varahi mantra, I just know within next 48 hours, I will have Varahi darshan and go back and report to her. If she gives me the Tidhi Nitya Devi's mantra, I just know I will have to go and sit and practice it. And I will have darshan of that. And I have to go back and report to her. That idea that it may work out for me, it may not work out for me, the impossibility whether it is going to happen for me or not, that she broke. When that is taken away, so much of excitement and joy, that very excitement makes the whole very path short. Path is long only when you create hurdles. Path is always short when you create only excitement. Only when you produce excitement, the path is always short. Patanjali says, come down from your illusions, fantasies, come down from your hopes and dreams. Straight come to this moment, yoga will start happening in you. The Nirodha, one of the Patanjali Yoga Sutra is Nirodha Parinamaha, meaning the space between thoughts. Tasya prasanta vahita samskarat. The flow of Nirodha Parinama becomes steady through habit. Swami Satchidananda translated. Nirodha Parinamaha means when you sit with a deep trust, with a master and listen to him, there is a gap between thoughts. Nirodha Parinamaha. the space between thoughts. That gives you the experience that you are something beyond thoughts. A sincere seeker, a sincere disciple, when he sits with a deep melting mood with the master, not only master comes alive with the disciple, disciple comes alive with the master. Both disciple and the master feels fulfilled. And incarnation's physical presence gives refuge, abhayam, makes your problems disappear, sharanam, and makes you radiate joy when you are around him, ashirvadam. Yoga is not just moving your body, concentrating your mind. Yoga is the ultimate happening. Whenever you are in this moment, yoga is happening in you. If you want to be a yogi, just remember this truth. This is the only sutra you need to be a yogi. You remember this truth. You are a yogi. The Patanjali Yoga Sutra, verse 22nd. Reality is an illusion. Kritartham pratinastam api anastam tadanya sadharanyavat. One who has accomplished his purpose of attaining enlightenment, it disappears for him. And for all others, it remains the same. Swami Satchidananda. Reality or illusion. Even before the person achieves enlightenment, all are not seeing reality in the same way. When he becomes enlightened, what is described here is seen, disappears, is not truth or reality as you understand. The reality seen by the so-called enlightened people is not real as you see them. All ideas about reality, perception, and perceived need to be completely digged out by you without hypocrisy. The philosophical discussion is the intellectual river merging into the ocean of experience. Trying to stand on others' opinions and experiences does not lead you anywhere. The scriptural reference. Jati antara parinamaha prakriti apurat. The transformation of one species into another is caused by the inflowing of nature, translated by Swami Prabhupada. Now, the essence is, by nature, constantly you are evolving into another species. Allow the natural flow, you will become an extraordinary human being. Mauna. Space beyond the mind where the walk loses its function. Meditate on the intense silence where the mind and words loses its power. So what is the qualification to be in yoga? That is no mind state. Come to now to experience you. Mind is not an object. It is an action. Just like how you decide not to talk, you would not talk. Same way, you can stop your mind if you want. One action of your brain is mind. Then another sutra, Krutartham prati nastam api anastam tatanya sadharanatvat. Reality is illusion. One who has accomplished his purpose of attaining enlightenment, it disappears for him, and for all others, it remains the same. The major question and the major problem is, again and again, masters declare this whole thing is illusion, nothing is real, yet we don't believe it. One of the questions is, if it is illusion, when somebody becomes enlightened, if this illusion disappears for them, then what happens to others? Is it still on an illusion for you, or is it not illusion for you? Or if it is not disappearing for enlightened master, how can it disappear for me? When you experience enlightenment, the object disappears into anirvachaniya. That means indescribable. The reality, as it is seen by people, disappears for enlightened being, but continues to be seen by all other people other than him. One group says, no, it disappears for everybody. There is another group says, no, it disappears only for him, not for others. There is one more group says, no, it does not disappear for anybody, not even for him. Even before the person achieves enlightenment, what is described here is seen, disappears, is not truth or reality as you understand. The reality seen by the so-called enlightened people is not real as you see them. When Ganga mixes with ocean, she creates a special kind of land, a unique kind of earth, which actually anyone who stands on it will get sucked into it. Quicksand. Unique forest and unique trees grow in that place. In Tamil Nadu also, where Kaveri meets the ocean, she creates that kind of land. A special forest grows in that level. This philosophical discussion is the intellectual river merging into the ocean of experience. All major philosophical systems and traditions created in India differs just on this one truth, the reality and illusion, the theory of Maya. All ideas about reality, perception, and perceived need to be completely digged out by you without hypocrisy. Any opinion that is given, if you are influenced by it, you will land in hypocrisy. The essence of this sutra is, neither before my enlightenment, both our realities were same, nor it was different. Even during my enlightenment, it was same, not different. After my enlightenment also, it was same, not different. Then what is it? You must inquire and find out. then one of the Sutra 28. Yoga Anga Anusthana Asudikshaye Jnana Deeptir Aviveka Shate. Through the practice of different parts of yoga are seen as soon as all impurities are removed by practice of Satchit. By the practice of a glimpse of yoga, the impurities dwindle away. Now, let's do one internalization exercise. List down 10 reasons you have not done yoga in the Brahma Muhurta. Example, I go to bed late in the night, so I can't wake up early and do yoga. I'm overloaded with work, so I can listen satsang, not yoga. So list down 10 reasons where you have not done yoga in the Brahma Muhurta. Brahma Muhurta, if you are hearing for the first time, Brahma Muhurta is the time where about 90 minutes before sunrise, 1.5 hours before sunrise. Do this exercise for a few minutes. Quickly pen down. Are you all done? Quickly post if you are done with the exercise. Yes. Now, we're going to learn much more deeper, powerful truths from the Patanjali Yoga Sutras as explained by Swamiji. Swamiji teaches us that we are all the same in consciousness, in conscious level, but unique in expression. So what makes us unique? As per our samskaras, the engraved memories. Swamiji then explains that the person who has the knowledge about the blueprint we carry from lifetime to lifetime has this ultimate knowledge. How we are unique, what we need to do to go beyond our engraved memories to reach the ultimate state, to reach our highest potential. Let's listen from Swamiji's own voice from the Patanjali Yoga Sutras.
For this wonderful program. Today's subject, you are unique and infinite. See, in the whole universe, there are only two kinds of civilization. Only two kinds. One kind of civilization started with a proposal that all are same. Please understand. One civilization started with that proposal, all are same. There's another one civilization started with proposal, all are unique. We need to look little deep into this. If we can understand this one idea, all the civilizational conflicts can be resolved. See, this is the thought trend from which all the civilizations have started raising. You can see this is a basic thought. There are some civilizations which arose out of the thought, everybody is equal. So they tried the law, religion, tradition, customs, culture, everything to be built on that idea. Everybody is equal. There are some civilizations built on this one idea. Everyone is unique. Please understand. if you look little deep to experience the truth, experientially, as an existence, everyone may be same, but as an expression, everyone is unique. Please understand. As an experience, means as an existence, as a consciousness, everyone is same. But as an expression, everyone is unique. So the civilizations which started understanding, which started with a proposal, everyone is unique, has started doing research in the inner space. They started working in the inner space. The civilizations which started with a proposal, everybody is equal, they worked only in the outer world to make things more and more equal. They created politics, they created society, they created outer world civilization. Please understand. If you start with an idea, everybody is equal, then you start questioning too many things. Why somebody should have wealth? Why somebody should have more power? Why somebody should have more opportunity? Then naturally your energy, your intelligence, your vision starts working towards the outer world. You start looking towards the outer world. So you create a civilization which works on the outer world. You create a legal system, civilization, structure, community, culture. Everything depends on that idea. All are equal. The deep truth is, maybe consciously all are equal, but as an expression, each one of us are unique. When you realize that each one of us are unique, you will realize not only you are unique, you are infinite. Please understand, if you think you are same, as long as you think you are equal, you will be constantly only developing your life, building your life with the person, with the base with whom you are comparing yourself. If you think everyone is equal, with whom you are living, naturally you will feel, I am equal with him, I am equal with him, I am equal with him. You will start building your life based on the idea and understanding you have about them. Whatever you have, your idea you have about them, whatever idea you carry about them, you will start building, yes, I am equal with him, so let me build my life like this. But when you understand, as an expression, you are unique, suddenly you start respecting yourself, you start realizing your potentiality, you start expressing your infinite qualities, you start expressing your infinite dimensions. Usually people ask me, Swamiji, only by comparing I grow, I expand, but you say comparison is not good. Please understand, if you are comparing and growing, you will grow only up to the level of the person with whom you are comparing yourself. You will not really expand who you are. You will not really achieve who you are. That infinite possibilities, infinite dimensions will never be experienced, will never be achieved, will never be understood. So here Patanjali is trying to create new civilization. Patanjali is a great master. I can say with his logic and scientific depth is crossing Einstein. With his knowledge about the inner world and the inner space is crossing Mahadeva, Shiva. I can say Shiva and Einstein together is Patanjali, a great logician in the inner science. This whole trip, this whole tour, you all may be aware, I am dedicating it to Patanjali. And to express the few truths and many secrets behind Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. Few truths and many secrets are hidden in these great sutras. We will experience these great sutras of Patanjali, maybe 5,000 years old, at least 5,000 years old. Patanjali was born and brought up in South India, a place called Chidambaram. Still, the community created by him is alive, and still the temple is alive, vibrant. I can say one of the place where the worship and the spiritual practice is happening in an unbroken way for last few thousand years. In India we have a habit. Every day the priest who is conducting the service, the Vedic temples are not open only on Sundays or any particular days. In Vedic temples, the service, worship, meditation, spiritual practice happens every day. It is supposed to happen every day. So every day the priest who does the service, end of the day, he will sign and receive his salary. That record is called maniyam. That's a Tamil word. This is the temple which has longest record of maniyam, something like more than 4,000 years of record. They have unbroken record that every day worship was going on. You see, the thing is, in India, so many cultural invasions happened. So many different civilizations came. So many different religious wars happened, internally and from external. But throughout, somehow they maintained. Means the inspiration created by Patanjali is still alive. The sutras created by Patanjali is still alive. The sutras are preserved without any interpolations, in its pure form as uttered by Patanjali. That is why I decided to speak on the sutras. It's such a powerful technique. It can enrich our life as it enriched when Patanjali uttered to his first batch of disciples. It can really enrich our life. There is no expiry date for the sutras. There is no expiration date. They are so alive, so powerful. If you understand, in the consciousness, you are same. All of us are same. As a soul, as a cosmic consciousness, all of us are same. But as an expression, all of us are unique. If you understand this truth, you will go inside and start experiencing the sameness in your inner space. So the Vedic civilization started with this understanding. We are all same as consciousness, but we are unique as expression. In the sutra, Patanjali is trying to reveal some of the great secrets why we are unique in our expressions, why you think the way you think, why you walk the way you walk, why you talk the way you talk, why you do things the way you do things. He is giving us the secret. With this secret, we can handle, live, manipulate our life as we want. Please understand, if you understand this one sutra and internalize, you will be God at least for your life. At least for your life. You will be God at least for your life. Let me enter into the sutra. This is a 19th sutra, very powerful sutra. Bhava pratyaya videha prakriti layanam. Again, so difficult to translate this sutra. The depth. I have some 12 translations done by different masters, different spiritual heads. I just wanted to give you the glimpse of 2-3 translations. Then I'll give my own translation. Swami Vivekananda's translation says, this samadhi, when not followed by extreme non-attachment, becomes the cause of the remanifestations of the gods and those who become merged in nature. And Taimini is another one great spiritual leader. Of those who are Videkas and Prakritilayas, birth is the cause. That is his translation. And then there is another one, Swami Sachidananda, his translation. Those who merely leave their physical bodies and attain the state of celestial deities are those who get merged in nature, have rebirth. Same sutra, different translation. If you don't understand the sutra, don't bother. I've read out the translation for the sake of record. Even I can't understand directly by reading translation. I know for sure you can't understand. I just wanted to read out few different approaches. I tried to use more number of words because the Sanskrit language is such, if you break the words and read, it will give different meaning. If you read as one line, it will give different meaning. If you break first part and last part, it will give a different meaning. I tried to cover 2-3 meaning in my translation by using more words. When body-mind identification is overcome, Videhas, beings at higher state, and Prakritilayas, beings who are one with existence, take birth only due to the seeds of desires that are latent. This is my translation. Let's understand this whole sutra. Bhava pratyayo videha prakritilayanam. You can't literally understand this sutra. You need to completely look inside. That is why traditionally, in Vedic tradition, only an enlightened master can comment on these sutras. A person who has experienced Patanjali's consciousness, only when he comments, all the secrets are revealed. And only an enlightened person is authorized to comment on the scriptures. Otherwise, he can only read and recite the commentaries written by earlier enlightened masters. Only if an individual becomes enlightened, he can express. Sometimes when you try to follow the things literally, you miss the essence. I have a story for you. A man came home from work and noticed that his father seemed to be avoiding the grandchildren. What is the problem? He asked. Normally you love playing with them. The old man whisked a medicine prescription from his pocket and said, read that label, that is why. The son took the bottle and read the label. Take 2 pills a day, keep away from children. When you literally start following, sometime you miss. So this sutra also can't be understood literally. You need to look inside. The key word in the sutra is Videka Prakritilaya. let me translate that words. Beings at higher state who don't feel that they are carrying the body, the heaviness of the body. There are another kind of group of people who feel constantly they are one with the nature, who don't feel that they are islands. When I say you are same, equal in the inner space, I mean, as far as the soul is concerned, we are all equal, pure consciousness. But when it comes to the expression, your body, your mind, your intelligence, your understanding, you are unique. What makes us unique? Here, Patanjali is describing, very beautifully is describing. When body-mind identification is overcome, Videhas, beings at higher state, Prakritilayas, beings who are one with existence, take birth only due to the seeds of desires that are latent. What makes us unique is our engraved memories. Please understand, engraved memories, samskaras. Now I'll express few important truths. What I heard from my teachers and what I myself experienced. From this, I'll express few truths. Only then you'll be able to understand this sutra. Please understand. When an enlightened being comments on the sutras, not only he comments on the sutra, he reveals an important secrets of life. The first important secret, important thing we need to understand, whether we believe it or not, accept it or not, again and again and again, we are going through this birth and death cycle. Maybe little difficult for a logical mind to understand, especially if you are born and brought up in a different tradition. First thing, we carry a blueprint about our life inside us. We may change bodies, but that blueprint continues to be carried by us. You continue to carry that blueprint. You continue to live with that blueprint. Whenever you get some strong experiences from the life, either pleasure or pain, you try to change, alter, redesign, work with that blueprint. But when that strong experience is forgotten, again you are away from the blueprint, you start spending more time with the outer world. Very rarely some strong joy or painful experiences reminds us we are responsible for everything. Those few strong experiences is what I call life teaching you. See, you don't accept a living master that easily. It's very difficult to sit in front of a person who is also a man with human body and flesh and listening to him. It's very difficult, especially a young man like me. It's a little more difficult. And I do have a big problem. Wherever I go, see, in our field, age is respected. And people come and tell me, my spiritual seeking is more than your age. I tell them what to do. Anyhow, it's very difficult to listen. I also understand. To a man who is sitting in front of you, how can he know about life more than me? Naturally, a logical mind will question. That is why the whole cosmos it has a system. The life itself will teach you. Life itself teaches you. I have seen many times, especially in this country, these NRI kids will be brought. These parents, they won't keep quiet. They will bring their kids. And when they come near me after the lecture, usually for darshan, they will force the kids, hey, bend and touch his feet. I'll tell them it's okay, don't disturb them. And these guys also won't bend. There's a big problem. And the fight will go on in front of me only. It will be very embarrassing for me. Either they should have finished their fight there itself, and they should be very clear. You will not force me, and I will not touch. Or you should be very clear, no, I am going to touch, you don't need to tell me. Something should have been convinced. Some understanding should have come. But they will come here only and the fight will start. I will feel very embarrassed. Sometimes, what to do? Because if I say it's okay, please move, then the parents feel, no, Swamiji did not bless my kid. And they think it's inauspicious. And there is nothing like inauspicious or auspicious. After all, respect is in the heart. Many times I have seen these kids who don't bend, they are more honest and straightforward. And if they feel whatever is truth I am saying, they will go and live it. If they don't understand, they will just leave it. But these guys, many times who bend, will not practice. They worship, will not follow. Sometimes people who follow may not worship. That is different. So it's two different things. I always prefer people who follow than people who worship. But the fight will go on in front of me. Sometimes these guys, there are one group which neither follows nor worships. Just because the parents force, they come here. And they look this up and down. And they ask, you look almost like me only. What is there? I never tell anything. I just think in the mind, all right, fellow, get married. I have seen, in 1 year that guy will get married. Second trip when I come to the same city, that guy will be so polite, humble, and no parents need to tell. He will come and do complete Shashtanga Namaskar. Now I know what I can't teach, life has taught. Many times, 10 years of enlightened master's training is equal to 1 year of wife training. One year training my wife is enough. Sometimes life teaches. Strong experiences, whether joy or pain, which you go through, turns you inside and gives you the glimpse. You are responsible. The blueprint which you carry inside you is responsible for your life. People come and tell me sometimes, Swamiji, I had 7-8 relationships in my life, but everything was abusive. Please be very clear. Maybe you are carrying a blueprint of self-pity, self-sympathy. You feel by creating self-pity, you are enjoying your own attention or others' attention. Or you may be having a deep, lonely feeling. That is why you choose, abusive relationship is much better than loneliness. Some way you compromise. If you look inside, you will understand the blueprint which you carry is responsible for everything. This is an important second secret. The first truth, first secret, whether you understand or not, again and again we go through lives and deaths. It's like a average man, in every night he goes through 25 to 30 set of dreams. You will have one set of dreams and fall asleep. Then you will have one more set of dreams, fall asleep. You will have one more set of dreams, fall asleep. 25 to 30 set of dreams usually you go through. If you go through the 25 to 30 set of dreams, in 3-4 hours you will wake up. That is why you have disturbed sleep. If you go through that 30 set of dreams, some 6-7 hours, you will be able to sleep for 6-7 hours. Just like if you are, see, if the number of dream sets, the more it increases, you will be out of sleeping state. Same way, the number of births and deaths, just like a dream and deep sleep, only birth and death. Each set of dream is one birth, and the deep sleep is death period. Again, you go through one set of dreams, second birth, and deep sleep state, death. Again, one more set of dreams, third birth, you go into the death. So this number of births and deaths, if it becomes more, you want to wake up from this dream, this slumber, this sleep, unconscious slumber. Just like you want to wake up from the sleep state once you go through 30 dreams. The number of dreams is more by 25-30. You will naturally feel enough. Let me wake up. Let me be out of this sleep. Same way, when you go through many number of births and deaths, suddenly you feel, oh God, I am doing the same thing. I am living a same life, almost same. Look into your life, almost same. I always tell this one parable, one story. I have seen in Indian villages, these kids will play with small toys, wooden toys. It's called Marappachi Bommai. Just this size toys. It will be almost same size, same shape. The kids will put white cloth and call mother. Oh no, white cloth means father, father. They will put some red small sari, they will call mother. They will put a small skirt and they will call sister. They will put a kind of a trouser and call it brother. These kids will play. Same kind of toy, different dress they will put, they will call father, mother, brother, sister. They will be sitting and playing. They themselves will enact the whole thing. They will take that father toy and say, father is going to the office. They will put the father toy in the car and they will drive the car. On the way they will make even horn sound, pam pam. They will take the toy to the office. They will say, mother is cooking. They will keep the mother toy. They will create all the noise of cooking, like vegetable cutting, tuck, 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 tuck. They themselves will create sound. And they say that mother is cooking. They will get that brother toy. Brother is going to school. They will put that toy into the bicycle and they will create that bicycle sound. Bicycle bell sound, tring, tring, tring. They will take carry. And they will take that sister toy. Sister is crying. They will throw the toy and start crying. They will play. If some toy is not coming in the way in which they want, if it is not handy, they will throw the toy and say, oh, bad toy. If you look little deep, we are doing the same thing with our life. Just see, same thing with our life. You catch somebody as husband, somebody as wife, somebody as daughter, somebody as brother, somebody as sister. You catch everybody and you have your own script for them. As long as they enact your script as you want, the game goes well. When your script is not accepted by them, when it is not going well, then you say bad relationship and throw it away. The same drama, again and again and again. Sometimes you can see in your life, you land in the body, catch some place, this is my boundary, this is my relationships. By the time you are ready with all the ties, relationships and the boundary, Yama is giving you notice, pack up. No time to pack up, no U-Haul service. And you just pack up and go. Again take birth somewhere else. Again by the time you are ready, and pack up. again and again and again, we live the same thing. That is the reason you can see in your life, sometime, see, layers and layers of your different birth memory will be there. Just like earth has different layers, your different birth memories are there in your unconsciousness, layer by layer. I am describing some of the truth as it is inside. Just whatever is the human consciousness, I am describing as it is. In your unconscious, just like a different layers of the earth, different layers of your birth memories will be there. First birth, second birth, third birth, fourth birth. That birth memories will be there. The plateaus of the earth, the layers of the earth, if they have little problem or if they are settling with each other, the earthquake is created. Same way, if these memories are crisscrossing each other, when they are trying to settle with each other unconsciously, something called mind quake happens in you. Let me describe that experience exactly. Then you will understand what I mean by the word mind quake. Sometime you will go to a new place, new city. Some friend or relative would have invited, you will go. When you enter the house or that place, suddenly you will remember as if the whole place is known to you. You know thoroughly where, which room is there, where restroom is there, where kitchen is there, where the antiques are there, where what gifts items are there. Suddenly in one flash you know the whole thing. When you walk inside, you will see that exactly things are as you saw inside. Sometime in the parties, when you are dancing, suddenly one thought will come. In next 10 minutes, some person is going to come, particular person, or something is going to happen. In next 10 minutes, you will see exactly that happening. Exactly that happening. How many of you had this kind of experience at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Oh God. Please raise your hand fully. I just wanted to see. Others, please just look around. You see, if it happens in one person's life once, we can say coincidence. We can brush it aside. That's a poor word. We can brush it aside. If it is happening in so many persons' lives, so many times, how can this be called as coincidence? You can't brush it aside as coincidence. No. Those few moments that mind quake is happening means the different layers of your memory is crashing with each other. See, many times I had that same kind of experiences. Sometimes when I see some person, I know for sure that I know him for quite a long time. But first time he will be seeing me. And he also has that same experience. He knows me for quite a long time. Please understand, when this kind of experiences are happening, as I told, you go to some place and suddenly you know the whole place, you know the whole house, where which is kept, where the restroom is, where kitchen is, you know everything. It is not that you have visited the same house in your past birth, no, but the same frequency experience you had in the past birth. Same frequency means that what mental setup you have when you are in that place, that same mental setup, that same intensity you would have experienced in your past life sometime. So whenever the same intensity repeats, all the truths which is in front of you is revealed to you. Please understand. Whenever the same intensity repeats, all the truths which are in front of you are revealed to you. This is the key. This is the key. The subject is very strong. The truths Patanjali is trying to express today in this sutra is very strong. I want to wanted you to understand, each sutra is independently intelligent to lead you to enlightenment. You don't need to read second sutra at all. Understand one sutra and internalize. You can live enlightenment. Patanjali has designed this whole book in such a way, each sutra is independently intelligent enough to create one religion. The Vedic tradition is group of religions. Each sutra can create a master who will be a source of one religion. This one sutra, if you can understand, you are liberated from whatever the difficulties and complications you are carrying inside this moment. This moment you can be liberated. So many important deep secrets Patanjali is offering in this one sutra. First thing, we again and again take birth. Second important thing, the blueprint which we carry inside us is responsible for our whole life. That is what I call engraved memories. Very loosely we call karma. But I don't want to use that word because that word is loaded with too many meanings. Especially in the West also now that word has become popular. Everybody started using the word, let me make little good karma. Let me make some good karma. Engraved memory, samskara is the right word I wanted to use. That is the reason for our uniqueness. If you understand you are unique and look into your samskaras, please understand, as long as you think you are same, all are equal, we will be continuously fighting with others. You will be continuously fighting with others. Naturally you will ask, when you see any person, we are all equal. Why should you have this? Why not me? Why should you have this? Why not me? Why should I have this? Why not you? Either health or wealth or relationship, name and fame, in everything you will start comparing and the fight will be going on. But if you understand you are unique, suddenly you start looking inside. You start looking your samskaras, your engrams. Person who thinks everybody is equal starts looking outer world to make everything equal, which never happens. Which never happens. Even after death, it will never be equal. Maybe even after death, things will never be equal because the cremation is going to be in different places, different way. This country you have insurance also for that. Different casket, different way of cremation. And even I heard that there are premium plats available. The mountain view plats where you can rest forever. Anyhow, even after death, things are not going to become equal. So we will be constantly looking in the outer world and fighting. But if you understand we are unique, then you start looking inside. Why I am unique? Why I am the way in which I am? Why I am who I am? Why I am what I am? You start looking inside. Then naturally, the looking inside gives you the knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying. The blueprint you are carrying, the knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying is what I call ultimate knowledge. Please understand. Person who has the knowledge about the blueprint which he is carrying will never suffer. That is the end of the sufferings. In the Vedic tradition, we have something called Salokya Mukti, means living in the world where the God is, almost like a heaven, the heaven concept. In the heaven, there is no suffering. You may have body, you will live like everybody else, And there are so many descriptions. I don't know which description is true. So each civilization has its own description. The civilizations which lives in a very cold weather, they visualize their heaven as a hot place, warm place. The civilizations which lives in a hot place, they visualize their heaven as a very cool place. So each one has their own visualization. I can say it must be air controlled. For a person who is from a hot country, it is cool weather. For a person who is from cool place, it's a warm weather. Anyhow, they may have body, they will have everything, but no suffering. Please understand. I want you to know one truth. This is not a fantasy. This is not a fantasy. Patanjali is not a person to promote fantasies. He's a great scientist. When he says there is some solid truth behind it. See, if the same thing is said by Vyasa, I wouldn't have accepted. Because Vyasa writes all kinds of mythological stories. He goes on explaining so many Puranas, so many stories. The same thing is said by Vyasa. I may not have said it is a fact. I would have said it may be truth, but not fact. There is a difference between the two. Truth is told to raise your consciousness. It may not be reality now, but if you connect with it, you will be raised. But fact is fact, factual. With Vyasa, sometimes the truth and fact differ. But with Patanjali, he is very logical. The truth and fact is one and the same. He says, a person who has a knowledge about the samskaras, engraved memories, who can look inside, lives without any suffering. Please understand, he is using a beautiful word. He takes birth only due to the seeds of desires that are latent. You will have the body. See, if you understand all the samskaras you carry, if you look inside and understand your uniqueness, suddenly you will see you will not have any suffering. You will be living only with the latent desires. See, life lived just to fulfill the desires will never have suffering. Life lived with fear-based samskaras will have suffering. He says, Patanjali says, there is a life possible only with desire, without fear. You need to understand this. We know the life which is fear and greed. You have a greed, and if that greed is not fulfilled, or if you are afraid it may not be fulfilled, you have a fear. Even if it is fulfilled, you have a fear. It may not stay with you forever. You have a fear. So you understand a mental setup with fear and greed. But Patanjali says there is a mental setup possible just based on desires. It will be fulfilled. If it is not fulfilled, you know it is going to be fulfilled, so you will be waiting. That's all. See, the fear comes into play if there is a time limit. For example, you want to have such and such a kind of a food. So naturally, what will you think? I should have before I die. So when you are not getting the food this moment, constantly you will have fear. Before I get the food, if I die, what will happen? I should get the food before I die. So naturally, the network of your mind, software of your mind is written with fear and greed, intertwined. Fear and greed of the binary of your inner software. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Fear, greed, fear, greed, fear, greed, fear, greed. But Patanjali says, by understanding your samskaras, you can live without fear. What is that understanding? Please understand. He doesn't have to tell a lie. He has no vested interests. He is a much more authentic scientist than any scientist, because even scientists are funded by some corporations or some people who have vested interests. So their research findings has to either completely turn or bend slightly towards the people who are funding their interests. But here is Patanjali. That is the beauty of our Vedic tradition. The people who are doing research and development in the Vedic, in the inner science, they say no funding. We will live a simple life, the utter simple life. 9 years I lived that life. 9 years I lived begging and eating, sleeping under the trees, going to different temples and monasteries and meditating. I won't even stay in the same monastery or same temple or same village, because the person who start giving me food, now I will be bound by that person. So the tradition says you can't eat in the same house more than 3 days. If you eat more than 3 days, your research and development may be corrupted based on the person who gives you the food. And in the Eastern tradition we care so much, and very logical. They care so much about from whom you eat, who takes care of your day-to-day needs. It's very carefully analyzed, and that plays a very major role. I want you to know an incident, very beautiful incident. In Mahabharata, if you know the Mahabharata story, you can enjoy what I am saying. In Mahabharata, there was a great, wonderful character, Bhishma. I can never think Mahabharata can be imagination, because such a powerful depiction of the characters. No brain can be so evolved to create that kind of fantasies. No brain can be that evolved to create that kind of fantasies. So it must be factual. Astras on him, on Bhishma, and he is just lying in the war field, but Bhishma has a power. He has one kind of a power. He has a boon. He will leave the body when he wants. Ichcha mrityu. His body can be diseased. He can have disease. He can be inflicted with pain. But he cannot be killed unless he himself wants. He can hang on to the body. So, even though he is almost dead, he was not even able to move his hands. He was keeping his body, he was keeping his life to die at the right time. In the Vedic tradition we believe, the last moment of your death, last moment, the time and the thought, the consciousness, the mood with which you are leaving the body, both play a major role in your next birth or enlightenment. It plays a major role. So Bhishma is just waiting for the right time. He is waiting for the Uttarayana, when the sun moves towards the north. He is waiting for that period to leave the body. But all the war is over. Dharma won the war, Dharmaraja. Now they are going to be coronated. They are going to sit in the throne. They wanted to take the blessings of Bhishma because he is the grandfather. All of them, all the Panchabandavas, Draupadi and Krishna, all of them are going and touching the feet of Bhishma, asking him to bless that they will rule the country blissfully. They will run the kingdom. Bhishma blesses. Not only he blesses, he gives beautiful set of teachings, amazing teachings. How to run a kingdom. I can say the depth he looks. It's a textbook for politicians. Textbook for politicians. If you want to know about Vedic politics, how a politics is done with a Vedic mind, with a Vedic understanding, in Vedic civilization, read that book. He gives a beautiful set of teachings. How that idea of protecting and serving is very beautifully expanded. He gives amazing teachings. Once the teachings are given, Draupadi just laughs in a very disrespectful way, in a very careless way. She just laughs, giggles. Nobody was able to understand why she is giggling. Bhishma just looks and says, "My dear daughter, I can understand. I can understand why you are laughing." Then suddenly Draupadi realized that she disrespected Bhishma. She wipes her tears and says, "Father, you know why I laughed. I wanted to really ask you. I want to tell you. You know so much about Dharma, so much about what is right and what is wrong. But how did you keep quiet when I was abused, when they were pulling my cloth in front of you in the court?" In the court of Duryodhana, Draupadi was abused. They were pulling her clothes, trying to make her naked in the court. The villain, Duschadana, was trying to pull her clothes. So she asks, "How you are able to keep quiet? What happened to all your dharma which you are talking now? Why you did not speak all these things at that moment? Why you kept quiet?" Beautifully Bhishma answers, "It's a truth. Please understand, even though my bone structure is made out of dharma, my flesh and blood was given by the food which was given by Duryodhana. So his food, I became dull. I forgot the dharma. My brain did not recover the memories of dharma because of his food. Maybe my body is made out of dharma, but the food he gave, I ate his food for many years, number of years. So because of that food, my thinking also became like him." Actually, if you look inside, sometime you can see in your own life. For example, if you are a top level administrator of some company, if you are heavily paid by your boss and you are an inner circle of your boss, you can see very clearly, even though it is not dharma, it is not right, you don't feel disturbed at all to think in the way or the language of your boss. You suddenly know, you know very clearly it is not right, but you just beautifully think. You don't feel guilt at all. You can see in your own life. The person who plays so much in your consciousness, on your consciousness, many times you forget the logic. You forget the logic. Many times you don't even remember what you did. What you did, what you are doing. Please understand. Look inside. Look inside. What Bhishma says, you can see as your own experience. If you are top circle of your boss, you can see very clearly because he pays. And the problem is you don't even think it is wrong. Even though you know it is wrong, you don't even take time to create guilt, analyze it and create at least your own justification. Even that much you don't wait. Even that much we will not be aware. Many times it happens. So, Bhishma says, the food which he gave was running in my system. So, my consciousness was not even that much clear or aware to create a clear understanding, which is right, which is wrong. But now, because of Arjuna's arrows, all that blood has left my system. Now I am drained of the blood given by Duryodhana, the food which went inside my system and became my flesh. Everything has left my system. Now I am myself. That is why I am telling you the truth. I am giving you the law, how to run a country, how to run a whole system. I can say that law book which Bhishma gives is directly based on the law of the cosmos, law of the whole cosmos. I can say Bhishma gave his constitution to run a country based on the constitution of the cosmos. Just from that very own understanding, he created the constitution. It's an amazing constitution. I had chance to go through. Clearly defines not only do's and don'ts, the mental thinking, the setup, thinking setup from which the do's and don'ts arise. See, if you are just taught do's and don'ts, vidhi nisheda, in Sanskrit we call vidhi nisheda, do's and don'ts, naturally what will you do? Oh, it's a law enforced on me. When I don't see the cop, I can press the gas. That's all. When I see the cop, I have to press the brake. That's all. That's what we understand. You see, by law, we are taught how to technically escape from the law. Most of the time, any word, it only takes us little time, that's all. A person who takes little time and thinks technically and finds a way to this side and that side, some holes, is called citizen. Person who doesn't take that much of time or intelligence, straight away lives as he wants, is a criminal, that's all. Otherwise, usually, when it is told just as a law, we always have a problem in following. But Bhishma, amazing intelligence, he gives you the mental setup from which the do's and don'ts arise. We call it sutra. He gives the sutra. So anybody who internalizes, he knows the do's and don'ts. And he will not have any problem living it. He doesn't need law enforcement department. Maybe with minimum law enforcement department, that system can be run just with a supervising, not enforcing, just supervising. Maybe I can call the Bhishma system is law supervising department. Creates such a strong system. He says, now all that old blood has left me. I am new. That is why the Dharma comes out. So be very clear. Be aware from whom you are getting your food, with whom you are sharing your life, under whom you are living. If you look inside and understand the samskara, the mental setup, Patanjali says you can live just with desire without fear. What can be that mental setup? What can be that secret? He says the person who understood that secret, in the last few sutras, he very beautifully describes the 18th sutra. He says, Virama pratyaya abhyasa purva samskara seshonyaha. He says, in this samadhi, which is attained by the constant practice of cessation of all mental activity, the chitta, memory, mind, retains only the engrams which does not create any disturbance in your inner space. See, Patanjali says, you can live with your regular life with engrams which does not disturb your inner space without any fear. I can say Patanjali is the only hope for the whole humanity. Buddha cannot be hope for the whole humanity, because as far as his teaching goes, the only sannyas is possible. Sannyas is the only path. That is why thousands and thousands of people have become swamis, sannyasis. Then who will run the country? I can say at least 100 kings of Buddha's time, they became swamis. And all those countries were left. Maybe some minister would have become king and whatever it is, but drain has happened. Such an intelligent people, all have left their positions of running the system. Brain drain has happened. So Buddha may not be suitable for all the civilizations, for the whole humanity, because he says, renounce, that is the only path. But here is Patanjali, he is not saying renounce, no. He says it is possible to live with samskaras, with engrams, without fear, without disturbance. How can that be? How can that be? What kind of mental setup we need? What is the secret? He says very beautifully, when body-mind identification is overcome, it's a kind of a unique logic. Please understand. If you understand few secrets of this Patanjali Yoga Sutra, a unique kind of a mind gets developed. A kind of a mind gets developed. That mind, living with that mind itself is an amazing freedom. I have seen sometime people almost behave so illogically. That's what Patanjali beautifully says. In the earlier sutras he says, having thoughts is not thinking. Having thoughts is not thinking. Just when I was walking now, some of the devotees were talking with me and I was walking. Suddenly one lady came and fell at my feet in the front. It was naturally anybody while they are walking, if you fall at their feet, what it is? Surely it is not devotion. It's almost like gorilla attack. And I asked her, and she is not getting up, that is another one thing. It's getting delayed, I have to come for the discourse. And people are all waiting here. She is not moving. And finally 2-3 disciples have to lift her. And I asked her, Ma, do you think it is a devotion? Why don't you understand? She says, yeah, for me it is devotion only. I just asked, don't you think just if I tumble down, what will happen? She said, no, you are God, you can't tumble down. Two things. I am not saying yes or no, whatever our belief is our belief. I don't want to hurt her by saying yes or no or all those things. The logic, you see, as per our logic, if I am God, she doesn't have to come and jump on me. Standing there, if you pray, that's enough. I'll hear whatever you want to tell. I would have heard. See, you should be in any one logic. Either you should accept a logic, I am a good person who knows little spirituality, a guru. Or logic. See, I am playing from the logic that I am a guru, that's all. She is trying to play from the logic that I am God. Even in that logic, if she is very clear, she doesn't need to jump and catch. She doesn't need to harass me for 15 minutes. It is not needed. If she thinks, even as per our idea, if I am God, then stand in one corner and your prayers will be naturally heard. I may not hear, but your trust that I am God, that trust itself will connect you with the divine. Whom you trust is not important. The very trust is powerful enough to liberate you. Many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, I am seeing Vibhuti coming out of your photograph, Kumkum coming out of your photograph. I tell them, oh, that's nice. I think I can also have one photograph in my room. I can get Vibhuti from that. Because I don't get from my photograph, I get it only from my cup. And I tell them, surely I am not involved. Your trust with the Master is intelligent enough to connect you with the cosmos. And that expresses different miracles. I am not involved. I am not going to every house and putting little vibhuti out of photograph, giving little kumkum out of photograph. No. I neither have will nor have ego to do all that job. That is different. I am not involved. You are trust. But at least be clear in that logic. She is neither clear in that logic, and not only that, she became I could see very clearly. She became so arrogant, and her whole behavior and the whole thing, it's almost like she is fighting. You are God, you can't fall. I said, I am not hurting your sentiment or devotion. Understand, after all, I have a human body. And I am walking. And I am walking on the ground. On the ground. When I am walking on the ground, the logics of the ground applies to me. Logics of the ground applies to me. See, just because you believe, the logics of the ground is not going to change. Sometimes people have their own logic and very funny things. Another one guy in South India, when I was giving darshan, he has bitten my feet. I asked him, why did you do that? No, Swamiji, I read in a book, if an enlightened master remembers you, it is good for you. So he wants me to remember him continuously. Now what all funny things goes on? People have their own logic. Having a straight logic, the honest logic, which connects you with the cosmos. Finally, I can neither shout at that person nor advise that person, because finally I just walked away and I said, all right, be blissful, and I came out. I couldn't tell her anything. What to do? Because I have to, it's a very difficult game. I have to accept what she calls as devotion, and I have to be polite because she calls me as God. Actually, they will create their own throne and they will put me there, and they will try their best to fix me there, and they will have their own ideas. If that does not match, they themselves will dethrone. It's a big fun. It is a big fun, big responsibility. So I can neither tell her nor, see, if I keep quiet, if I don't tell, they will not stop doing the same thing, and she will not even get up. So it's a very big problem. When you don't have the clear logic, constantly you create trouble for you and for others. Again and again. That is a big problem. Because when the mental setup does not change, you don't understand what you do is wrong. I don't think even now that person understood what she did is wrong. She did not understand. And finally I said, all right, I didn't have time because people are waiting here and all the devotees are waiting with their lamp. So I said, all right, let me go to the class session. Their own logic. When the mental setup does not change, same thing will happen again and again and again. When you look inside the samskaras, suddenly the mental setup changes. When you look into your blueprint, looking in is powerful melting mechanism. it just melts all the samskaras. You will not do the same thing again and again. I have a story. A guy went into a barber shop and said, I want my haircut so that it is all different lengths, round from front and back. There is a strange spiky bit on top and bald patches here, here, here. Barber says, I don't think I can do that. It's weird. This guy says, why not? You did last time I was here. Sometime you do the same thing again and again. Even though you think you can't, you do the same thing again and again. The logic, the mental setup. Patanjali says, look inside. Look inside. Suddenly, the logic changes. You can live without fear, just with purely desires. See, whenever your fear attacks you, you are in hell. Whenever your desire attacks you, you are in heaven. When you are not attacked by anything, you are enlightened. Here Patanjali talks about how to live in heaven. In the next few sutras, he is going to talk about how to live enlightened. He is talking about how to live in heaven. You may think, I don't want to go to heaven, I want to go to enlightenment directly. It is possible. I am not saying it is not possible. But some people may want to live in heaven. You see, when I say heaven, I don't mean you will be shifted to some place and you will be put there. All those Ramba, Urvasi, Menaka and all will be there. And you will have your court. Not that heaven. You will be living with heavenly pleasures. Heaven is not geographical, it is psychological. Heaven and hell are not geographical, it is psychological. If you are constantly attacked by fears, you are living in hell. If you are constantly overflowing with desires, it means you are in heaven. You are living in heaven. Understand? You will constantly overflow with desires only if your earlier desires are getting fulfilled and you have a courage to have desires. Courage to have desires only can create more and more desires. Here, Patanjali gives you the technique. Courage to have desires and courage to live with desires. He is teaching us the technique to live happy life, not blissful life, happy life. Understand? Sometimes people want to have happy life. Patanjali attends the problems of all human beings. Some people want ultimate happiness. Some people think even this normal happiness, nothing wrong. It is okay. He is here to give what we call normal happiness. Only one thing. Even the idea of normal happiness, if you learn it from great master like Patanjali, it will beautifully lead you to enlightenment. Be very clear. Even the idea of normal life, happy life, if you get it from an enlightened person, it will lead you to enlightenment. If you get that same idea of normal life, happy life, from a wrong source, it may not lead you, it may not permanently make you live happily, and it may not lead you to ultimate happiness. Many times, I have read many of these books on positive thinking, stop worrying, start living, many of these books. After reading, there's one more, see, till you read that book, you have 10 worries. Now after reading that book, you have 11th worry, how to stop worrying. All impossible things are taught in the name of happy life. If you want to become a bestseller, I can give you just 3 tips. Write the things which will never become, which was never practiced by you. Second, talk about the problem in a very big way. People should feel. See, when people read somebody else having the same problem, they feel a kind of a consoled. Nobody wants solution. Only people want consolation. When they read, when you are describing the same problem which they are going through in an elaborate way, they feel a kind of a sympathy. You become bestseller. They love you. They know they are not alone. They know they are not alone. And the third idea, never give solution even if you know. These three, how to become a bestseller, author. Very easy. Understand? How to live happy life, even that, let you understand, listen from a great master like Patanjali, who is living blissful life. He himself is not living heaven. He himself is not happy, living happily. He is living blissfully, beyond joy and suffering. But learn from him how to be in joy, so that that joy leads to bliss. Learn things from right person. Accept things from right place. I have a story for you. A boy visited his grandmother with his friend. While the boy was talking to his granny in the kitchen, his friend was eating peanuts from a bowl on the living room table. When it was time to go, the friend called out, "Thanks for the peanuts, Granny." Granny said, "That is okay. Since I lost my dentures, I can only suck the chocolate off them." Don't take peanuts from wrong cup. Don't take even ideas about happy living from wrong persons. Because they would have taken chocolate out of it. I have one more story. One guy was about to give a discourse. Suddenly he realized he kept his false teeth in his house. So he says, the campfire, "No, I may not be able to speak because I have not brought my false teeth." The audience, the first row audience, one guy heard this, overheard. And he just produced one set of teeth and said, "Can you try this?" The speaker tried and it was too loose. He said, "No, I can't." Then again, the guy said, "No, I happen to have one more. Please try this." He tried. "No, it is too tight. I can't." The guy brought one more set and said, "Can you try this?" This guy tried and it fitted and he gave his lecture. After the lecture, the speaker went to the guy who gave the teeth, false teeth, and said, "Thank you. I was really looking for a good dentist like you." The guy said, "Dentist? No, I am not a dentist. I am an undertaker." Don't take false teeth from a person. Even if it fits, don't take from the wrong source. Sometimes the ideas like positive thinking may fit or may look like fitting, but don't take it from the person who is not enlightened. If you take it, then you will realize he is not a dentist, he is an undertaker. Patanjali gives the ultimate secret for living happily with only desires, without fear. It means what? None of your desires will go unfulfilled. It will be fulfilled. If it is not, it is only a waiting period. Having that kind of mental setup, please understand, that's a tremendous freedom. Freedom from fear. What is the secret? Now that is the $1 million question. What secret? He goes on talking. Still he has not told that secret. Now I have to first finish all the commercials before showing the climax. The secret, please understand, I have to make you wait to tell the secret. Because first thing, it is a secret. Second thing, the more you sit, you are settled down and ready to listen. Anyhow, now it is time. I have to tell you the exact truth Patanjali wants to reveal through this sutra. What secret, if you understand, you will have the mind. You will live. You will take a new birth in which you will live only your desires. You will not have fear. It is one of the ultimate secret. Understand? When I am saying, I am responsible for what I am saying. I am not talking just because Patanjali said this. Even though I trust Patanjali, I trust him to play with those ideas in my life. But I cannot tell that same ideas to you unless it becomes part of my experience. Understand? I trust him. I dedicate my life to him to practice the teachings. Just because I trust him, I don't want to gamble with your life. So when I am telling you this truth, I am responsible. I am responsible. See, I have my own R&D lab. First thing, my life was my R&D lab. I tried all these truths in my life. I experimented with it, did research and development. And after that, once I started the Sangha, the mission, I experimented with the same truths with my disciples. With my disciples. I was playing with the same truths with my disciples. When I saw these truths works 100%, please understand, I am not talking in the language of statistics. 99.99% of the people this truth works. No. Even if I tell that, you will always be thinking, I am that 0.1% for whom it does not work. No. I am saying 100% this truth works without any exemption. Only if I find that truth works for 100%. Everybody. See, I am working with millions of disciples in last 6 years of my public life. 2.2 million initiated disciples we have. Different background, different education, different philosophy, different system, different religion, different culture, different age, different economical setup. But if this truth works with everybody, only then I call that as universal truth. Sarvabhaumya vrataha. In Sanskrit we have a word. Sarvabhaumya vrata. Universal truth. This truth which I am sharing with you, this secret is universal truth. Understand? I am responsible for what I am saying. I wanted to narrate this incident. How I realized this truth in my own life. How it became my own experience. See, in this country you see many commercial for medicines. You can see. This is the medicine most doctors prescribe for their own family. Just to say the authenticity of the medicine. See, if you are giving it to others, it may be 20% truth and 80% marketing. If you are giving it to your family, maybe 80% truth and 20% marketing. If you are taking it for yourself, 100% truth. It cannot be any marketing. Same way, this truth which I am talking to you, I practice in my life. I am living it. There is no marketing. I am sharing with you because I feel you are my very extension. You are my very extension. It's like my brain telling my right hand, hey, move yourself, there is a fire. If there is a fire, my brain telling my right hand, hey, move yourself. There is no commercial in that. It is just what I believe. I know if I put my hand in the fire, I will be burnt. So I move out. Just how that instruction is truth for me, my own life. Same way this instruction is my own life, my very truth. The truth which I live in my very being. Because I feel the people who come to listen to the truth are the very extension of my being. I share, even though I don't have before-after photographs. 30 pounds lost in 2 weeks, 8 inches lost in 3 weeks, 4 size lost in 5 weeks, before-after. Unfortunately, Patanjali, when he utters these truths and makes people realize this truth, we don't have before-after photographs. Even though I don't have before-after photographs, because I know, at least I feel I am talking to my very being. So I am sharing. If you can catch this truth, if you can catch this secret, you can live, as Patanjali says, just with desires, without any fear. The important truth, the secret behind this sutra is nothing can ever be taken away from you for which you are worthy of. Nothing can be enjoyed by you even if you acquire and legally keep it around you which you are not worthy of. Please understand. This is one of the strong, powerful secret, powerful truth. If you internalize this one truth, if you internalize this one secret, what Patanjali calls this life, you will take new birth, just only living the seeds of desires, without any fear. Means expansion, expansion, expansion. Usually, when you have desire, you expand. When you are disturbed or cut, restricted, the fear happens, you contract. You lose your courage, confidence about yourself. Then again, after some time, that fear goes. Slowly, 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 you regain your desire. Understand? Don't have the wrong idea about desire. Desire is your very life. Desire is your very expansion. Your heart expands, your lungs expands, your chest expands only when you have desire. You can see in your life. If you are caught by fear and depression, this whole area will be dead. If you are caught by desire and expanding, overflowing energy, this whole area will be light. It will be just light, relaxed. When you are light, relaxed, don't feel the heaviness of your body, you are called Videhi. That's what Patanjali calls here, Videha. The secret, the basic secret, important secret is nothing can be taken away from you which you are worthy of. For example, even if somebody dies this moment, either by accident or suicide or murder or natural death, any form of death, if somebody dies this moment, the wealth they have, the love, the ability to enjoy the love, the ability to give the love, the relationships they have, the standard of life they have, the intelligence they have, the understanding they have, all the essential things of their life, except their legal address, all the essential things of their life, just goes with them. You disappear in this place, you take birth in another one place with the same kind of wealth, health, the physical setup, the ability to give love, same standard relationships and the same standard lifestyle. Please understand, what I am saying may look little difficult to understand, that is where that's a big problem. You may think, no, how can this be? I am not even asking you to have faith or belief. All I am saying, have little sympathy towards me, that's enough. He doesn't have to tell a lie. If he says there may be truth in it, just with this little sympathy, try to analyze this truth in your life. Try to see. Please understand. Whatever you are qualified, the blueprint you are carrying, you expand that only in your life. Even you try to possess more than your blueprint legally. Even you try to have beach home in California and vacation home in Kodaikanal and beach house in Miami, everywhere. Maybe your watchman will be enjoying that. You will not have time for vacation. I have seen people who are busy in buying vacation homes all over the world do not find time for vacation. Or even if you go there, what will you be doing? In your house, you will be lying down in your couch and worrying. There, you will be lying down with your swimsuit and worrying. That's all. Nothing else. Understand? What for you are qualified? The ability to take the responsibility. If you are able, the power. See that? For how much wealth you are able to take responsibility. For how many relationships you are able to take the responsibility. How much you are able to radiate love. To how many people you are able to completely open up. These all only decides your life. The major factors of your life is your relationships, your name and fame, your wealth, your health. These are the major factors. Your blueprint carries whatever you are qualified. That qualification is what I call blueprint. Your blueprint carries your qualification. The moment you realize this truth, even if you die this moment, see, what is the fear in the life? The fear of death, highest fear. Or fear of losing your wealth. Fear of identity loss, or the fear of losing the body itself. Why you are afraid? Because you have to start again. You don't even know from where you will start. Fear of unknown, that is the major fear. That is the major fear. You think, oh God, again I have to take birth, I have to study, I don't know which college I will get the seat, and I don't know where I will get the seat, and how I finish the education, and I don't know which country I may want to go and settle down. I don't know whether I will get the visa or not. I don't know I will get the green card or not. I don't know I will get the citizenship or not. So many problems. Now you are sure. Already you spent a lot of time and you have everything known, unknown. The known devil is much better than unknown angel. You are comfortable with your known things. But suddenly you think the death will completely put you in a new place. Will put you in a new place. So the whole fear is fear of unknown. You may have to enter into a place where you have to start from zero, scratch. But Patanjali assures you, not only Patanjali, I tell you from my experience, nothing is lost. Nothing is lost. If you just disappear this moment, it's like one bubble disappearing here and appearing somewhere in the cosmos, the other part. You will appear with the same quality. You will attract same wealth. Where you left, the same wealth you will have, the same health you will have, same kind of people. May not be same people. Sometimes people ask me, Swamiji, I heard 70% of the couples take birth again and live as husband and wives. I tell you, no, relax. Not even one couple I have seen who want to live together again. So be free, be liberated. The good news is you will not be living with the same person. The bad news is you may be living with the same kind of person. I have a good news and bad news for you. Good news is you will never be living with the same person. Bad news is if you don't change the blueprint, you will attract the same kind of person. Same kind of person. Understand? Sometime we may not understand, we may have different meaning for the same word, but truth has to be understood. Same person, same kind of person. You may not have the same person, and even if the same person is there, you will escape from that person. But till you change, you will attract the same kind of person. You can see in your life. You may go through one divorce, but the second, third, when you decide to marry, if you have not learned the lesson and changed the mental setup, you will attract the same person, same kind of person. And even if you attract the different kind of person, by projecting your mental setup on that person, you will make same person out of this new person. We are intelligent enough to create hell out of heaven. So you need to understand the word. Same person, same kind of person. Same person is outer world problem. Same kind of person is inner world problem. I have a story for you. A little boy said to his grandfather, "Make a frog noise for me, granddad." "No, son, I don't feel like making a frog noise right now." "Oh, please, granddad, make a frog noise, please, please, please." "No, I don't want to." This guy says, no, granddad, please make a frog noise." Finally, the grandfather is not able to understand. He says, Why is it so important to you that I make a frog noise?" This guy says, "Because mom says, when you croak, we can go to Disney World." Understand. Understand the words properly. Same person, same kind of person. There is two. Words may look same, but there is a big difference. Big difference. Internalize this one truth. Nothing can be taken away from you. God, what great freedom it is. If at all it clicks with you, if at all you have a little sympathy for what I am saying, and you just feel connected, blessed are those who feel connected. Actually, I had the great fortune of listening to this truth from a Naga sadhu. Naga sadhu means naked sadhu. In India, Himalayas, there are some sadhus who live naked life, means they don't need anything. They live like a child. Very beautiful life. I had a fortune of sitting on Naga sadhu's feet. 6 months I had a fortune of sitting at his feet and serving him. Serving means what little wood I will collect. Night time during when he rests, I will light the wood and keep the place warm. Just little service. Great sadhu. See, the grace he used to radiate, the joy he will radiate, is so beautiful. See, naturally for a normal person, if you see a naked person, 60, 70-year-old man, you will naturally feel ugly, little shy, little repelling. But I have seen, this sadhu was just like child, so innocent. I have seen thousands of gents will come and touch his feet, ladies will come and touch his feet and go. Neither he will have any reluctance or disturbance, nor that people who come and touch his feet will have little reluctance or shyness. Because he lost the idea of body. He lives like a child. People who come in front of him also became kids, like a child. Such a beautiful innocence. The grace, the amazing. Still, that great tradition is alive. It is there. I had the fortune of sitting at his feet. One day, some conversation, I was talking to him. So I told him something like this kind of fear topic came up. I was talking to him. He was such a loving, caring person. I know for sure whatever he talks is truth because he doesn't have any other vested interest. He doesn't need anything. So I was asking him, Baba, what do you mean? No fear, nothing. What will happen if an animal comes now and kills both of us? Because we were inside a forest in Himalayas. If an animal comes and kills both of us, what will happen? What do you mean by saying no fear? You won't have fear? And he just laughed and he started telling me in Bengali, Koka. Koka means a small boy. He just patted me very lovingly and said, Koka. Then he told me in a Hindi and Bengali mixed. He told me, Koka, don't be afraid. Nothing will be lost. Even if we die in this moment, if the body is lost, we will appear somewhere with the same intelligence, same things, with everything. Because the blueprint which you carry, the samskara which you carry, that is going to express the truth, your life. It is not the outer world things you have. It is a samskara that is powerful. He told me very beautifully. The cosmos never takes away things from you. Understand? The cosmos, the universe, never takes away things from you. Whatever you think as valuable and hold on, he continues to keep that with you. He continues to keep that with you. If you hold on to the suffering and say that it's valuable for you, he leaves the suffering with you. If he continues to hold on, joy and beautiful things around you and keep it as valuable, he lets it be with you. So understand, he told me very beautifully, cosmos never cheats you. And he leaves whatever you think as valuable to you and with you. Don't worry. Actually, he told me in such a loving way, such a caring way, with patting, maybe he's touching his initiation. Just the truth jumped from his heart to my heart. The transmission of the lamp, transmission of the truth, the initiation happened. From that moment, I know for sure, nothing can be taken away. Nothing can be taken away. Please understand, whatever you are worthy of, it can never be taken away. What you are not worthy of, even if you think it is there, it will not be enjoyed by you. I have seen. It will never be enjoyed by you. You may be thinking, it is there, it is there, it is there, it is there. It is there, somebody else is enjoying. Somebody else is enjoying. You will never be able to enjoy. So understand, the samskara you carry, internalize this one truth. Tomorrow, I will take you to the next level. The next sutra is an amazing sutra. Patanjali takes us to the next deeper truth. Next deeper secret. Actually, if you can internalize this one truth, nothing can be taken away from me. And I don't have to be afraid. Just try to play with this truth. I am not saying believe. I am not saying have faith. I know I am not that insensitive to tell you to directly believe. I know it is very difficult for you to believe. Somehow I was fortunate to have a Naga Sadhu with whom I also felt connected, respectful, and he was telling me, and I had that initiation. So I am not expecting you to have that same faith or same trust. No. All I am saying, have little sympathy. Try. Maybe when you are lying down in your bed and waiting to fall asleep, think, what he was telling, is it real? How can that be? But he doesn't have to tell a lie. Just internalize. Think about it. Try to analyze some of your life's incidents with this truth. Experiment with some of your future incidents, with your, whenever something happens in your life, strong pain or strong bliss, joy. Bring this truth. Experiment. Try to fit with it. See. Try to have an experiment by fitting this truth into that incident. Try. You will see deeper and deeper secrets behind this truth is revealed to you as an experience. Religion becomes spirituality when you discover it. Spirituality is a religion when somebody tells it to you. Please understand. When you listen from somebody, it is religion. When you discover it, it is spirituality. So, when I am saying it may be looking like a religion, difficult to believe, hard to have faith, experiment. When it becomes your experience, it is spirituality. Discover your own religion. Discover your own spirituality. Only that is for you. Only that can help you. Till you discover, religion cannot help you. It may be politically help you. You belong to a kind of a group. You belong to a sect. You belong to a group. It's like a mob psychology. It may bring you little comfort in the outer world, or social law, some regulation. No. It may bring that much only. But when you discover, it brings its real benefit, the enlightenment. The ultimate benefit, the enlightenment. See, till it has not become your own discovery, it will only be just superficial rules, religion. Many times, you yourself will not feel like living it. Many times, people who teach you things they themselves do not live. Because it has not become spirituality. They have not discovered it. I have a story for you. A preacher was an avid golfer and could not help sneaking off to play a round one Sunday. An angel watching him from above was furious and told God, "Look at that preacher down there, abandoning his duties to play golf on a Sunday. He should be punished." God agreed and promised to act. A few minutes later, the preacher hit a superb hole on a 350-yard hole. It's a technical word. Only if you are playing golf, you can understand. Angel rounded on God. "I thought you are going to punish him. Instead, he just hit a perfect hole in one. He's successful." God smiled and said, "Fool, think about it. Who can he tell about this success?" Because he is playing on Sunday. He can't tell about his success to anybody. Being success and unable to tell others is the worst punishment. Being successful but unable to reveal that to others and unable to brag about it is the worst punishment. Many times you will try to play golf on Sunday if you have not discovered your religion. If you have not discovered your religion, understand, when you discover, it is your own. Only then it is going to help you. So unless you discover, you will only be playing. I can say you may be playing with words. You may not understand the intensity of it. This secret, this truth which you heard today, try to internalize. Try to internalize. Try to internalize. Take it sincerely. Then it will become your life. Otherwise, what is there? You came, 2-3 hours you sat, and okay, all right, let's see. It becomes more like a entertainment. Internalize this truth, it will become enlightenment. Whether this 2-hour session is going to be an entertainment or enlightenment is up to you. It is up to you. I have one more story for you. Pill and Dave went for a game of golf one Saturday afternoon. But Pill was under strict instructions from his wife to be back by 4 o'clock because she wanted him to take her shopping. She wanted him to take her for shopping. 4 o'clock passed, so did 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Eventually, Pill arrived home at 7. Where on earth have you been? She started screaming. Pill answers, honey, a terrible thing happened. We made it to the first green when Dave dropped dead of a heart attack. The wife felt very guilty. Oh, that is awful. She felt very guilty for shouting. Oh, that's awful, she started. Then this guy says, that is true. See, rest of the round, it was hit the ball, drag Dave, hit the ball, drag Dave. Understand, when you don't take it seriously, even after heart attack, you may be dragging him. So, take this truth, internalize it. It will not be just an entertainment, it will be enlightenment. Tomorrow, Patanjali is taking us to the deeper level of the next level of the sutra. Next level secrets about the life, about the karma, about the universe, about the birth and about the death. The tomorrow's sutra is talking about enlightenment. See, the earlier sutras, he talked about pain. Now he is talking about how to live joyfully. Tomorrow he is taking us one step further on how to live enlightenment, how to live blissfully. So, we will see the next sutra. We will understand the next sutra of how to be in bliss.
So, what are your understanding about the sutra? Please write it down. As Swamiji said, are you going to use this to get enlightened, or are you going to use this as entertainment? So please post your understanding in the chat. So Christopher is posting, nothing can be taken from us what we are not worthy of. We are unique. So beautiful. Thank you, Christopher. That's nice. That's a wonderful cognition. Now, let's understand the much deeper sutras of Patanjali, of yoga. Yoga is the science of bliss. Patanjali emphasizes the benefits of practicing all the 8 limbs of yoga. Yoga is not just the path of bliss, it is a science of bliss. Path means some parts which some people may not be able to travel. Science means equally reproducible on every person, and every possible mental, physical setup should be able to experience it. Only then it is science. The whole purpose of human existence is to remain in that samadhi. The greatness of human body is for whatever purpose you might have. Whatever purpose you might have created, whatever may be the biomemories with you created this body. The body has the ability to reflect the superconsciousness. Bring sadhana into your being to experience samadhi. Sadhana means creating an intense body and mind, imbibing, filling yourself with energy. The moment you have the opportunity and time, establish yourself. The only way is practice. Don't be ghost. Be a real being. And let sadhana be your lifestyle. Loss brought ignorance, and experience of samadhi was lost. When humans started living together, the understandings they created to live together evolved as loss. Liberation from the law and by the law, and both happens when you understand these 4 conditionings and how law happens accordingly. If these 4 conditions, liberation from the law and by the law, both happen when you understand these 4 conditioning and how and law happens accordingly. If these 4 conditions are removed from you, the birth, place, and time are removed from you. Only pure consciousness remains in you. If you are liberated from the law, you are free forever. But if you are liberated by the law, not only you are free from the law, you will be able to use it anyway. You should not only be liberated from the law, but by the law also. Then you will have intelligence and energy to create a law. The scriptural reference is Vastusmaye Chitta Bhedya Antaryo Vibhiktaha Pantaha. Participatory universe. The universe is not independent of your participation. Apta Pramana. So there's a beautiful story from Arjuna, the superhero of Mahabharata. Arjuna, the superhero of Mahabharata, to establish the Dharma during his exile period for 13 years, leaves for the Himalayas to get celestial weapon Pashupatastra. He faced many obstacles to even start the tapasya, but he faced all and did intense penance to please Paramashiva. In the first month of his tapasya, he eats only dry leaves. The second month, he eats only a fortnight and just sips water. After that, he does not even consume water. He survives on air, standing on one leg with upraised arms. All the rishis and the devas are concerned because such an intense tapasya generates a lot of heat. Finally, Paramashiva appears in disguise and tests Arjuna, and after Arjuna successfully passed the test of his steadiness, Arjuna was granted the divine weapon Pashupatastra. Swamiji's own life. Swamiji was introduced to manifesting powers when he spent time with Raghupati Yogi. Swamiji was taught the deepest secrets of yogic sciences and power manifestation. As Raghupati Yogi trained him through rigorous practice of yoga, he demonstrated the possibilities of yogic sciences. Early morning, when he wakes Swamiji up and takes him to temple to teach yoga, during Margani month, typically in mid-December, the water will be very cold and he will just point at the area where Swamiji is taking bath. That area will be warm, sometimes even hot water. In the temple tank, he will put his finger and say, "Come on, take bath." And it will be warm water and or hot water. Never Swamiji felt the cold. Way to liberation. Know that you are creating your world. When your participation changes, the universe changes. As different minds experience the universe in different way, it does not have a definitive existence. Not having definitive existence, but creating the impact of existence on you is the reason why universe is named as Maya. You are creating your world. Universe is celebrating through you. He is not your enemy. Vibrate this great truth. Life in all forms, including the life happening in your worst enemy, even that life is only fulfilling you. It is only sharpening the some dimension of you which is required for your life. Do Viveka dwell into the path. Viveka is letting your logic to logical conclusion and the ability, courage, and sincerity to dwell on. You should have courage to dwell upon, because this subtle truth will naturally make subtle grooves of your brain active, alive, which will make your whole system sensitive to how you think and act. Viveka has to be built. It has to be accumulated. So be very clear. All you need to do to destroy ignorance is to take every thought to its logical conclusion. If you think you are the body, what's going to happen? One day it will die and wither away. Till you reach restful awareness, do not leave the logic. Viveka should lead to Ananda. Till then, it should be extended. Till it leads to Samadhi, you should work on it. Otherwise, you will be carrying an aborted chain. Master the sensory realities. Mastery over the sensory realities makes you understand the sensory realities are not realities. Only when you master something, you will understand the whole. Reality is not the ultimate reality. You can make others stop listening to you. Only people who want you can hear you. Once you do samyama on a person and his ears and give a command, you will be talking. Shouting, do what you want, but the person will not be able to understand what is being told. So now let's the etena saptavi antardhana muktam. The disappearance of sound, touch, taste, smell is explained. In the sutra, Patanjali explained the process for making you inaudible. Now, I'm not saying here, I'm saying see. See how the sounds are heard inside your head, how meanings are made for the sounds. Close your eyes, see how you make meaning for the sounds. Do samyama on that very space where the sounds are heard and meanings are made. Just spend few minutes. See the sounds are heard inside, how the sounds are heard inside you. See it. Just few minutes, do this process. post your understanding of this process. Now, we have just learned the power of practice, which leads to a bliss, which achieves anything. Okay, so Christopher is saying, I think when I hear something, I visualize to get a better meaning. Visualize. Yeah, understand. Thank you, Christopher. Yes. Now let's listen, understand the deeper secrets of power of practice from Swamiji's own voice.
This whole trip we are dedicating to this great book, Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Today we will be entering into the 14th sutras, the 14th sutra, 14th aphorism. I'll read the sutra, give you the translation, then add what needs to be added. Let's enter into the 14th sutra. Satudirgha kala nairantarya satkara sevito drudo bhumihi druda bhumihi. Translation: committed an intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. This book, each aphorism, each sutra can create a religion. Each sutra is independently intelligent to lead a person to enlightenment. Please understand, the word yoga means uniting, uniting with the ultimate. In Bhagavad Gita, each chapter is called as yogam, means each chapter can independently lead you to enlightenment. So he talks about 18 different paths. When Krishna delivered Bhagavad Gita, whatever major paths were available for enlightenment, he has compiled everything and presented it in one book. 18 major paths for enlightenment. It describes and leads people to enlightenment through various ways. That is why each chapter is called one yoga. Here, Patanjali, the amazing intellect happened in the inner science. Each sutra is independently intelligent to lead you to enlightenment. Each sutra is independently intelligent to lead you to enlightenment. I can say each sutra is a yoga in this Patanjali's work. Let me repeat the sutra. Satu dirgha kala nairantarya satkara sevito drudha bhumihi sadudirka kala nairantarya satkara sevita drudha bhumihi, committed an intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. There are so many different kinds of religions, spiritual philosophies, spiritual groups happened in the planet Earth. Different kinds of teachings have been shared in the planet Earth. Different kinds of spiritual literatures has been created. Millions and millions of books. Sometime when I go and see the Barnes and Noble or Landmark bookshop, I feel, oh God, why should I add little more confusion? Why should I add little more to the existing confusion? So much of spiritual literature. Because of website, internet, you can see how much is available in one place. So much is available. And from the time immemorial, all the masters, they go on and on and on and on and on, talking and producing spiritual literatures. Not only the masters of the past, even the present masters, even all of us, continuously we are talking. We are producing spiritual material. If I honestly look inside and see why I am talking, see, if I find out the reason why I am continuously talking every day and sharing, I can easily tell the reason why Buddha was talking for 40 years. Buddha was teaching and preaching for 40 years every day. Every day he was talking and preaching for 40 years. And all other masters happened. Shankara, he was writing. Within the age of 32, he has finished establishing strong 4 monasteries and maybe writing 200 volumes. If I look inside and find out the reason why I am talking and writing, then I can very clearly tell you why the masters go on writing and talking. The only reason I can find is constantly make you practice. Please understand. The spiritual path is such, Krishna says beautifully in Gita, by the nature, senses are created looking towards the outside, looking in the outer world direction. So turning you in, turning you towards the enlightenment, turning you to your source is not that easy. Every moment you are again out. If you listen to some book, the spiritual discourse, satsang, or read, few minutes you turn inside. By the time the satsang is over, you are already out. By the time the ideas leave your mind, you are already out. Constantly you need to be inspired to turn in, to go inside. That is why the masters, they go on and on and on, talking and writing. Last 6 years, I have spoken more than 5,000 hours. More than 500 volumes are already transcribed. And my archives department says only 17% they have transcribed. Only 17% of what I have spoken, I have delivered, is transcribed and out in the form of books. Only 20% is edited and published. And still I am adding material every day. Sometimes I wonder why. Then I realize, continuously human beings need to be told, look in, look in, look in, look in, look in. Turn in, turn in, turn in, turn in. With various words, with various techniques, with various jokes, with various stories, in different forms, constantly human beings need to be reminded. Human beings need to be told, look in, turn in, live enlightenment. That is the reason all the spiritual masters and leaders, they go on and on and on. The largest spiritual literature in the planet Earth exists in Sanskrit language. I don't know how many libraries you can fit in. If everything is collected, I don't know how many libraries you can make out of those collections. It's nothing but continuous expressions and discourses of the living masters, the masters who lived in the body, who are teaching to the world. This sutra gives the reason why masters are continuously talking, why spiritual literatures are continuously produced. This sutra is all about constantly inspiring you, constantly practicing. See, if I have to give the essence of all the spiritual literatures, sometime if you read Buddha's teachings, even Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, you will feel many ideas are repeated. Many ideas are repeated. Even in my discourse, people come and tell me sometimes, Swamiji, you are saying the same idea. I am telling the same because you are not listening. Understand? I have to tell the same thing because you are not listening. Somebody asked Buddha, you are talking the same thing for last 40 years. He says, if you would have heard, I would have never spoken it again. The truth is only one thing, but constantly it is told again and again and again and again through different ways, through different methods, in different languages, with a different understanding. If I had to give the essence of everything, what Buddha taught, what Shankara taught, what Krishna taught, what Jesus taught, what Muhammad taught, what Zarathustra taught, what all these great masters taught, the essence of everything, why they have to continuously repeat again and again and again. The essence, the reason for that continuous repetition is this one sutra. Please understand, Patanjali is the only master who is not repeating the same ideas again and again. Because in this one sutra he says very clearly why things should be repeated. Very clearly explains why things should be repeated. After that he says, now I respect your intelligence, I am not going to repeat anymore. The reason for repetition is we forget. We forget. Why again and again all the masters go on and on and on repeating the same thing? This one sutra, if this one sutra is understood, you will understand why the masters are repeating the same thing again and again. Sometimes same words again and again, without feeling bored. That is the greatness of them. That is the greatness. I have conducted 200 ASPs and more than 200 NSPs. Our Live Bliss program, first level and second level. First level programs, second level program, hundreds of times. You see the audio recording or video recording, it will be almost literally repeating. People ask me, how are you able to repeat the same thing day in and day out, Swamiji? Are you not feeling bored? I tell them, every time I repeat, there's a new crowd in front of me. And not only that, even if the old people are sitting, they have forgotten. If they know that what I am talking is repetition, only then I will feel little reluctant or bored. Either they have not heard, or even if they have heard, they have forgotten. Patanjali gives the essence why again and again and again these truths are repeated. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. Committed. That's a beautiful word. Dirghakalaha. Nairantarya. Dirghakalaha. The literal translation is long time. But Patanjali doesn't mean to say that you should go on and on and on practicing. Sometimes people come and ask me, the word long time practice almost seems to be like a word used to cheat us. It's like you give a technique and tell him practice forever. It can be like cheating. I'll be blowing my nose every day for 35 years. By the time I come back and ask you, you will not be there. People ask me, is it not like cheating? Please understand, here Patanjali is not interested in cheating you. No. When he uses the word long time, he wants you just to be mentally strong, that's all. Even if it is long time, I am ready to do. That strength. Actually, once you have an idea, I am going to do it for a long time, suddenly you will see that intensity awakens you this moment. Beautiful story. Every day, day in and day out, Buddha was meditating for more than 12 years. Morning he will sit till late night, Next day morning again he will sit till late night. Day in and day out, nothing was happening. The story says, one day he decided, Itam asanam sushyate sariram. Let the body disappear, evaporate in this posture. How many days I don't know. How long I don't know. I am going to sit till I achieve enlightenment. I am not going to be bothered about the time. I am ready to sit dirghakalaha. Please understand that word dirghakala means not just long time. Deciding forever. Buddha decides, I am going to sit forever. Understand? Time is after all psychological. Time is after all psychological. The story says, the moment he decided he will sit forever, that moment he just became enlightened. Because all he needed was that intensity. Usually when you sit in meditation, having an idea, I'll get up after 2 hours. Your mind will be just waiting for the 2 hours to end. That's all. You will not be meditating. You will not be in the present moment. If you have an idea, I'll sit till tomorrow morning. Your mind will be waiting for next day morning. It will not be in the present moment. When Buddha decided that I am going to sit forever, he decided I am not going to get up. So mind has no goal to go. Mind has no goal. When it has no goal, it just fell back to the present moment and he became enlightened. Here, when Patanjali says dirghakalaha, long time, that is what he means. Decide, I am going to do it forever. Then suddenly you will see, you fall into the present moment. Time is after all psychological. Patanjali knows our mind, how our mind thinks, how our mind functions. I have seen people, when they sit for the meditation, that half an hour will look almost like 10 days for them. Really? In Vedic tradition, the time is calculated as gap between one thought and the other thought. That is the kshana, 1 unit. In our tradition, we don't have the physical time. The Vedic tradition, the more importance was given to the psychological time, not to the chronological time. So even the unit of time, 1 unit is not 1 second, 1 kshana. The kshana is defined as gap between one thought and the other thought. If you are a meditator, person living in a high awareness, high frequency, 1 kshana can be even 1 hour or 2 hours or 1 day for you. If you are living restless, agitated, irritated, usual mood, 1 kshana can be micro millisecond for you. It depends on person, please understand. It depends on your awareness, frequency. There is a story, I have a story for you. One woman goes to the doctor. Doctor says, you have only 6 months to live. She was shocked. Oh God, can anything be done? He says, all right, marry an accountant. She asked, will that cure me? Will I become all right? No, don't worry. That 6 months will seem too longer. Time is psychological. You can see in your life, if you are sitting with somebody whom you feel connected, love, reverence, you don't know how time flies. Suddenly after a few hours you realize, few hours have gone. If you are sitting with somebody boring, irritated, every 2-3 minutes you will see a watch. But time is not moving. Time is psychological. If you are in high frequency, 1 year will look like 1 day. Not because you are forgetting the things. Understand? You start forgetting things also, 1 year will, not 1 year, 10 years will look like 1 day. I am not talking about the people who forget things. That is lower level of consciousness. I am talking about the people who are in a heightened level of awareness. For them, our 1 year will be just 1 day, because the gap between one thought and other thought is more. So our chronological time does not match with them. That is why in the Vedic tradition, the God's calendar is different from human beings' calendar. For us, 1 year is 1 day for them. That is why the temple created by Patanjali, this great master, created a temple in South India, the dancing Shiva's temple. Of course, in Seattle we have dancing Shiva in our Vedic temple. Nataraja. In the temple, they do only 6 worship per year, only 6 times service, because the temple follows the God's calendar. It was created by a being who is in high frequency, high consciousness. They follow their calendar. The temple follows their calendar. Only 6 times the sacred bath is done, because our 1 year is 1 day for them. In other temples, every day 6 services are done, sacred bath is done. The temples which are run as per the human calendar. This temple was run as per the God's calendar. So once a year, only 6 times, that sacred bath is given. This shows actually the time space in which Patanjali was living. He says here, Dirgha Kalaha. Please understand, this is the key of the sutra. This is the key of the sutra. Many times people ask me, Swamiji, what is the beginning of a spiritual practice? What is the end of the spiritual practice? I tell them there is no such thing as beginning or end. Beginning and end are same. Now, all you need to have is intensity. See, if that intensity happens, eternally this is going to be my life. Suddenly you will see, you will not bother about the end. You will be in the end now. You will be in the present moment. See, meditation is all about penetrating the mind and going beyond mind. As long as you have an idea about future, your mind will continue to survive, continue to be alive. If you decide, next 12 years I will meditate, be very clear, your mind will be waiting just for the 12 years to pass. So you will never meditate. You will be waiting for the 12 years, that's all. Afterwards you may boast, you may just brag around, 12 years I am waiting, 12 years I am meditating. Do you know, I am a seeker for last 35 years. Actually, there is nothing to brag about it in that. It's a shame. People come and tell me many times, these great intellectuals, well read, filled with knowledge, they come to me and say, my experience is your age. I just ask them, what were you doing so many years? It is not pride. Please understand, this is the way your mind cheats. As long as you sit with a particular technique, you think you will do for so many days, so many hours, till some time. There is a end, there is a boundary. Be very clear. Till there is a boundary, you are bound. Your mind will not come back to the present moment. It will be just waiting. All right, 12 years I will practice, then I will question you. 12 years I will see, I will do it, then I will see whether anything has happened or not. It is like, just because of your own mind, you do not allow that to happen. You do not allow that to happen. You can see even in your day-to-day meditation, when you sit and start the Nitya Dhyan, the chaotic breathing, you will be just waiting when the Guru Puja will start. I have seen. The moment they start the chaotic breathing, after 2-3 times, when the Guru Puja mantra will start. Understand, as long as your mind knows there is going to be end for this activity, it will continue to survive and cheat you. It will continue to postpone, play the game with you. It will continuously play the game. It will postpone. It will cheat. It will play all possible games. So when Patanjali says Dirgha Kalaha, long time, even long time word should not be understood chronologically. See, long time, immediately you understand 100 years, 200 years. No. Dirgha Kalaha, it should not be understood in a horizontal way, in a vertical way. See, as long as you measure time horizontally, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 60 years, your mind will continue to survive. It will have that hope. After 20 years, what happens? Let me see. After 30 years of doing pranayam, what happens? Let me see. After 25 years of meditations, what happens? Let me see. It will be waiting. It will survive just with this one idea a long time. Very beautifully Shankara says, Kalpakala Paryantam. He says, even for ages, if you are doing idol worship, just ritualistic, following some rituals and techniques, without understanding the true spirit, without understanding the true purpose, without understanding the truth behind, you will be just stuck. Understand? Any technique, without understanding, if you are doing for ages and ages and ages, you will be the same. Just like Buddha was struggling. See, a person like Buddha, strong being like a Buddha, it is not ordinary thing to renounce your wife and kids, especially good wife, was really taking care of you, and a kingdom who is under your control. The whole kingdom is under his control. It is not that people are rebelling, he has a lot of problems, he He was not able to administer. No. The whole thing was completely under his control. Best things, his father took care that he should not even know that leaves in the tree withers away, because all the fallen leaves will be collected in the night and cleaned. His father took care that Buddha should never hear about old age, disease and death, because the father was told by astrologers, family astrologers, that this boy will become a sannyasi, monk, he will renounce the world. Father was frightened, only one child. What will happen to kingdom? So he took care that this guy should never think about future. This guy should never think about things of the world. He never allowed Buddha to see a fallen leaf or old dried flower. Nothing. All the leaves and the fallen flowers will be collected and cleaned in the garden in the night time. Buddha is sleeping. All the best things of the world is available. It is not that easy to renounce the palace and the comfort, luxury, wife and kids, child, one son. It's not that easy. It is very easy to talk and think. People ask me, Swamiji, can I be here? Can I be in the house and get enlightened? What to do? I have to console them. I cannot tell straight away. It will be too rough. I cannot say, no, leave everything, give up everything, go to Himalayas. No, it will be too. Usually, when I say drop smoking, they drop me. So I have to compromise a little bit. Anyhow, here, Buddha is a guy who will not compromise with the truth. He was all out. He knows this has to be achieved. This has to be done. And he left everything. That is his not only first priority, that is the only priority. See, if the enlightenment is the first priority, you can have second priorities, third priorities. But with Buddha, that is the only priority. Then naturally, nothing else. He just disappears. Even a man like Buddha, 12 years he wasted. If he would have understood this one sutra, I don't think there is a need to waste 12 years. Understand, masters go on and on and on, teaching and writing, because you don't understand this one sutra. If this one sutra is understood, neither they need to waste their time by constantly talking and writing, nor you need to waste your time by constantly listening and reading. Dirgha kalaha, this one sutra, one word, one key from Patanjali needs to be understood. When Patanjali says Dirgha kala, means literally if you translate comes long time. It is not even long time in this horizontal way. You need to understand in the vertical way. See, when he says long time, don't think he is asking you to practice for 12 years, 20 years, 30 years. Just decide you are going to practice forever. Suddenly you will fall into the present moment, because your mind will not be waiting. When will that time end? Then I can relax from practicing. Because your mind always wants some change. As long as there is a hope for change, your mind will continue to survive. For example, if you decide, next 12 years, morning 7 o'clock, I will sit in Nitya Dhyan. your mind will wait for the 12 years to get completed. It will say, oh, 12 years. Then after the 12 years, I can be relaxed. I will be enlightened, or I will be whatever. I can relax. It will wait. Every day it will push. 1 day over. 1 day over. 1 day over. Now only 7 more years. Now only 6 more years. Now only 5 more years. It will continue to survive with this one hope. If I do it for 12 years, I will have this or I will have that. I will enjoy that. Then I don't need to do this. But if you decide, forever, as long as I am alive, morning 7 o'clock, I am going to do this meditation. Suddenly you will see, mind has no other go. It will just fall into the present moment. It knows, anyhow, every day, morning, I have to meditate. Then better, let us do it now itself intensely. That is what happened for Buddha. As long as he was thinking, till tomorrow morning I will meditate, morning I will relax for some time, then mind is waiting for that relaxation period. It knows there is a change, there is going to be a change, there is going to be hope. As long as there is a hope for change, your mind will continue to survive, it will be alive. Just that very hope keeps it alive. One day, Buddha understood this. That click has happened. This click has happened for me in Varanasi. Let me describe how it happened in me. This Dirgha Galaha. Buddha suddenly realized, what am I missing? Day in and day out I am sitting, meditating. What am I missing? Actually, if you are a professional seeker, you can understand what I am saying. This sutra is for the highly evolved seekers. You can understand what I am saying. Buddha started looking inside. What is going on? I am meditating whole day. How my mind is still alive? How is it surviving? Suddenly he realized, just that one idea. Till tomorrow morning, till late night I will meditate, then I can relax. Morning I will go for a walk, come back and sit and meditate again. He realized that idea, there is a hope, there can be a change. That is what keeping him, that is what keeping his mind alive and active. Mind is a great accountant, please understand. He's a great accountant. This guy knows all maths and all plays, all games. When what need to be told to your mind or told to you, how to play with you, he knows all the games. Buddha understood this one idea that is responsible for my continuous struggle. He decides, no more. No more change. This pressure of the practice is going to be on me forever. This is going to be my life. That is where the Dirgha Gala happened. Please understand, long time. He decided, no question of long time. I am going to do this forever. The moment you decide forever, the hope, after this I don't have to do this. After this many years I don't have to practice. That is not there. Your mind knows God. And especially a person like Buddha, when he decides, he decides. If he decides, he means. He is not going to play games. He means. Mind got completely frightened. Oh God, what happened? Now he says forever. So he is going to do forever. So there is no hope, there is no change, there is no possibility for the future. This pressure of a technique, pressure of meditation is going to be there on me forever. So naturally, just it came back to the present moment, because there is nothing to search in the future. It just came back to the present moment, and practice ended. Practice ended. Anybody wants to end your spiritual practice, all you need to do is decide strongly you are going to practice forever. That's all. It looks very paradoxical. Decide you are going to do it forever. There is no change, there is no gap, there is no getting up, there is no break. This is going to be your life. Suddenly, practice will end. It will end. This is the one and only way if you want to end your practice. Till you decide you are going to be doing this practice forever, you can never end the practice. I was traveling continuously all over India, meditating. Usually, I'll stay in the burial grounds and sit and meditate. People ask me, why do you stay in burial grounds? Because I don't need to reserve. There is no need for reservation. And nobody will come there. Indian burial grounds are not like this country. You don't have to imagine like this country. It's an open place, anybody. It's not protected or maintained. So nobody will come and disturb you. You can just quietly sitting and meditating. People ask me, Swamiji, have you never been disturbed by ghosts or spirits? I tell them, dead people never disturb others. Only living human beings disturb others. I never had any disturbance from the dead people. They are there happily, I am there happily. Every day, I used to sit and meditate in the burial grounds. The Vedic tradition, they say if you sit and meditate in burial grounds, you will constantly remember and meditate on death. And going through your own internal death is the way for enlightenment. That is the only way for enlightenment. Going through that psychological death is way for transformation and enlightenment. I was trying for years. Every time I sit, I'll sit with the idea, all right, I'll sit today whole night. Tomorrow morning I'll go out for buy food, come back and sit. This was the same thing I was doing. One day, when I was sitting in Varanasi, Manikarnika Ghat, the place where hundreds of dead bodies are burnt every day, and Indians believe dying in Varanasi leads you to enlightenment. So all the people, the moment they retire from their responsibilities, they will go and settle in Varanasi. It's a retirement community filled with old people waiting to die. The whole city, if you see, India is a very young country. Majority of the Indians are between 18 to 40, the youngest country in the world. Majority, more than 50% are between 18 to 40 youngsters. But this city, I can say 80% is above 80. At least above 70. Old people waiting to die. And this is the place where all the dead bodies will be burnt. Manikarnika Ghat. I was sitting there. I saw some dead bodies being burnt. Suddenly, the click God, this body is also going to be burnt like that only. Actually, you will lose respect and fear about death if you see that body is burnt every time. They don't bring fire from the home. From one fire, they lit the other fire. Whether it rains or shines, it's the eternal fire. It's called Mahasmashana, the ultimate burial ground, ultimate cremation ground. It goes on and on and on. From one body, they light the fire to the other body, continuously. If you are a sincere seeker, really want to know the secrets of death and life, you should go to the Manikarnika Ghat in Varanasi and sit and meditate at least for a few days. When I sat, suddenly the click has happened. God, it is such a simple thing. Just like all these bodies are being burnt, this body also will be burnt one day, that's all. There is nothing much big. No need to make a big fuss about death, life and all those foolish things. It is just dust unto dust. Nothing else. Then I thought, every day I am meditating on death, meditating in burial ground, but still why I am not able to experience that internal psychological death. I am not talking about physical death. Physical death is different. The psychological death is different. If you experience psychological death, suddenly you will see you are enlightened. I thought, why I am not able to experience? Then I decided, either this body should die and I should experience death, or I should have death experience by meditation. I decided to sit. I decided I'll sit and meditate on death till I have the death experience, that internal death experience. If I am not having that experience, I'll continue. It knows all your games. It knows how many times you cheated. It knows how many times you came out of your own will. It knows how many times you changed, you altered, you corrected, you found a fine print. For your own will, you have a fine print below. And after 2-3 hours, when you are tired of that will, you read that fine print and say, it's okay, I think I can. I did not believe me. But somehow, that will was very strong. One day was over. Second day also over. No food, no sleep, no 1, 2, 3, nothing. Just sitting. Third day, the whole body is practically frozen because of pain. Just body wants to move, but I said no, nothing doing. No question of moving. If you don't move, just sit like this, the whole body will feel like a frozen with pain. Suddenly, my whole being realized I am serious about my will. I am really serious about my will. Suddenly my whole being realized I am going to do it. I myself got convinced about my willpower. I myself realized I am going to sit. First when I sat, my mind did not believe and said, all right, let's see, struggle how much you can. After all, you are a good guy struggling for last 10 years. Try once more, nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong in trying. Chalo, try. Next day morning, it felt little sympathetic. This fellow is really trying, struggling hard. By third day noon, it got completely convinced. The power which was resisting has lost its hold on the consciousness. The constant doubt which was there, saying, no, once he is tired, he will come out. Once he is hungry, he will get up and go for food, relax. Once this fellow is feeling the hunger, everything will become all right. That part has died. Suddenly, my own being felt so strongly convinced, I am going to sit. Still I remember very clearly. One thought, a clear thought, I am going to sit eternally. Dirghakalaha, forever. Understand? When the Patanjali uses the word Dirghakalaha, I don't even want that word to be understood as a long time. I wanted you to understand that word, forever. The moment I decided forever, instead of the mind moving in a horizontal, linear way, see, if you say long time, your mind will naturally move linear way. Long time means how many years? Come on, tell me. The moment I say, all right, let me sit for 10 years, then it will be waiting. All right, 10 years I will sit, let us sit. And after 10 years I can come out. So just for that, just because that hope is there, it will not fall into unconsciousness. It will continue to retain its identity because it knows after 10 years it can come back and play its game. The hope is there. Because the idea of time is created by mind. It's nothing but its own, you see, it's like you create a track out of steel and create a train out of steel. The steel train moves on the steel track. So mind, one part of mind is the time. So the moment you created a time, now the mind can be alive forever. It knows, hey, it's my own track. Let me travel, let me move, let me be. But the moment I decided eternally, mind has lost its grip over time. And it knows, oh God, I think this fellow really means. He really means what he is talking or what he is thinking. The moment you give that confidence to mind, that I am going to be doing it eternally, suddenly it gets shaken, it gets frightened, and it comes back to the present moment. Because it knows, I have to be doing this forever. There is no, you see, your mind exists with only one idea. It tolerates anything if it knows it is going to end. It has the ability to tolerate anything and survive anything if it knows that action is going to end. Any action, any idea, any meditation, any technique, if it knows there is going to be end, it will survive, it will live through. It will live through. Because it knows there is going to be end. Only when you give the clarity, it is going to be dirghakalaha. That is why in Indian tradition, whether it is marriage or sannyas, for eternal. Once you take sannyas, it is forever. Once you marry, it is forever. Then mind will stop playing its games. See, the moment you have a freedom, oh, I think anyhow I am going to divorce. Why tomorrow? Let me do it today. The moment you know you have a freedom, Always you will think, why tomorrow, why postpone, let's do now. But if you know, no, this is going to be my life, then you know, anyhow I have to live. Let me now work it out. So your idea about future